Quiet now, child. Adults are talking.
Where's the music? Oh, okay, bye then. There it is. That was weird.
Hi, buddy. Yeah, you got a carrot? What's up?
Lard, congratulations on first. Nika, congratulations on last. Stark, congratulations on second or whatever. Lazy Hydra, congratulations on second or whatever. Rob Dog, congratulations on second or whatever. So Kaimo, how you doing today, bud? Good to see all of you. Hello, hello, hello. Is this nap time? No, it's just Heroes of the Storm, silly. Got a meeting, so BRB for 30 minutes. I'll be here. You're closer to Baja, so less lag. Is that how that works? It's news to me.
This room, gentlemen, it's all I can do. It's short. Now, are we all here?
Good morning, everybody. How we all doing today? We are gonna listen to some Expedition 33 because that's what I feel like it. That's what I feel like right now. Alright. Good morning, everybody. Good to see all of you. You are perfect, Mr. Bandit. Look at you. Look at those gorgeous little eyes. Look at that little lad. So, today we're going to be doing some HOTS, and then we have a sponsor stream, the Realm of Ink. Then tomorrow's Kingdom Hearts. Thursday is probably just sponsor stuff all day. We have the voice mod and crowd control things, so I either play crowd control games all day, or we split it, and maybe I like try and find something to cast. We can use the voice mod for that. And then we'll do crowd control for Star Fox. Or we just do 2 different crowd control games. We might just do that. Honestly, that kind of sounds fun. Friday is more Kingdom Hearts. Possibly we finish it that day. I have no idea, but feels like we are quite far into the game. And then Saturday and Sunday is the tournament. Tournament, let's take a look here. What are we looking at for games this weekend? Like 3 best of 5s, pretty big bracket. Pretty big bracket here. So let's see. Let's see. 20th is Saturday, right? Yeah. Alright, so that's 2 games, 3 games. So it looks like it's 3 best of 5s. So it looks like it's these 3 best of 5s Saturday, so upper bracket semifinal, and 1 of the upper bracket semifinals. Then the second upper bracket semifinal on Sunday morning, and then both of the lower bracket quarterfinals on Sunday morning, afternoon, whatever, you know, whatever time zone you want to call it. But so yeah, it's still gonna be 3 best of 5s, 3 best of 5s, then 2 best of 5s, a best of 5 and a best of 7. 7:30. Okay, so why are they separating these by an hour and a half? Oh, that one just was. Oh, you're okay, bud. So yeah, so then it's 3 best of 5 Saturday, 3 best of 5 Sunday, 2 best of 5s on the 27th, and a best of 5 and a best of 7 on the 28th. All right. I think the music's a little loud. There we go. Turn it down 2%. Whoops. All right. Shall we play some games and hang out? Maybe try and find a scrim. Maybe there'll be a scrim at some point today. Playing ARAM, playing Storm League. They are, if I'm not mistaken, this is Teemu Exodia, and this is Warm Bodies roster. Let's see, where is Warm Bodies, Elite Sparkle, Teemu Exodia, Bird. Okay, maybe they have a scrim. Maybe they have a scrim if they're already online. Let's get an ARAM going though. Let's get an ARAM going. So I was gonna do a beach day yesterday. As I was driving back from the dentist, my eyes started to water and puff up from all of the pine pollen outside. And yeah, it's really bad right now. So I was like, you know what? Let's not go to the beach and sit there and have our allergies kick our butt. So I ended up playing a ton of, 3, maybe 4 hours of Final Fantasy 16. Very enjoyable. Am I healing? Or am I tanking? I don't mind either. I like Rhaegar and I like Muradin. If they're gonna hover a Brightwing, then I'm gonna go Muradin. Oh, weird looking boss fight for Expedition 33. The boss fight is me trying to get Blizzard to email me for BlizzCon 2026. I was thinking about, like, if I had some sort of joke about parrying or dodging. I'm like, I don't want to dodge the email. I don't want to dodge that email at all. Let's see. We're up against... Ooh, they have double healer. We have a Val Azul. I feel like we're pretty good here. I think I'm going to go Third Wind. I feel like that'll be helpful.
Had me eye on that.
Stupid words. They do tend to do, yeah, I'm not doing any better. They do tend to be difficult, is what I meant to say. Val's W build? Oh, she's Creed, okay. It was just her literally stepping up for that W. Just keep borrowing, just keep borrowing. I'm gonna let my trait kick in. And, not use my well yet. I'm actually just gonna let my trait kick in.
Always thank you.
So let's just back up here. So, on the note of Expedition 33, is there like a new DLC coming out or something? I might be dead here. Is there a new DLC or something coming out? Because I keep getting Google News alerts about like something new about Clair Obscur. Or is it just clickbait articles? Because I just believe it's clickbait article. There is something new? Heck yeah. I'm happy to hear about that. Because yeah, I saw there was one of the article titles was like, Clair Obscur returns this November, and I'm like, I don't believe you. This is clickbait. I'm sure of it. Because I would not mind Montclair Obscure. I didn't play much of the DLC, honestly. Though I will say this, the DLC was a very massive ramp up in difficulty. What? No way.
You need to stop taking your day off when my Prime sub becomes available.
Kyle, thank you for the Prime Gaming for 32 months. I appreciate that so very much, my friend. How was your day? How was my day off? How you doing today, bud? Good to see you. Thank you so very much for the Prime Gaming for 32 frickin' months. That's really generous of you. I am getting low on the health. I should leave. Traits! There we go. It was pretty good. It was a pretty good day off. Got up, went to the dentist. As I said, I was going to go to the beach, but the pine pollen is so bad right now, I just did not want to go sit outside in the pine pollen, so I'll wait. So we ended up having a really chill day. Played some Final Fantasy 16. Cooked some food. I reheated the fajita stuff, and I did like a fajita rice bowl thing. Because I've had a lot of tacos recently, so I'm kind of like tortilla'd out. So I thought like a burrito bowl in a sense would be kind of good, and it was. It was really tasty. It was filling. Getting a little low on the health and such here. Yeah, I've got a tempura chicken I think I'm gonna make tonight.
Thank you kindly.
Right, you don't need that, but okay. Yeah, I've got a... maybe I might be lazy and I might just cook hot dogs for dinner. I still have some hot dogs left over. Hot dogs do just seem really easy, and I think I might have French fries in the freezer, so I might just do fries and hot dog instead of having to cook tonight. But I also don't mind I don't mind cooking tonight. Kind of in the mood for it. Dude, I was so close to getting that Stormbolt hit. I'm at 113 stacks at 6 minutes. Let's go. I'm gonna be honest, Muradin and ARAMs is fun. I'm at 130 stacks now. Crazy thing is I'm not using my Stormbolt on the structures, which does more damage because of the because of my level 4, the sledgehammer. I was reading the name. Stormbolt? Oh, dude, that would have been a kill. Stormbolt. Oh, I don't have enough mana. I am like Giga But I can rotate over here and land a Stormbolt into Diva and get another 4 stacks. I have no mana. Too bad Martin can't stun buildings. Well, now I got Bronzebeard Rage for extra damage, too. But yeah, the Perfect Storm, I like Perfect Storm in ARAMs because cooldown is reset and 25 mana is refunded if an enemy dies within 3 seconds. Now, that also counts for minions. So if you pierce through a hero into a minion, you can get a Stormbolt reset. It's so good in ARAM. Like, I'm almost done with my stacks. The enemy Merden's at 90. I need literally a stack, dude. Got it. I needed mana again. Okay. Now you have mana. Yeah, now I have mana. Yeah, but now I also have a Stormbolt that has a 50% range increase and 100% width increase and pierces all targets now. So that, remember that level 7 I was talking about? Mm-hmm. Even more value now. Because I have more range, so there's a higher possibility of hitting a minion for the double Stormbolt. Missed. I missed again. Just awkward, dude. Oh, get wrecked. I was waiting. I was like, okay, she's gonna try and utilize her mech respawn, and I'll just Stormbolt it at the right time. If I do this, how much do I hit? I hit the entire fort gate if I do that. I need cooldown. I literally hit the entire fort gate from this angle. I need my trait to kick in really quick. He was dwarf tossing in for a haymaker, I bet. I can just do this. I really need my mana back. Ball is done with Creed of the Hunter at 10 minutes, 19 seconds. This is wild for stacks. Wait, no Manticore? We're going... Okay. No Death Dealer level 4. We're Arsenal. Okay. Interesting. The talents. Stormbolt. Okay. Okay.
Enemies killing spree over.
Thank you kindly.
And Stormbolt. That Stormbolt was like 4% of the core health right there. Alright, GG's. Oh, dude, Muradin and ARAMs is just such a good time. Welcome back. You're just in time for the victory.
Ahoy, ahoy.
MVP.
Just in time. And the enemy Muradin didn't get the stacks.
Epic.
How was everyone else's archipelago last night, Lard? I didn't look and see who was playing what. Okay. It was turning out well, I thought, but then I learned they added clear image traps. I don't know what that is. I was poking my head into the stream every so often. It looked really good. The whole picture was deleted. That doesn't sound fun. That doesn't sound fun at all. Why would they do that? Like, I was thinking, like, clear image, like it was, like, an image you can't see because it's, like, see-through or, like, transparent, but clear image isn't, like, deleted. That's awful. I see Murky, I take Murky for you, bud. Do we have healer options? We do have an Alexstrasza white main. Okay. Yeah, that sounds awful. Yeah. Like that's really. I feel like that should be on default shut off, right? Like you'd think like on default that should be not on.
Hey, say the thing.
But as long as you had fun, that's the important part. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Time remaining. 10 seconds. 5, 4.
SC23. Can't believe it. Lard out here spoiling BlizzCon 2026 announcements.
Eliminate the enemy.
Hey, a Murky for a Decker Kane? All day you want that trade. Murky for Imperious, you take that all day. I didn't think I was going to die that quickly.
Kill confirmed. Select a talent.
I'm gonna go tougher fish, I think. I think it's a bit of a fishy game.
Hero unresponsive. Initializing respawn.
Because the tougher's also gonna give me more damage on the puffer, and I can maybe go steal camps. Speaking of, I think I'm gonna go do exactly that right now. I should be able to get this at level 4, I think. I think I can. Or at least I can get one of the units.
Encouragement activated. You will do better
Not yet.
next
Not
time.
yet. I can't get it yet. Never mind. I need a little bit of help.
Watch your back, kid. Seems shady.
Updating mortality statistics.
Damage. Alright, well... Well, that happened, chat. That happened.
Select a talent.
Apparently, my teammates are allergic to standing on circles.
Death status confirmed.
Circles equal bad.
Your little killing is now.
Kaimo knows this from when he had to heal me as White Mane and as Alex Straza, and I basically ran out of the circle every single time he put one down. And he was like, "Bahamut, please stop running out of the circle." And it's like, I'm not doing it on purpose, but I just keep doing this. Will we all stand in the circle this time? Or will we all not? We're out of here.
Enemy defeated. Double kill. Triple kill. Select a talent. Quad kill.
Good morning, Kev. I don't even have to look. I don't even have to look.
Updating mortality statistics. Enemy hero terminated.
My back! Oh, my back!
That could have been anyone, really. It wasn't.
Destroyed.
Oh, I'm over here now.
Hero unresponsive. Initializing respawn.
I don't want to make a Venn diagram, Baha. You don't have to.
Elimination complete. Double kill. Triple kill.
All right, I'm just gonna march.
Defeated. Encouragement activated.
And she dies.
Do better.
Enough! Your killing spree ends here.
Don't take this from me.
Confirmed.
Ah, I thought I got my bubble in time.
You have been slain.
I'm gonna go get this camp. Am I strong enough now? No, I think I need 16, really. Which we will get by the time I get right here.
Select attack. Enemy hero terminated.
I'm gonna go get a camp. Don't die, team. Whoa, I didn't have safety bubble. Man, I got deleted. I got deleted, dude. It's okay, I'm gonna flank onto the enemy with March of the Murlocs. They'll never see it coming. Actually, I don't think I'll need to do that. I think they're all dead. Or at least decently dead. Taste these feet.
Vital signs negative.
Feet have been tasted, chat.
Calculating more damage.
Oh, I didn't get March off! That's unfortunate.
Hey, not bad. Not bad at all.
Well, I guess let's go get another camp then. Maybe I should put my egg like here. This might be a bad idea, but whatever. Okay.
Destroyed.
Well done,
Enemy hero terminated. Triple kill.
Oh man, that's some comedy right there, chat. That's pretty funny. That was pretty funny.
Vital signs negative. Congratulations.
That was some pretty good merkin. Not gonna lie. That was some pretty good merkin. Our Rainer was really good, though. Our Rainer was pretty freaking good. Let's be honest. Look at that damage. Yeah, Murky diff for sure. I mean, I made the board. So obviously it's Murky diff. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there was a Mei on the enemy team. Oh boy. Alright. I'm just gonna keep checking my friends list, all that good stuff. My Murky is level 3. Let's go. What is in... Oh, it's what's in the box. Let's see. What are the rankings of this? Huts, loot chests. What are the different? Epic. Let's see. Okay. Epic or better. Rare or less, I think is the two different, like, I think those are the splits on it. Cap, congratulations on second or whatever. Alright, 5 minutes. What's in the box? What's in the box, chat? Yeah, there's epic, epic and rare. Okay, cool. What is in the loot chest? Get your gambles in. Oh, we chill out here between these games. Hopefully everyone's having a good start to their week. No, I hope not. I hope not. I'd be very concerned as to how that happened. And who. I feel like that'd be that'd be like a Junkrat thing or a Gazlowe thing, for sure. But yeah, we got a good week of stream ahead of us. I had a pretty chill day yesterday. I'm gonna probably do a bunch of like indoor chores today. It's either indoor or outdoor chores today. I haven't decided on which I want to do. It's gonna be hot either way, so it's gonna be miserable to do outdoor chores. I'm kind of tempted just to get the outdoor chores done today, so it's done. That's it. It's over with. Any doubters in chat? Anyone want to doubt on what's in the box? It is just a standard loot chest. It's not like it's hero specific or rare or legendary. Like, you know, there are higher ranking loot chests I think you can get. But yeah, I think just getting, if I get my yard work done today, it'll be done and I don't have to worry about it. It's gonna be hot all week either way. I think Thursday it's supposed to cool down a little bit, but that's because we have possible thunderstorm coming in, so I don't want to deal with stuff with that. Oh, thank you, Kaimo. I appreciate that. What would I do without you? What would I do without you, Kaimo? Thank you so very much. Oh, and I did check it for the Furious movie thing. We got like, I think it was like $23. We got like a decent payout of the 30 I possibly could have gotten. Yo, what's up, Zig?
Yes.
Congratulations on the watch streak. I got another one for Bungie Marathon, but I didn't feel like doing it, so I didn't accept it yesterday. Yeah, $23, and I think it was like a possible like $30 I could have gotten. So hey, I'll take it, dude. $23 is $23. Then we got a sponsor stream later today. We are going to be doing Realm of Ink, and there's a possible payout of like $40. Yeah, $39 possible. We got believers and doubters on the prediction. You still got a good 2 minutes on this. No delay on stream today. Ads are out of the way. We did run some ads back to back just in case we do get into a scrim or anything like that. But good to see all of you. I'm excited. This should be a good week. I'm putting it out there. I have no reason to say it's going to be a good week, but I'm going to put the vibes out there. It's going to be a great week. I have a feeling it's going to be a really good week. We're going to hit a couple sub goals. We're going to have some fun. We're going to do a sponsor stream. We actually have 2 sponsor streams this week. We have this one through Twitch, and then we have the voice mod crowd control one on Thursday. So we will not be doing the HGC watch thing on Thursday. We'll do that next week on Tuesday, maybe, or Thursday. You have a half day on Thursday, and then Friday off. Nice! Is a U.S. holiday coming up? I feel like someone else was talking about having a shorter week as well. Is there a holiday? Oh, it's Juneteenth on Friday, isn't it? Yeah, it's Juneteenth. That makes sense. Yeah, when I worked in construction, we never got that off. If anything, people made a bunch of racist remarks on that day because white people. Not even kidding. Or MLK Day. We never got that off either, and that was typically just a lot of people making racist jokes. Like calling it James Earl Jones Day. James Earl Jones is the guy that shot Martin Luther King, so there's some horrible people that call it that. One of my neighbors said that to me, and my response was nothing. I proceeded to finish my beer and go, oh, I need to get a beer. I'll be back. And then I didn't come back. All federal holidays you get up. Yeah, that's true. But the caveat is you have to work for a bank. So, but how I know I asked you yesterday, but how are things going with the baking? Still, I actually saw a post. I should have sent it to you. Someone made dinner rolls but they pinch the dough so it kind of looks like a shark. They kind of they also kind of look like sea stars, but like the way that they pinched out the tail, it kind of looks like a tail. You made your first real sale, so there you go. First sale is always great. It's like the first time I sold a painting. It's like, oh my god, I can't believe I did this.
Epic.
Epic or better. Epic or better. We got Candy King Muradin, one of my least favorite skins in the game, but it is epic or better. Nicely done, believers. Well done. Congratulations on your channel points. Enjoy. Rigged? Yeah, you know me. I'm in such deep contact with Blizzard that I can rig my loot chest now, yeah. Yeah, you know, it's... Obviously, we're days away from getting emailed from Blizzard, right? Any day now. TikTok. Exactly. I also sat down and crunched the numbers. Each baked good cost me 50 to 75 cents in materials, so I can still keep prices low. And nice, yes. I despise a lot of the rich people on Shark Tank outside of like Mark Cuban, the guy who does the Kind bars. I forget his name. There's the tech guy who's like Croatian. He's super nice as well. And then there's one other person. There's the black dude that like basically was like the founder of Fubu, I think it is. Damon something. But the four of them are pretty good, and like Shark Tank taught me a lot about like general like business practice and stuff like that. So like if you're able to sell the product for $3, you have a really nice margin. And also like $3 for like let's say it's a loaf of bread. $3 for a loaf is still cheaper, like and like artisanal or homemade or fresh. Like ciabatta at Whole Foods, like a good loaf of bread at Whole Foods is $6. The product we make costs us 5 cents to produce, and we're sell it for $50 to make a nice profit. And then you'll have Mr. Wonderful, the asshole. Who wants to build a data center in a country he doesn't reside in. He's sitting there, he's like, well, if you take my deal, where basically it screws you over, we can get that down to $2 2 cents to produce, or you know? But I want $45 per product in perpetuity because I'm not greedy. I hate him so much. I hated him on Shark Tank, and I hate him in reality. Well, I guess reality both is, but you know what I mean. $12 a loaf. I want to support local, but hot damn this. Yeah, $12 for a loaf of bread is way too much, dude. Anyway. Oh, Dungaroonie! I thought we were actually gonna get that kill there. Yeah, like $5, $6 is where I kind of like cap out with a loaf of bread. Like I will absolutely pay the $5 at Whole Foods for the ciabatta because it's really good. But yeah, like. That was a lot of Dunkaroonies right there. I should back up. I'm taking a lot of damage. Way to go, Tefwell. See, you know, I was trying to bait someone out with that, and I'm glad I got you, Hunter Urk. How you doing today, bud? Good to see you. You hear of any scrims that are happening possibly today? I have overstepped. I have overstepped. I have overstepped. I'm gonna stand back here for a little bit. Good to see you though, bud. Thanks for coming through. We're just talking about bread. Love bread. I'll let Kira take that. She's frontline. Or I guess she won't, so I'll take it now. I'm gonna go for Hellforge this game, I think. A little bit more Siegeroonies. Nothing yet. Nobody really wants to scrim nowadays. That's fair. I know Hazu's team, like, scrims here and there, so I was just trying to see if there's anything going on for the prep for this weekend. We're kind of in a, I wouldn't say, like, awkward, but we're definitely in a lull when it comes to, like, community games, because NGS isn't running currently. I think they start back up in July-ish. I know their Combine's about to happen. They usually do the Combine, like, a couple weeks before they actually start their season. I would assume they're going to probably start it after, like, 4th of July in the United States. That would make the most sense to me. And then Heroes Lounge starts up on Monday, so we just kind of have this week where there's not much going on, so... maybe we'll watch those HGC games today. We had a sub goal a little bit ago that I believe Kaimo helped us hit, where we'll check out some of the old HGC games, just hang out and watch those. I thought it'd be kind of fun. I shouldn't have gone for this dunk. I've made a mistake. Just gonna keep running on my trajectory. Thank you, Deckard. I appreciate it. Bread puns stream at last. How you doing, Callie? Good to see you, bud. I'm trying to avoid taking some of the frontliners' potions. I think I'm just gonna go globes, honestly. Just globe it all up. As much as I love the E at 7 for Master Destruction, I think we're just gonna keep globing, keep globbing. Because we also get that mana return, and we get extra annihilation stacks at this level 7. Can I laser this? I think I helped. That Brightwing is like 2. Yeah, restore 40 mana and 2 additional annihilation. Step into it. Thank you. Just keep bolstering the wave. I am a bit chunked. I do really want that potion right there. Grab it. Dunk and walk away. I have wells. Let's go do that. This globe. I'm gonna chill here for a second in case anyone wants the globe as well. I guess not. Get 6 stacks. I looked at chat. Cassia died. Alright, we're at 200 stacks. We're getting up there. We're almost at the 225. Kira might be dead. If I dunk this, though, Johanna condemns it. Stacks. I just E'd like I had Master Destruction. I just talked about how I didn't want it. Now is when I wish I had the Master Destruction. Ooh, that was a really good impale. Dunk? Big hit. Huge. Alright, so we have our cooldown reduction now. So that's nice. Oh, big? Oh, I needed mana. Are you happy how the recipes for your sweetbread turned out? You're gonna start working on some new recipes, but otherwise you have 2 really solid. Yeah, I think honestly, and I think that's what because my dad goes down to the Detroit market a lot, like every Saturday. You know about this, to the point where he's almost like a celebrity down there, and that's what a lot of the vendors that he frequents, like they'll have their standard sort of thing that they always have, and then they have like a couple testers here and there. Like, there was one that was, can't remember like what their main thing was, but they also had like some tiny pies, like, and it wasn't like normal for them to have like pastries or anything like that. And they were just like, oh, we're just trying out to see like how pies would do. And it did pretty decent for them. So they, a couple times out of the year, they'll do pies. Usually around like Thanksgiving and stuff, they'll do some pies. I think it was pumpkin pie, I think is what they did, because that one I think is like, I think they're like mostly like vegetable produce sort of farmer. So not bad, not like, it's good to have like a nice core and then to have a couple options on the side for like testers, and if they do well, then you bring them in, or you even make it like a rotational thing, so you don't always have that, so you kind of create scarcity in a sense, and then a little excitement around it, like, oh dude, Lard's Bakery has got those shark rolls again or whatever. So, and like as I was also saying, you could tie it to literally seasonal things. You could do something around Halloween. You could do, you know, you could theme it around just like major holidays. Halloween is a major holiday for me. I am gonna dunk the Lunara right there. Right there, right there. No! I thought she was gonna double back. Laser? Nice. We just auto Falsta and he dies. Alright, she's gonna be right there. No! I don't know why I buffed it. I shouldn't have. That was kind of a waste. I'm gonna laser this building so we get rid of it. She dead. I need to run away. Thank you, Deckard. I'm gonna go grab myself some juice. Different shapes for... yeah! It's just the thing with cookie cutters is once they actually bake, they don't look like the shape anymore. At least in my experience. As someone who's not really a veteran of baking, that's always been the case. Like, you make, like, the snowman shape, and it just comes out as, like, this blob. Maybe there's more to it. Maybe there's, like, a whole technique or something, so you actually get the proper shape. But I don't know. Dunk? Nice. Get away from my Johanna, Lunara. Get away from my... Oh. I can only protect so many. Massive, dude. Massive.
Perfectly done.
He's right there. He's right there. Oh, Brightwing got the phase shift, though. Would have died otherwise. They're pig-shaped? I appreciate it. I was thinking of making Magic the Gathering thing. Yeah! I mean, nerds do like their sweets. You could even think about doing, if it's like a gaming shop, you could think about doing something D&D related, too. D&D is always an like, you could do, if you could do like you might have to do like a design on it, but you could do a like a two-dimensional, how did I get that kill? A two-dimensional D20. I know that sounds like weird, but there's ways to do it where you have the base shape, and then by doing the design you're actually getting the D20 look. That'd be like, D20 stuff always sells. He's gonna be right there. He was, and he's dead. Falstad's gonna be right there. See? Told you. Nice. We'll go Inescapable Annihilation, but I don't think we're gonna need it.
These old eyes can see your skill.
Slam. I think my spray is Varian's sword. It is indeed. That's a Hinterlands. They're holding their shape really well. Oh, yeah. I remember seeing those. Yeah, those look great.
MVP.
Yeah, this was, here's the Reddit post I was talking about. This is the Reddit post I was talking about where they made, like, little sharks. Apparently it's like Texas Roadhouse rules, but they're formed in the shape of sharks, which I thought was really cute. Oh, did I get MVP? Oh, shoot, I did. Nice. Good job, Decker Kane. Yeah, those are really cute. But, like, this is what I was talking about with, like, D20 cookies. Like, you'd have to do a design on them. It actually looks like there's a press that you can get. You might be able to, like, 3D print something, actually. But that's what I was saying. Like, you might have to do a design. But, like, these, like, you know, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Yeah, so, like, that wouldn't be too bad if you're doing something for... That's not a rollable D20? What do you mean? Kaimo. Everything's it's rollable at least once. If you think about it. But even then, like, look at, like, there's also this one here that's just, like, you know, popping up. Like, even, like, that would be great as well for a local game shop. Magic the Gathering fans would absolutely love, like, some of them are easier to do than others. I'd probably say that the fire is probably the hardest to do. Just to get those sort of, like, whips to the side. It only has 8 numbers on it, so it's a D8, but it says 20. I like how they also only used even numbers. They didn't put any odd numbers on these. I do find that a little funny. I will make you a rollable gingerbread. I like the idea of, like, you actually make all the sides of it and you glue it together with, what is it called? It's like sugar something. They use it in British Bake Off. But there's like a sugar that, it's like a sugar syrup or something like that that's like really, really tacky and dries like glue. So they use that to, like, make structures and things. So you could absolutely make a rollable, edible D20, but probably the moment you roll it, it will probably start breaking. Unless you make it off of, like, peanut brittle, which then you're just shattering your teeth. Also, my dentist yesterday told me that I'm doing a good job brushing my teeth and stuff. They actually said that my gums are better than when I first saw them, like 8 months ago. So that's cool. It did take them 45 minutes to get to me, though, after my x-rays. I just sat there for 45 minutes. My phone was like 10 feet from me, and I could have got up and got it, and I just decided, I was like, oh, I'll just stare out the window. What are gums? Spearmint? 5 gum? Red Hots? No, Flamin' Red. That cinnamon gum? Oh, dude, I love that cinnamon gum. All right, Twitch Gamble, go, go, go. How many Vecchies am I gonna stack, chat? How many Vecchies am I gonna stack? Oh, dude, like Big Red chewing gum, though? There's so much nostalgia to that for me. How many bug snacks? And I have the Gen G mount? Oh my god. And I have the MVP black spray. Today's the day, chat. Today's the day. This is the week. I'm telling you. This is the week. Good things are happening. as Kael'thas will Tanto jump on it.
Battle begins in
Yeah.
10 seconds.
My spray and my mount, obviously HOTS 3.0.
3.
Bug Snacks is good. The song, yes. The game, I don't care for.
Let the battle begin.
Kira Benito is quite the musician. What's up, Bathroom? How you doing, bud? How many Vecchies, chat? How many Vecchies am I gonna get? One! At least Vala walked into that. Have you seen the dinosaur quesadillas? No, I don't know anything about those. I could not tell you. Need mana. Mana. I need a level 4, by the way. That's really what I need. I'm gonna go get some globes here. Are they like dinosaur chicken nuggets, but they're quesadillas or something? I may be D'ing my Qs, but at least I'm getting stacks. Just need level 4 so bad so I can get mana return. Your world is upside down! Nailed it. He's on fire, but he's probably fine.
Choose a talent.
Oh! Gimme, gimme, gimme. Now I just gotta land the gravity lapses.
A testament to my glory.
Is that so, Kaimo?
Your world is upside down.
Is that so, Kaimo? You don't say. Oh, they're gonna group up for this. Please don't die, Diablo. Thank you.
We need to fall back and regroup.
I'm at 14 stacks, by the way, for the Twitch prediction. You cannot drop below if you cannot drop below milestones. So if I do hit 20, I can't drop below 20. 40 can't drop below 40, so on and so forth. But if I'm at 39, I drop down to 20. I'm at 19. I'm gonna drop down to 0. That's why we are trying to position our best here. They're gonna group up. I'm at 17. Getting up there. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. That's really bad. I don't want to die. Okay. All right. We want burn flesh. Yes. All right. 2 stacks until a milestone. I thought I should have just stepped up for that. Bomb on you. I'm gonna D this right here. Got 1. Just need a 20th. Hit. Let's go! 21 stacks. I just need 19 more for the prediction. These Diablos pulling souls. You know what? I'll take it. Not what I was intending to do, but I will take that.
Get up. Oh my. Are we dead already?
Killing spree.
Wow, I legit thought I was gonna land that. He doesn't have keg or anything. That was a vicious flying kick in. Way to go, Phoenix! Seriously. My Phoenix just got that kill for us. Nice. Oh, okay. There's upsetty spaghetti about heals.
Having trouble staying grounded.
I'm at 29. Gotta be careful with that mind control, though. Or Wrath of Angiris. Jesus. This globe might have been a mistake. Oh, no, chat. I was doing so good until when I wasn't. It's okay, it's okay. We're gonna get 16 Fury of the Sunwell, and it's all good. But you know what? We're still at 20. We only lost like 9 stacks there.
Fall back and regroup.
What a Dragon's Air. I wish I was there to help.
Dude, sucking at something is the first step towards being sorta good at something.
Good afternoon, Bahar boss. Regards to you and your fine doggo.
Red John, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that greatly. How is your day going, bud? Thank you for that. I don't know where that gravity lapse is going. I'll blame the lag. Red John, thank you so very much for that. Thanks for the hundo. But it's been, as I said, it's been a pretty good start to my week personally. Nice chill day yesterday. The dentist sucked, but I mean, it's whatever. It was mostly the dentist sucked because I ended up sitting there for like 45 minutes to basically have a conversation with the dentist about nothing really important, I guess you could say. If only there was a nano boost onto me or something. That would have been crazy. Might have been a misclick. But that's 4 stacks right there. I'm back up to 29, baby. I'm back up to 29, baby. Shen, Storm, Earth, and Fire giving me extra stackies. Gravity Lapse. That Gravity Lapse is not gonna hit. It hits! Can't believe that, actually. I'm in a bad spot. I'm good. I don't know really what you want me to do here with that. Nice.
Killing spree.
A testament to my glory.
3 stacks needed. Yo, what's up, Be Crazy? Two stacks needed. Time to D some Qs.
Help is on the way, dear!
This is Doubtfire!
Help is on the way!
Yo, Squeaky! Ah, dang it.
Wrath
Wake up! Squeaky, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? I hope it was good. We're literally on 39 convection stacks. We're trying to get to 40. Good to see all of you today. Thank you so much for the raid. No overpower? Gravity Lapse. 40! Thank you for the raid, Squeaky. If you got a post stream and take care of yourself, by all means do so. If you're all sticking around, thanks for being here. We're playing some HOTS. We got a sponsor stream later on for Realm of Ink. Looks like a pretty cool game. So we'll be checking that out a little bit later. Until then, we're gonna hang out, play some HOTS. Maybe we can find something to cast.
Excellent.
Oh, they left. Maybe. Look, I'm at 46 stacks. If I die, I die. What's up, Darko? How you doing today, bud? But thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate it. This week next week starts back up Heroes Lounge on Monday, so we should have some stuff casting next week. Tomorrow we're going to be playing more Kingdom Hearts 2. Thursday we've got a big sponsor stream. We're going to be doing, we have Voice Mod and Crowd Control as the sponsor. So we'll be playing a bunch of games that you can utilize Crowd Control with. One of them being Star Fox 64. Because I thought it'd be fun to revisit Star Fox 64 before the new one comes out. We got Flamethrower. You need a break though, so good luck. Alrighty, Squeaky. Have a good time in the scrims, and thanks again for the raid. Appreciate it very much. I really thought I'd have the range on that. I think I'm dead. I don't think there's a way I get out of this alive.
You've been struck down.
Is there a way for Chen to stop the bomb when he's... Yeah, absolutely. The original playstyle with the Storm Earth and Fire was basically you build up your bar full of stagger damage, then you pop Storm Earth and Fire. When you come out of Storm Earth and Fire, you've basically cleansed out that damage over time. So, much like Samuro with his mirror image swaps, is kind of like a soft cleanse, I've heard the terminology before. So, like, you know, if you apply a Living Bomb to Samuro and he swaps to a mirror image... It gets rid of that. If you have, you know, a Living Bomb applied to Samuro and then he pops mirror image, you know, different than swapping to an image, you can cleanse out a Living Bomb as well. So I hope that answered your question. So like here, he's popping Storm, Earth, and Fire. I am probably dead. Because respect the elderly.
They're attacking the core. Stop them.
I don't know, my teammates are like salty or something, I don't know.
Our core is under attack.
I got 50 stacks in the end.
Defeat. MVP.
Man, I wonder why you're silenced. I wonder why the Ana's silenced. Seems interesting. Will he get 50 before the game is finished, JK? Why JK? Living because of the convection health buff? I mean, yeah, I did have, what, like 400 extra HP? 200 HP. It's 400 extra damage. You didn't think I could do it? Why would you doubt me? Why would you doubt a god gamer like Bahamut Gaming? You know, the best option Blizzard has for BlizzCon 2026. At least on the heroes side of things. Don't know how, I don't think my Warcraft 3 casting would be too amazing, but it would be. I would in a heartbeat cast Warcraft 3 with Grubby. Does Bahamut stack 40 or more? Yes, yes indeed. Believers get paid. All right. Well, yeah, we got Kingdom Hearts tomorrow. Thursday's a big sponsor day. Friday, we've got more Kingdom Hearts. Maybe we'll finish it Friday. I don't know. And then Saturday and Sunday is more of the Murky Cup tournament. Playoffs start this weekend. This weekend is a very, very chunky weekend of casting notes. It's 3 best of 5 Saturday, 3 best of 5 Sunday. It should be, in theory, it should be a really long Saturday, Sunday. Take a look here at the bracket again. So, let's see. God, we haven't seen Goon Platoon in ages. So we'll have Goon Platoon up against, Goon Platoon up against, what was it again? Warm Bodies? Warm Bodies. Pretty decent matchup. Though I think on paper, I think Goon Platoon is the stronger team on paper. But Warm Bodies should be able to put up a pretty decent fight. A pretty good contest. And we were right with our theory when we were talking about Cascon being from England. I got full payout for the Minecraft stream. Literally every single penny. Because they always offer you, it was like $161.71 or something like that. So we literally got every single penny out of it. So yeah, no, I appreciate that greatly. The Furious one was like just 30. It was like $30.93. And I think I got like $23 and like 70 something cents. I'll take it, dude. $23. That's a case of beer for the weekend. A good case of beer for the weekend. Let me put it that. I could get a cheap case of beer that would last longer. I don't really. I've been cutting out beer a little bit more lately in my diet, just trying to budget a little bit more. And then we have a sponsored stream today for World of Ink. What's up, Ninja? And that one we can get, I think it's like $39.70 something cents is what I can get out of that one. So, but it's gonna be Realm of Ink. We'll do that later in the stream. We'll play some HOTS. We might actually watch like some of those old HGC games today. I'm actually kind of tempted because I don't see any casting going on. I don't see any scrims getting going. I haven't heard of any either. They've just been in Storm League. Yeah, I don't think there's any scrims today for Nations Cup. But we'll play some ARAMs for a little bit, and then we'll go from there. But yeah. So, back to this. So, our first best of 5 on Saturday. Yep, 6 a.m. So, Goon Platoon versus Warm Bodies. I'd say... Let's see, can I get a snipping tool here? So I'd say like a 3-1. I think Goon Platoon is the stronger team over Warm Bodies, but I think Warm Bodies could pick up a game at least. It could be a 3-2, but I think Goon Platoon will come out on top of that. Let's see. Teemu Exodia versus Kaldor's Offerings. Teemu Exodia is the German team, correct? Yes, it is the German team. And Kaldor's Offerings is... I was going to say Heroes Lounge team, but I feel like that's kind of like a negative on their end. I think Teemu Exodia takes it 3-0. I think they're just the stronger team. I also believe that they played against each other in the past, and I think Teemu Exodia 3-0'd will just respawn. Indeed, they absolutely did. Let's see. Teemu Exodia's Tex, right? Tex versus Kittens. That's the Clawy Kitten, excuse me. Oh yeah, they did. Sorry, they did get 3-0. There it is. Yeah, on my brain. So yeah, I'd say 3-0 on that. So in theory, we'll have. Don't judge my G's, chat. I make them weird. So in theory, we'll have Goon Platoon there and Teemu Exodia here. Clawy Kittens versus Goon Platoon. They have never seen each other before. Clawy Kittens does have a really good roster in Crankle, Ubi, Marinas, Holpaka, and Vasilio. And... ooh, I think this is going to be close. I think I give the edge... Nagram is such a good tank, though. I think I give it to Goon Platoon, but it's going to be really close. I think this is going to be extremely close. I'll put a C... put a C next to this for close. I really think this is going to be an extremely close matchup. Skibidi Exodia versus Teemu Exodia. They did not play against each other, but I give it to Skibidi Exodia. I would say like a 3-1. So this will be... so Warm Bodies would be here. And then you'd have Kaldor's Offerings here. Then this, in theory, would be Clawy Kittens. And this would be Teemu Exodia, which would be a rematch of that, which I think would be another 3-0 for Teemu. And then Warm Bodies versus Clawy Kittens. Oh, wait. Kittens is with a K. There we go. It's awkward. Warm Bodies versus Clawy Kittens. They versed each other, didn't they? Warm Bodies versus Clawy Kittens. They did. There's Kittens. And, oh, wait. No. They didn't. Sorry, that's Group A. My brain. I don't know why. I think it's going to be Clawy Kittens, but I think it'll be another close one. I think this is going to be a 3-2, and I think it'll be close. So we'll have Clawy Kittens going up against Teemu Exodia. So this is going to be Goon Platoon versus Skibidi Exodia, which I think this will be a close one. I'm going to go with a 2-3. I'm going to say it's close, but I'll have Skibidi Exodia coming from the upper bracket. Lower bracket, Clawy Kittens versus Teemu Exodia. They did play each other before, and it was a 3-0 in favor of the Kittens. I'm going to say Clawy Kittens comes out on top, but it'll be like a 3-1, maybe a 3-2. So this will be Clawy Kittens versus Goon Platoon, which is a rematch of this one, which I think will be another close one as well. I'll give it to Clawy Kittens, honestly. I still think it's going to be really close. And then this will be a 4-3 purely because I just want 7 games. This is my prediction. This is my prediction for the bracket for this and next weekend. Here, I'll save this as well. If my hard drives want to work. Caster bias on game count. I really do think that, like, this series, and this series, sorry, and this one as well, if it goes the way that I'm saying, I think those 4 series are going to be extremely close. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm just going to close this. There you go. So yeah, that's my prediction. That's my prediction for the weekend, or for this, I guess, this and next weekend. You realize you've cast or cursed them all? What's up, Slarif? We'll have to delay yours out because we were just about to get into the ones that Be Crazy just did. Be Crazy did a couple, was it 20 minutes ago? 15 minutes ago. So let's get those going here really quickly. Yeah, sorry. There's no way to, like, see a queue. If you ever want to ask in the future, I'll gladly tell you.
I've done two. No. Mister. Deep breath. What?
Alright. Ever asked, they'll just make me do it later? That's fair. I'm pretty sure Australia wins there. Didn't Australia tie up against whoever else is in that category? Or that whatever that group is? I don't know what group the United States is in. They smashed Turkey? Oh, did they? I thought it was like a 2-2 score. Oh. My bad. Who am I thinking of then? There's a lot of tied... Oh, I was thinking of Iran and New Zealand yesterday. That's what I was thinking of. That was the 2-2 score. There was actually a lot of tied scores yesterday. Saudi Arabia versus Uruguay was 1-1. Belgium versus Egypt was 1-1. Spain versus Cabo Verde was 0-0, which I think was a big deal for Cabo Verde. So, they did so good up against Spain. I watched a little bit of that game. They did such a good job defending. They played such a defensive game, but they did so good. For those wondering, this is my prediction for this weekend's games. For this and next weekend, because it's 3 best-of-5s this weekend. So 3 best-of-5 Saturday, these 3 right here, the Goon, Timu, and Clawy games. And then Skibidi and the lower bracket quarterfinals, these 3 right here will be the other best-of-5s on Sunday. Then Saturday will be upper bracket, lower bracket semifinal. That'll be the 27th, and 28th is upper bracket final and grand final, best-of-7. Yo, what's up, Freaky? How you doing, bud? I bet the bracket will make it all the way to the finals. Get out of town. That's crazy. That's bold of you. That's so bold of you, Lard. I can't believe you'd say something so brave, so courageous. Also, the one thing I forgot to mention is Friday we do have Discord movie night. We're watching Sonic 2. We're watching the second Sonic movie in Discord. Buddy. My bet is Baja casting the games whenever Blizzard sends him that flim-flam an email, any day now. Lard is only known for hot takes. No tepid takes in this channel. No tepid takes here. Alright, let's play a couple more games, and then I think we're gonna watch some old HCC games. That actually kind of sounds fun today. And then we'll do our sponsor stream later on today. Sound good? Or we'll do the sponsor stream later in the day just because I don't want to deal with I have to shut off YouTube stream, so I'll just do it at, towards the end. I'll just shut off the YouTube stream for the last hour and a half. Only hot takes in regard to Murky Cup 3 bracket predictions. All right, let's play some games here. All right, how much more of this playlist is there? Not a ton, okay. Soup or a sandwich for lunch? I mean, how has your diet been lately? Have you been eating a lot of big meals? Or has your diet been pretty average? If a lot of big meals, soup. If an average diet, sandwich. That's my take. I'd say sandwich then. Like, when I came back from Colorado visiting Totski and Big Scary Duck, I had literal soup that night. I literally had soup. I had 2 cans of chicken noodle soup. that was made with bone broth. Or chicken bone broth or whatever. And that hits so good. I can't do a lot of takeout. Like after day 4 or 5 of takeout, I'm just like, please, no more. Let's see. Mal'Ganis, Raynor, Kael'thas, Deckard. Man, they have so much range. I'm kind of tempted to go Headhunter. Kind of tempted just for the range increase. And it's a pretty decent. It's 2.5% now. But Reckless is so much better. I'm gonna go Headhunter. Let's just get the range.
1. Commence combat operations.
I'm on fire. I'm asleep. I'm on fire. I should have stepped up. Hey, we got the kill. Oh, no convection this game. Okay, that's good for me, honestly. Don't have to worry about that positioning. I'm afraid of having my trait on this game, honestly. Man, soup does sound really good. I do have some soup. Maybe I'll have soup tonight instead of making tempura chicken. I can do it tomorrow. Technically, like, another day of the chicken defrosting wouldn't be too bad. But I think it's, like, ready to be cooked today. We want Voodoo Shuffle. Okay, I apparently am over here now. Oh wait, what is this paragraph? I don't know what this paragraph is. I am dead. And I've lost some stacks. I have a complex side quest situation I require moral assistance with. There's a chick who wants me to help her get married to her boyfriend. She doesn't know that the guy's side of the relationship is pretty fake, but she's definitely wants to be with him. There's another NPC who knows this though and could help the other NPC. Is this some Stardew Valley shit? Like what in the video games? up, Zeus? How you doing today, bud? Unfortunately, we've already killed Mal'Ganis, so this won't be another stack for me. Vala, stop running with me, dude. I might be dead. Yes, stacks. Yes, 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 yes. It's a tough tango game for sure.
Triple kill.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Vala, for that strafe. I got the credit. Just need Deckard and Raynor, dude. Oh, I'm gonna grab this globe.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part too.
Hua.
Clock, thank you for the tier 1 for 55 months. I appreciate that so very much, my friend. Thank you for the continued support in the channel. Hopefully you're having a great day, and thank you so very much for the tier 1 for 50 freaking 5 months. A lot of months. Deckard died. And I'm at 75. I can't drop below 75 now. I'm on fire. If I could stop being on fire in time, that'd be great. Kind of want Eye of Zul'jin. Yeah, why not? Some of these recommendations are not coded into the game. I mean, you know what? I will say this. At least you're getting answers. At least you're getting answers from chat, you know? Now you know how my life feels. It's like, chat, do you want me to do X or Y? And they're like, Z. I don't want to be asleep anymore. I don't have Tostitos either.
Come back stronger.
I just need a Jimmy right-click kill. Or it's like, I'll do Baja Ross and I go, chat, should I do this? And they're like, you should paint a bald eagle swooping down into the water, picking up a fish. It's like, I can't do that. Oh, the Raynor kill, the Raynor kill, the Raynor kill, yes! Get away from me, Garrosh! You can't or won't? I can't paint that. This month, I'm a little nervous. We're doing knife-only Diablo-inspired painting. My 2 button did nothing there. I don't know why I pressed it. Oh, he's on fire, and I walked into him like a silly man. Good try.
I'm impressed. Double kill.
I'm afraid of even just having my trade on right now. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I'm probably dead here.
Our core is under attack.
Well, sure. We tried. It just up against this comp is a bit rough. I might have been able to stack faster with Reckless in this game, but definitely the range increase was really helpful and the damage was pretty nice, but unfortunately I don't think this is going to be one for a victory for us. But I mean, I think this is our first loss in like 4. This is like the 5th game today. I think this is our first loss. Oh.
We will rise from the
Try again next time.
MVP.
Well, sometimes the games don't go your way. That's okay. Oh god, it's already getting so warm in the house. It was 71 degrees when I got out of bed, which is like 22 Celsius. That math seems right. 10 is 50. It's 20, 68. 71 would be like 22-ish. No, it would not. It would not. I'm like legit about to take off this sweater. It's already getting so hot in here. Another heat wave coming in. It's gonna be. It's been 80 degrees Fahrenheit up here in like 80 degrees in June is ridiculous up here. We're a mountain town at 6,225 elevation, or about 1,900 meters, and it is 80 degrees in frickin' June. It's way too hot already. Like, so put in perspective, when I first moved up here in 2017, in the month of August, maybe September, you'd get like 1 week of 80s. The rest of the summer was pretty much like 70 to 75. I'll take some loop hero, sure. It's gonna be a cool weekend. Luckily, I'm going for, you're looking forward to your El Dorado forest camping? Yeah, it's gonna be 80 degrees up here. It'll be 80 degrees up here, bud. Yeah, 26.6 Celsius. That sounds about right. Yeah, it was 71 in the hallway already this morning when I got out of bed. So, ugh. And before someone's like, why don't you just open the windows? You can't. The pine pollen is insane. Ice House is a high of 75. Yeah, but Kyle, you gotta keep in mind, you're closer to the sun. Everything in the sun feels so much hotter. I walked Bandit yesterday morning. It was 60 degrees in a t-shirt and shorts, and I was sweating. At 60 degrees Fahrenheit. So, like, 15-ish Celsius. Heavy on the ish. Honestly, you know what the best hats to get up here are? Those, the big, like, rice patty hats. Like, the ones that, like, they, like, come out to, like, here. They're, like, the straw hats that go, like, all the way around that you see, like, people who, like... Sign into chat. What the hell? I'm literally in my own YouTube channel. What are you talking about? Friday will be nice. Dude, it's freaking June. It shouldn't be 90 degrees Fahrenheit anywhere. It shouldn't, yeah. Global warming, why do we still have winter? Ho ho ho. But no, seriously, I would recommend, if you haven't, get one of those, like, big, like, straw hats. Those are seriously, if you really don't want to burn, that is legitimately my biggest recommendation. Anyone who ever comes up here who is like, I'm afraid of the sun in your town, it's like, okay, get one of those hats. Because not only does it cover your head, your ears, and your neck, but it also covers a little bit of your shoulders, too. Yeah, exactly, Freaky. Like, yeah, normally for us, it would be a high of 71 degrees Fahrenheit. Or, like, 20 Celsius about, you know, like 68-ish. Like, normally we would have, like, highs of, like, very low 70s or, like, very low 20s Celsius. And then the nights would drop, like, all the way down to below 50 degrees Fahrenheit or below 10 Celsius. And now we're not even getting, I don't even think we're getting below 50 at night. I think it's like still like 55, almost 60 degrees. It's just too hot, and it's only gonna get hotter. I don't know why. Yeah, 49 degrees. Actually, well, it's 49 degrees tonight, 51. So it actually is getting below 50. So, but even as I said, you can't open the windows because the pine pollen. The pine pollen is so awful everywhere. Like, when I was driving back yesterday, like, you just, like, see it in the air. Why are we clapping, Cav? What's going on? Like, this is the back of my car. This is the pine pollen on my car. And it's insane. And there's so much pine pollen still. Like, that's the top of my garbage cans. I left these out for, like, 2 days. Yeah. Here's the deck. That's my feet from when we did the grilling stream. So the grill was, like, sitting, like, up over here, and this is where I was stepping. Yeah. You can't open the windows. Unless you want to have pollen in the house, which is even worse. Looks like you live next to a wood processing factory. It's almost like I live in a forest or something like that. It's almost like there's a bunch of trees just constantly having sex right now. Yeah, June is the worst month in Tahoe. June is the worst month. The mosquitoes are really bad. Some of the birds are nesting, so they're assholes. The ones that start with a G, Kaimo, that I can't remember, the Gurkles or whatever they are. They have those yellow eyes, and they those ones are assholes. Grackles, yes, those. Yeah, those. They were literally diving bandit this morning, so I figured out where they nested. Which sucks because it means I'm gonna get dove on by them as well. Yeah, they have that noise, that grack. Yeah, we've also got cottonwood going on right now too. Those like big like chunks of like what looks like, you know, cotton. We have those in the town as well. So not only do we have the pine pollen, but cottonwood. Like literally just driving from the dentist to my house, which isn't very far, with the window down, my eyes were like watering. And then I got home and I had a sneezing fit. I probably shouldn't have drove with the windows down, but also it's too hot to not, and I don't care to. I don't need to use AC in my car. But either way, it's too hot. It's too hot, dude. All right, you guys want a little gambles? I'm literally just like, I'm starting to sweat right now. You know when you have those like waves of like, you can feel the sweat starting on your body? It's like that. Ugh, I feel gross already, and I showered this morning. Well, I guess if I'm already sweating, I might as well do yard work today and then shower before bed, right? Probius Morales. All right, let's take Gluttony, sure. At least the humidity's low. Like, it's still like 50%-ish up here or something like that. But I will take 80 degrees and lower humidity over 80 degrees, 90% humidity. Oh my god, dude, Metro Detroit in the summer is misery. You literally step out of your house and you're just perspiring. Yeah, I don't. Detroit summers are yuck. One of the many reasons I left that state. Round is a shape. Round is a shape. That is true. You've got a point. Well, Kyle, there's like a big river that runs through that campsite area that you're probably going to, right? I don't know it super well, but some friends of mine have gone camping out that way, and they were like literally by a river. So at least you'll have that you can probably, like, you know, go and walk into and chill out. Because the mountain runoff right now is freezing cold. It is very cold right now. But I will say that water is getting low. Like, I don't know of anyone else who is kayaking this summer. At least on the river. There's definitely other kayaking to do, but going, like, down the Truckee River from the normal put-in spot, it's not really a... I think, like, this week may have been the last week to get a run going. But I got way too much stuff going on, so I won't have time for it. But there's some other places that I was thinking about trying to go kayaking just so I can at least get out and do stuff. The lake is very full. The beach that I go to is pretty decent, but I didn't go to it yesterday because the pine pollen and stuff, so I can't really say. It's decent right now. It could be better, but here's the thing. It's decent right now, and it's June. And we did not get a really big season, so fire season's my biggest concern, honestly. I am always worried about fire season up here. And if we had a really dry later winter and summer, then we'll see, but it is a little sketch. A little sketch. I really hope that there won't be any fire stuff. But like right now, there's no rain in the forecast. There's a thunderstorm in the forecast, which is very not good. Thunderstorm with no rain, obviously, you can get strikes, which can start fires. The Tamarack fire, the same year as the Caldor fire with a C, Caldor with a C. The Tamarack fire was literally started by a lightning strike or a thunder strike, and the Rangers were watching it. They were like, "Oh, it doesn't look like it's that bad," and the wind kicked up and basically just made it huge. There's actually a lawsuit about the Tamarack fire because people were like, the Forest Service should have done a better job managing, and it's like, okay. That was also the same summer we had the Dixie fire as well, which was humongous. We actually had a lot of massive fires that summer. We've been pretty lucky the last couple years, but I am always trepidatious. What do you call a knife where you can break off the point if it's no longer... Oh, a box cutter? That'd be a box cutter blade. But there are different... There's also, like, the box cutters where you can replace the entire blade, and there's ones that have the slide where you can just snap off the edge. But I would say, like, in English, I would just say, like, a box cutter. Utility knife works, too. Yeah. Because I think utility knife could be both of the same thing. Utility knife could easily be where you replace the entire blade. Like, I could see a utility knife being, you know, your Cobalt that folds in half that has a razor blade in it. You call it a break knife? That makes sense. Imagine having a singular word for something. Unlike us, where there's like 6 ways to call the exact same thing. Alright. Well, we got our cooldown reduction value. I'm low on health. Trying to get some summonables here and not get hit by stray damage. Tap well, back over here for safety. British Vanguard. Big dunk. Oh, we're getting stacks. A little bit on the slow side, but... Probius pylons, clear out that wave, chunk the enemy. I feel like Probius is going to try and set up Infinite Gate in level 20. Just feels like the direction he wants to play this. Mephisto hurts. Yo, what's up, Sculpey? Good to see you today, bud. How is your Tuesday treating you? Hopefully... I was gonna say deliciously. Hopefully your Tuesday is being delicious. But good to see you. Thank you for coming by. Am I dead? Nope. Yo, what's up, Umber? Good to see you. Your watch streak reset? I feel like you were literally here on Sunday. So delicious. Yeah, like, I feel like I literally chatted with you about something random during that stream. If only Twitch could figure out this really difficult thing. If only. She didn't hug the inside of the wall? What? 38 for the Deathwing, I was just curious. I'm angry for chat. I think the watch streak is such a cool thing, but for it to break, I feel like really kind of puts a damper on people trying to build it, you know? Like, I don't think we're going to lose viewership because of it, but I definitely feel like it would probably take the wind out of some people's sails. Especially if you have, like, a nearly 200 watch streak. Like, that's humongous.
I see you.
She's dead. I have well available. I'm gonna go get it. No, he's not Infinite Gate? Okay, cool. Makes my life easy. Garrosh is dead. Got him.
Our true strength is shining through. Victory approaches.
No, but what we're talking about is literally people who were in the previous stream actively talking and chatting, literally losing their watch streak the next stream. That's what we're talking about. Like, I don't stream on Mondays. So, Umber was here Sunday watching the tournament, chatting, hanging out, and here we are Tuesday, and the watch streak is gone. That makes no sense. I had it like, Stark literally lost a watch streak. He tier 3 subbed, chatted for like half an hour, redeemed some channel point redemptions and shenanigans, and still lost their watch streak. But it happens to a lot of people, that's the thing. It happens to a lot of people. And it's not like I mess with my OBS or anything like that, you know, on Sunday, Mondays or anything. It's not like I was like testing It's not like I was like testing stuff with. There's a stream tester thing where basically you can mimic going live without actually pushing to live. It's a good way to like test bitrate and stuff like that. And this has been going on since they implemented the watch streak. Crazy thing is, I feel like I have not heard of anyone in bigger streams having that issue, but maybe it is still an issue. Actually, you know what? I feel like someone did say that they lost a larger streak in a larger stream. Because I was joking around like, oh, it probably works for all the big streamers. I pressed my buttons in the wrong order. Die. Yeah, this has been going on for a long time, though. Like, this isn't new. Where's she gone? Where did she go? She's still alive. She sneaked away somewhere. Oh, there she is. I overthought it. Bonk. Bonk. I might be dead here. Yeah, literally, Stark was saying that I don't think it was my stream, but I think it was someone else. He was watching that stream, he joined the raid out of the stream, and then like 5 minutes later, Twitch sent him that message. It was like, hey, watch this clip from so-and-so's stream to save your streak. And Stark was in that stream, in the raid, at the, like, you know? It's wild, dude. And I got the minion wave and a variant hit? God, that's wild, actually, that I got that.
I sense danger here.
No, you need to take down Fort. You don't. No. You need Fort. I don't have a well or anything. That was awkward. I got the caddis at least. I might be dead here. No bomb. Great if the enemy would hit the core. What if they don't? What if they lose here because they were hitting? They were memeing at the end. What if they lose here? That'd be hilarious.
Failed.
Or they'll just backdoor our core and then we'll lose. Just kidding, we lose. Just kidding, we lose. Well, that was a game. Jeez. Oh wow, we didn't even have predictions on that. That's awkward. Well then.
MVP.
Well then. Riveting gameplay. Apparently there's just constant bot spam in the old Heroes Hearth Discord. Man. Jeez, dude. That was a game. That was a rough Azmodan game. Alright, I didn't. Let's play another. and then we'll check out some casting stuff. How about it? Haas is playing Storm League, so okay. All right. At least mostly fix the issues from when people streams DC or restart. That's true, yeah, that's no longer a thing, really. Alright. Does Bahamut win this game? Ooh, this is rough. I guess Orphea it is. Alright, looks like we got an Orphea game going on. No EU ping. Yeah, I'm really itching to have a 200 ping Ana. You might be like, Bahamut, it says 156. Just watch it jump to 200 as the game starts. What do we want to do for this game? Maybe like a E-build sort of thing? Increased Red's damage by 50%. 3 heroes a single cast, permanently increased Red's eruption damage by 50%. Increase the slow amount of Red's eruption by 15, which makes it a 40% slow.
Begins in 10 seconds.
Why no heals? We have 2 healers. All right, get your gambles in. Get your gambles in.
4, 3,
Let's make it a good one here, chat. Make it a good gamble.
we cannot tarry.
My Orphea is not very practiced, but I do have a Zealot's Spray right there. Triple hit right there. Boom. Nope, nothing. I got nothing. Crash Lightning Thrall. Crash Lightning Thrall. Okay. Triple hit. Might consider Backbiter at level 4 here. Yeah, level 4. Maybe like Mind Devourer level 7 for all of this. Come on, clump up. Clump up right there. Alright, we have odds. But do we want to make that gamble a bit more? I thought that was actually the triple hit there. You gotta ponder? What are you pondering? And analyze. Big Backbiter for safety. Muradin forced X. Though Thrall is doing pretty good on his as well. Oh, Anubrak, you going in.
Watching third.
Man, that would have been a triple hit right there. Oh, I got it! Chad, I got it. I did it. Yeehaw, partner. We killed the Thrall as well. Reset his stacks down to 8. Eat. I mean, we should go Mind Devour here, right? Get the extra damage, mana reduction. This might be bad. Oh, I could have dashed forward, actually. I might be dead. I don't have a backbite or anything. Oh, alright, I'm good. Never mind. We all good. Thank you for all for the predictions. Nicely done. Well, if I remember correctly, the dashes are based off of your current cursor positioning. So if I hit there, and then I click left, then it dashes me back. But it's after you click, not just where your cursor is. So like if I landed it there, I would have dashed up. So here, backbiter, I always dash back though. But yeah, so like hit, click. Oh, no, I didn't get the hit. But here's insta dash if I do to hit it. Now of course I'm missing every cue that I possibly can. So here's like, oh no, I'm interrupted. So that'd be a dash forward. That's an insta dash back. That's a dash back. And a dash back. Thrall needs one stack to be able to get to his milestone. Mana. Whoa! I want to chomp him. I can't. I honestly thought I could have gotten away there. That was my bad. Did I play the Gothic remake? No, I didn't. What's up there? How are you today, bud? Welcome on in. No, I did not. I kind of was peeking at someone else playing it. Not really sure if it's my flavor, but it looked pretty cool. Looks like there's like a Gothic 2 coming out or something, right? Now, right now, we are very deep into Kingdom Hearts 2. We have Final Fantasy 9. Day and I were talking yesterday about trying to get some puzzling going on for one of these days.
Why not?
We got Star Fox coming up. We have a sponsor stream, big sponsor stream day on Thursday with crowd control and voice mod. That'll be really fun. I think we're just going to basically do a bunch of different crowd control games that day. One of them being Star Fox 64. Might be dead here.
Your resilience cannot be shaken.
And then Friday, possibly, we'll finish up Kingdom Hearts 2. I honestly don't know. Seems like we're really far into the game, so maybe between Wednesday and Friday we'll finish it. We have Discord Movie Night on Friday night. Sonic 2, and then we have the beginning of the playoffs for Murky Cup. 3 best of 5 Saturday, 3 best of 5 Sunday. RPGs are kind of hit or miss for me. I don't know, like, as I said, like, I watched a little bit. I wasn't, like, I didn't see any of the gameplay, and I was like, oh, dude, I gotta stream that or something. And right now, off-stream, my off-stream game is currently Final Fantasy 16. I played a bit more yesterday. It's been very, very enjoyable.
Such daring.
Why not?
Also nice. Thank you. Yeah, Final Fantasy 16's been really good. Story's been extremely fun. Definitely worth the price. I got it for PS5 because I just wanted more games for my PS5. And been very much enjoying it on the system and everything. I know it's like, you know, you can get it on like Steam. It's always on sale during like Steam summer sales and things like that. This is bad news. Okay, nice soothing mist. But yeah, we have a ton of stuff planned for the stream. As I said, we have the Star Fox coming up when that fully releases. There's Wolverine game in September. I thought I could get the Tychus hit there. I'm not getting my autos in, though. Oh, I thought the minion wave was right there. My bad. Never mind. Has every country played a game so far in the World Cup, or is it there's still like first games happening? I know a lot of games have gone on. There's like 4 or 5 games a day almost, I think, right? Oh, this is awkward. I'm dead. I'm not dead. Works out well.
Refreshing.
First games are stopping? Okay, thank you. I know USA plays their second on Friday versus Australia. Curious to see how that's gonna go. Chomp! I didn't get what I needed there.
Strengthen your heart. Call upon it.
England has their first... Wait, no, England's already played a game or two, haven't they? I thought I literally saw this morning that they played like two games or something. Really? Wow. Man, Google not telling me the right thing? What's new? No, Google, I don't want you to use your stupid fucking listen to my voice thing, dude. When I actually need the Google Voice thing, it never triggers. When I'm streaming, that's when it triggers. I want Engulfing Oblivion. Oh, is the time traveler confirmed? Apparently. Maybe it was like showing, like.
Like it.
Oh, it was showing friendlies. It was showing friendlies. That's what it was showing from June 10th, June 6th. That's why.
This isn't over.
Because yeah, June 6th. I mean, it's you know, June 6th has been active. That's why I didn't see the friendly section though. Oh, that sucks. Alright, well, that's GG. Unfortunate. I tried, chat. I tried.
Our core is under attack.
Gotcha. Okay, so yeah, that's why I was confused because I didn't see the naming. I just looked at England and I was like, what have they played so far? And I was like, oh wow, they're gonna be on their like second game or something. But yeah.
MVP.
Unfortunate. But I will say this: we did start the day with like 4 or 5 wins in a row. Yeah, friendlies. Yeah, I'd say scrims. Might as well ask. I don't think Claude is playing on a team, are they? I don't think Claude is playing on a team. Because I know Disciple's like the only Romanian. At least listed. We'll see if Claude responds. Mixon, Morale, Mr. Tycho. I think that's for Heroes Lounge. Alright, looks like there's no scrim for Murky Cup. I tried to get it. Alright, so let's go ahead and let's shift gears here. We're going to keep doing some hero stuff. And let's go and watch an old HGC game for funsies. Alright, let's see. Alright, yeah, let's do this. This looks good to me. That can't be right. Oh, okay, it's not right. Sorry, it says best of 3, but there was... I'm like, that's not... No. The Liquipedia's off. Alrighty, let's open up this. Let's open up that. Hollow Knight music can go away. Oh, I'm in full screen, that's why. Alrighty. Screen cap? This should work, right? Alright, let's scoot me off to the side. Hazu literally looks exactly the same now. Hazu, I think, looks exactly the same he does in this video from 2018, 8 years later. Minus the beanies now? Yeah. Well, he for a while was always wearing a beanie, and I feel like the last couple times I've rated him, he's not been wearing one.
Finals of HGC 2018.
Oh, Cloak, and I miss you.
My name is Kevin, and we have an incredible grand final for you. The gods of the West versus the gods of the East. It is Dignitas versus Gen G.
I mean, I wore hats for a long time when I was balding, so yeah.
It has been on our minds all year long. It is going to be an incredible set of games. Best of 5 to see who will be the global champion. We've got JC, Gillyweed, Gluck, and our team of commentators and analysts over at the desk to get it all started. Let's go.
For an entire year, we have been talking about a rivalry between two heroes teams, Team Dignitas and Gen G. 2 years ago,
it's really nice of them to give apple boxes to J-Hal like that.
To create a dynasty the likes of which any other Heroes of the Storm team could only dream of.
Yeah, well, Gilly's back.
They live on generation to generation until they're overthrown. Welcome to the HGC Grand Finals. I am Gillyweed, and I'm here with Dreadnought, J-Hal, and Tetcher. Dreadnought, here we go again.
Corsair!
I'm ready to get this started. We've, as you said, kind of been having the story brewing for so very long, the rivalries between that and the performances at the Midseason Brawl Grand Finals. I am confident that this is going to do not only these teams.
Do we know any friends in the crowd?
Justice to you fans at home. This is
Do we have any friends in the crowd?
Been waiting for.
And J-Hal, Team Dignitas last BlizzCon fell unexpectedly in the round of 8, came in, Gold Club World Championship, regrouped, reformed, and went to the Grand Finals versus Gen G. And then again at the Midseason Brawl. It has never been closer to a Dignitas win till now.
It feels like this is their time. This is the moment where they finally culminated. After last BlizzCon, it was like a team reborn. They've gotten closer and closer every step of the way. I think this is the final step in the dream of making it a reality for this team.
But Tetcher, Gen
Where's
G
Baha?
are not content with just one
Any day
BlizzCon.
now.
They want a dynasty, especially when they have gotten so used to winning. It feels so good.
Absolutely. They would absolutely want to be the first two-time champions for the Heroes of the Storm Global Championship, because it hasn't been around that long. But the fact is, Dignitas have only dropped a single map this tournament, but Gen G, they have dropped maps in group stages before, they've dropped maps in bracket stages before, but they always show up in the finals.
I'm literally skimming the crowd. I'm like, I gotta know someone.
And where we've come from to know where we'll be going. We started off yesterday
Spoilers.
with 8 teams, brought down to 4, the 4 that we saw today. And I'll be honest, guys, I didn't prepare for another Grand Finals because I was so convinced this was going to happen, and then Gen G and Team Liquid threw me for a loop.
Yeah, they very much did throw everybody for a loop, and I think even more so when you look at the series that they had before that. Heroes was able to make that very, very competitive and close, but then somehow we saw Liquid able to evolve and move themselves on almost to the Grand Finals, but as we said before here, Gen G was able to hold up, stand their ground, and it's part of the reason
Chromie is my homie is a great sign.
And saying, are they truly the upper hand team? Is Dignitas really that underdog? Because looking at the games we've gotten so far,
What's up,
Dig is the
Zavalash? How
by
you doing
far
today,
the
bud?
cleanest team in this tournament.
Dig has always been one step ahead of Gen G, it almost feels like. Right, group stage, Gen G lost a game.
What is an
to
HGC?
Team Liquid.
I don't
Dignitas
know.
came in
Some sort of like
unscathed. Then
heroic
in the semifinals that we saw earlier
global
today, Gen
circuit?
G dropped 2 games, and that third game looked close, Tetcher.
That was really close. I was up dancing around thinking that we were potentially going to get an EU versus EU finals. It was so tense, but in the end, Gen G were able to find their opportunity and get themselves the position in their second grand finals in HGC at BlizzCon.
A lot of it with Dignitas is, to echo what Dread's saying, I mean, it passes the eye test. I mean, Dignitas, everything that we're seeing, they seem to be the more dominant team. They seem to have more diversity than any other team here, and they execute so well that it really feels like this is the team that should be
Hanzo
favored coming
Genji
into this
Cup.
matchup.
Yeah, there you
Well,
go.
I can't wait any longer. So all of you out there and all of you at home, get up and get loud, because it's time to crown our 2018 Heroes Global Champion.
I want to be on this desk in 3 months. I want to be. You were there. There might be at the end of this. You might actually see me in the crowd running up to the stage.
우승을 해보긴 했는데 이번에도 무패 우승을 도전하고 싶지만은 좀 힘들 수도 있을 것 같아서 할 수만 있다면 무패 우승에 한번.
It's 2018 in 3 months. Yep, we're going actually in 3 months. We're hitting the time shift. Just gonna go back a casual 8 to 10 years. Oh, look how bright! Look how bright Sky Temple is! Oh my god! My eyes! Oh, do you guys remember? Because they changed the tile set, they like dulled it all down. Man, Sky Temple's bright! Oh my gosh!
다르게 좀 더 많은 연습을 통해서 한 번 더 꺾을 수 있지 않을까 싶어요. 솔직히 저희 팀은 그 다양한 전략을.
Dude, how cool would it be if I was here?
약간 짓눌러.
In 3 months.
그런 형식이.
What if your boy was there casting?
저희가 이제 전략을 바꾼다기보다는
Pray.
상대 전략에 맞춰서 그것을 카운터 친다는 느낌이 더 강할 것 같아요.
This is the game with a murky Leo Tassadar? No, we're watching Gen G versus Dignitas from the 2018 Grand Finals. I think you're thinking of the, what was it, 2015? Cloud9 versus the haphazard put together team?
We've been training our whole time since the MSB to reach this again, and I think this match is going to be the pinnacle of Heroes of the Storm. We're going to have to play at our absolute best to be able to defeat this powerhouse, but I think if we put in everything we've got, we can take them. I think we as a team fuel our energy from the crowd a lot. The rush of the roar of the crowd when a big play happens, or when you know you did something really cool and everyone's cheering. I think our team really enjoys that. And I think playing on stage really benefits us.
I know,
so
right?
Looking forward to
It's
playing
wild.
with the biggest crowd for every event of Heroes.
We babies.
I haven't really thought too much about what I'm going to do if we do win BlizzCon with the money. It's a huge amount. I don't think I've ever had this much amount of money, ever, in terms of just for me. So it's going to be crazy. But I think for me, the biggest thing is just being able to be the ones who lifted that trophy.
Oh, here we are, you know, this day.
Fucking Zalia's hair!
Genji versus Dignitas rematch from the mid-season.
His hair looks like when I clump up bandit hair out of the vacuum cleaner.
Really hard. We had the boot camp in Korea, and here we are, finally ready to to show them and everybody.
It's a literal brain is a bird's nest, dude.
This feeling of just.
I forgot how wild his hair was. Yo, what's up, Shy?
That everybody like enjoyed and got a kick out of. It's just that's why I play the game. Oh, what I'm gonna do with the grand prize. I'm gonna take them. I'm gonna put them in my corner, and I'm gonna keep playing the game. That's it.
It's time. It's so important that we're gonna even call out these team members by name. We're gonna start over here in the red corner. Incredible team out of Korea. Please welcome to the stage, Coach Noblesse for Gen G.
Oh, dude, Gen G was so freaking good, man.
And on the front line, holding it down as Tank Tist. Ranged Assassin, Reset. You know him, Flex Assassin, Rich.
Dude, Rich was so adorable.
Flex Kyocha.
There was like an interview with Rich, and he's just like shy the entire time, and it's just so freaking cute.
Support. And
I think it was like a mid-season
Sake.
brawl or like
Ladies
a Western
and
Clash or
gentlemen,
something.
Give it up for Gen G!
Such a cool stage, too.
Hailing out of EU, the best team from the West, Dignitas, and as coach,
No, I understand that, Umber. But they, I mean, in my opinion, they earned that hatred. They really played so well.
Bringing in the damage, melee flex, Wubby! On the front line as tank, JPL! And lastly, captain and flex assassin, Snitch! Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dignitas!
Oh, very much Revolver.
All right, captains, let's come center stage. Shake hands in front of this trophy.
As sometimes it is that simple. They all look 5 feet tall. Like Cloaken's like 6 foot something, isn't he?
We're done on the stage.
And he looks like he's like half a head taller than them.
Rivals, friends, and opponents. Team Dignitas and Gen G know each other to a T. Dig has gone there so many times to boot camp. And we've heard Snitch in his Road to BlizzCon talk about how grateful it was just to be in the experience of the Mid-Season Brawl Grand Finals. I feel the same just being here and seeing these two teams lock horns once again in a Grand Finals.
I very much agree. You know, I feel like everybody that got to experience any part of the Mid-Season Brawl, even if you weren't there, it was a magical moment for all of competitive Heroes of the Storm, and it's only fitting that we are able to get the, you know, nightcap, if you will, of the HGC to get it once more repeated here. But there has been a lot to be gained with the friendship between Snitch and Rich, you know, with Gen G and Team Dignitas, and it's been cool to be able to see them respect the hell out of one another, but at the same time realize that at some point that has to come to an end. It's time to figure out who's the best of the best.
The other part is that Wubby on this team has been to every single finals of every event for the last 2.5 years. I mean, he has been here. He has won global championships. He did it with the Fnatic roster, but he's back on Dignitas where he had roots several years ago. So he's back here on the championship stage, a place he's very familiar with. It's such a story when you think about his history alone to be paired with the history of Dignitas. It's rivaling that of Gen G. They just need to get the
That might have been Royce in the crowd right there.
Match history, their tournament history throughout this year, it is a sea of gold. They have come first place in basically every tournament they have played in, except this one, the Mid-Season Brawl. It's upside down. The Mid-Season Brawl, where they did lose to Gen G, is the one smudge on their record for this year.
Constantly, they run up against this team in international events. And I feel like so much of that is on this person right here, on Sake, who has captained this team since its infancy.
Yeah, it's very, I feel like, underestimated what Sake has been able to do for the team. Everybody's always talking about Rich and Reset, but Gen G, Sake, has won multiple world championships on multiple roles, and there is about nobody in the world that can say that. And the fact that he is even contesting for a third on his secondary role is just crazy to me here and the rest of the roster. But I mean, this guy is nobody to look over either. Doesn't get his name talked about too often, but I think that is with good reason. Consistency is necessary within the Warrior role, and Tist, he provides.
Tist's positioning has just been some of the most insane in this tournament. His zoning preventing some of the more aggressive plays from some teams.
I'm not going to pause it. I'm just going to run and grab a cup of tea, okay, chat?
We have to talk about Dignitas. JPL
but I won't
has
pause it,
been just
they're getting ready for draft. It's perfect time to grab a
ever
cup.
since he joined the team, has been around almost the longest of any of the players.
Wubby, there's the man. I can't speak highly enough. He's my favorite player in the entire world. He does things just that nobody else does. The way he thinks for this team, it's unprecedented, and we've mentioned Snitch so many times. As much as we mention it, Dreadnought, it almost feels like we don't mention it enough what he does for this team.
I very much agree. He has been a player that at this tournament specifically has stepped up for the squad. And depending on the results that we get, you know, I was giving some banter out in the back there with him. And one of the things that he said, you know, it's out with the Rich, in with the Snitch. It is time to claim himself as one of the best, if not the best player in the world. And I think his performance here is a large reason that we, you know, talk about passing the eye test so far throughout this tournament. I feel like he is very much a key element in that.
I mean, not just this BlizzCon, last BlizzCon, Bakery stepped down from this roster, and this roster needed a leader. Snitch was an easy choice. I remember a time when it was questionable about his play and his position on this team. And now it is, without a doubt, Snitch's team. He is captain, he is leader, and he is leading the charge now in so many different ways and different plays that he makes.
Exactly. He's been around for so long playing with some of these players, but when this team started as Bob ? And finally swapping over to Dignitas for one of their first BlizzCons, Snitch has been there. He's always been solid and has just grown as a player, as a person, and as a captain.
And another guy that I think has grown a lot, and sometimes we can maybe forget some of the impact that he has had, has got to be Xaylia. Not only is he standing out as one of the best supports in the world possibly, but we have to go before GCWC at the beginning of this year, or at least the late end of last year, he was not even a support player. So the fact that he is sitting here rivaling members, and I mean, I'd be willing to say that I think he is a better support than Sake has been. And again, I'm giving a lot of credit to what Sake has been able to do, but Xaylia's performance, his growth, has been almost unmatched to any player throughout all of HGC.
These ingredients, this recipe for success is absolutely necessary to take down a team that has won as many things as Gen.G has consistently throughout the years. I'm talking Spring Global Championship 2016. The roster known as MVP Black went and has the longest win streak game-wise of any team ever in Heroes of the Storm, and still they persist in the grand finals, J-How.
It's been the evolution of this team, because the core of that roster still basically remains when you have Sake and Rich there, but it's changed. That was the dominant force. They were coming at you at every single angle, at every moment of the game.
1/4 of the cast was the first ever Kaimo.
They've gotten smarter. They do things.
I wonder who it was.
The map well, and it's just, they're not the aggressive team. They're more of the counter punchers now. It's very different feel from the team, but the dominance
it's actually
is
half?
the key factor, because that has never gone away for this team.
So how does Team Dignitas
J-How?
get a win over
How?
them here? What must happen, Dreadnought?
Got to put Rich on something he's not comfortable on. That is step number one. Find a way to be able to focus on them. And then I would argue game number two is got to be focus on your macro, or at least a way to be able to manipulate the battleground, because there is still, you know, I will always swear by the European region, and especially those that sit at the top are far and above the best in the world in making that happen. And those small elements are the things that I think Dignitas has to rely on if they're going to have a confident victory here against a team like Gen.G.
Couldn't agree more. Dignitas, if they can make the plays happen on the map, then they might be able to do something. But more importantly, in the draft, and this is where we jump back to Wobby, his drafting style has always been looked at as one of the best in the world. And if he can take Rich off those comfort heroes, then they are going to have a pretty decent chance here.
You think that's?
I'm pretty sure that's Royce right there. I'm pretty sure that's Mama Royce.
We're gonna see if that happens.
Because I think she was one of my managers in Heroes
said
Hype.
in the interviews, like, we learned so much from Mid-Season Brawl. And I think everybody on Dignitas would acknowledge that. There was a time in that series where everybody's like, wait, is Wubby as good as he is? Because there was a focus on the solo lane to dive onto that. And they started to adapt. They started to change the way that they played throughout that series. And I think that was only for the better for them in the long run.
It's time. Let's head into the Battleground pool and find out where this best of 5 commences. Bans, a Battlefield of Eternity. Dig came in with a plan versus Korea, and they'll stick to
Oh my god, Volskaya was in the draft for this? Braxis was in the draft? Wait, I'm sorry, I talked over it. Hold on, 1 second. Hold on.
And they'll stick.
Hold on. Battlefield and Curse got banned. Braxis is in HGC. Wow. That's wild to think about.
To it, Gen.G takes out Cursed Hollow, and we're going to Dragonshire, picked by Gen.G.
And I think this is a really good map selection.
Is it best? No, it's best of 5.
Not only is it one of their highest preferred battlegrounds, but it puts them in a position to kind of force that fluid laning.
I forgot that they used to do the map overviews.
Allow them to get the skirmishes, things like the Alarak, the Karazims that we've already seen from them.
Old Dragon map was better. Old Dragon map.
Let them out macro. One of the best ways to do that is, again, those small skirmishes. Dragonshire very much promotes that playstyle.
Oh my god, you remember you could take down the wells?
Do you feel like this is a surprise battleground, or nor are they uncomfortable here?
So we need to have a look at the Hanzo here. Once again, he can dominate the bottom lane. And we
no
know
one
that
scrimmed it,
the
if I recall,
just
just as a
terrifying
neutral.
on it
Yes,
is
exactly.
Dignitas' first ban. We might see it removed in those first 2 removal
Oh,
slots.
visual. That's what I was like. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Oh, yeah, visual. Yeah, they did change the tile set at the same time as Sky Temple, I think.
It is a high-risk, high-reward hero. And when you start to have a certain amount of respect, sometimes those high-risk heroes kind of go out the window. We'll see how many come out, but those 2 high-impact heroes, Genji and Maiev, banned right out of the gate. No surprise.
And Sergeant Hammer removed by Dignitas as well. They do not want to deal with this. They have lost to it before. Ever since Rich started busting it out, it has been a terror for multiple teams. And Dignitas, they just rather not deal with it.
It's first pick Yrel. It's behind me.
Yrel first pick.
You just
for
can't see it. It's
Dignitas.
behind
This is
me,
a major
it's
change
Yrel.
away from the Tyrande that we've seen, but this goes to say that the solo lane is important. This was the very map where Wubby got picked, I think, 2 to 3 times in the early game in their series at midseason
The
brawl.
change
They
isn't
had
that
to learn
old? The
to
tile
adapt,
set
but
change?
Yrel, one of the tankiest heroes.
Wasn't that
surviving in that
2019?
lane.
And the Tyrande pickup here now in response to that adjustment from Team Dignitas going to go over to the hands of Sake. But a huge pickup there with the Phoenix. That is another kind of climbing priority pick for Gen G so far in this tournament. It's going to help a lot when it comes to the macro and the wave clear. And we know that Gen G likes to put that top lane pressure very much up there, and I can't help but feel like that is...
I was wondering why nothing was loading for a minute there. I was Googling it, and I was like, what is going on? What is going on? I literally was sitting there Googling it, and yeah.
Neither team will want or get in the right circumstance.
It's like my Google search is just not
Brawl,
going.
that is an interesting ban here, but we've seen that on Dragonshire, and the Alarak ban comes out. Respect goes the other way for that one.
Yeah, and suddenly now you've got to be asking questions about whether or not that kind of fluid laning approach for Gen G is going to be a viable decision based on the fact that normally we see them transfer into things other like...
Because like the YouTube video was still going, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. Like
kind of unfolding. It's going to be the Malthael and the Anubarak selection. Malthael here from Gen G. Interesting choice because now we got to be asking again, is that going to be possibly Rich depending on who is the offlane pick for them?
Well, what we saw from them when they played versus Miracle was the adjustment into Malthael, given that Malthael won that lane so hard versus them when they played it in league play. So I expect maybe we will see this continued for Kyocha, especially when that did not work out so far. But
7 years ago,
Tracer
New Sky
is
Temple
back
Lighting.
for Dignitas.
7 years ago.
With the Yrel who can follow up for armor, burst follow up onto the Garrosh. The Tracer is fantastic and can dance.
No, it
around
wasn't
heroes
a
like
full
Malthael,
reset, Lard.
and
It was just
especially well, but
my
it
internet
has
dipped
still
for
given Gen
20
G
seconds.
That Hanzo, that bottom lane pressure, and that little bit of extra range to try and ping at the Tracer when she tries to get involved.
And a far more comfortable hero for Rich.
Exactly.
One thing that I've seen Gen G do incredibly well to counter Tracer style play is that on a map like Dragonshire, the choke points are narrow. You're always fighting horizontally on this map in each lane, and every time
Pretty
you get
standard
around
draft,
that, Tracer's
honestly.
looking for a flank position. It's not as open as some
What's
of
up,
the other
Mahalo?
maps.
Good to see you, bud.
So they love the Hanzo because one, you have the wave clear with Phoenix, you have wave clear and camp control with that Hanzo, but it's a matter of you want that flank position. You are always hugging a wall to get in that flank position, and I've seen them use that. It's like you get that poke and that scatter, or all of a sudden that Tracer took 70% of her health, and it's like, wait a minute, this isn't what we signed up for.
That was Jules. I think that's Jules literally next to Caldor. There's Lashes right there. Sorry, I'm trying to find the friends in the crowd during this as well.
I really like the Hanzo picked at the tail.
I'm pretty sure that was Jules sitting next to Caldor.
But I still am pretty appreciative of the Malfurion Tracer Garrosh synergy that they have, and Jaina is nothing to laugh at either. If the one Ice Lance hits within the 4-man of this laning phase, somebody should be dying in the hands of Gen G. They have, yes, the opportunity to Phoenix kind of warp out, but Garrosh should be threatening enough that that's not a problem. Hanzo, he goes down. Malthael, he goes down. Tyrande definitely is going to be one who goes down. So overall, I actually really like this draft because normally when we see Tracer in these circumstances, it comes at a lack of wave clear. Jaina is going to be primarily blizzarding the minion wave, and yes, that does detract from that kill potential, but I think it's more than enough to handle just the Phoenix Hanzo.
Well, friends, it's grand finals, so let's give some predictions. Tetcher?
Shortly before she started doing DJ stuff?
I'm really enjoying it.
Her DJ stuff, I think, started back during CCL.
Gen G, so I'm going to go with Team Dignitas.
The hardest question.
That was a while. That was a while ago.
I love a Tracer against these style of compositions.
I think it was like 2021 she started, but she stopped.
I like Gen G here in this draft.
The one thing.
Oh, did she do DJing before stream? I thought she started on stream.
On the top of the Yrel, and it's not because I think that the Yrel is maybe that high of a priority and necessary there, but it shows that there's clear concern.
Yeah, she's not doing it anymore though.
And how that's going to be approached, and I think Dig needs to have that against a team like Gen G on Dragonshire. So I think they came in with a plan, and I feel like they've got to feel comfortable. I'm on Dig.
I too feel like Dig is coming in with a lot of momentum, given that they had the win in the last series. So I'm going to give it to them. Hey, are you guys ready for grand finals?
So much talk before the game, not used to it anymore. Well, so one thing during HGC, she did DJing a stream about 2 months ago. That might have been her last one. I know she like posted that she's like done on Twitch or whatever. So, fun fact about HGC, they would do draft, and the game would be paused until the casters were done with their analysis. Back when we did CCL, we basically, Justin was on a timer from when the draft ended to when the game started to basically get his whole spiel out. So that's the reason there's actually a lot more chatting during the draft.
I thought as much. So let's do it. Let's crown.
So like right now the game
Heroes
is
Global
actually
Champion.
paused. The players are loaded in, all that's good. They're just literally sitting on a pause screen until this is ready.
These teams. Now it's a matter of whose side does Destiny.
Yeah, they did the game draft already. I talked over it.
Both of them, they seem primed and ready to take it.
Both these teams want their name etched not only in stone when looking at the history of competitive Heroes of the Storm, but also at the bottom of that trophy. Yes, there may be a lot of money on the line, but I can tell you that these boys are playing for a lot more than that. Pride is very much one of those things. And as you said, the prophecy seems to have been fulfilled. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for game number 1 on Dragonshire.
So the reason that I'm saying this, you can actually see the timer at the top, 30 seconds. Yeah.
Here we
All right.
go.
Some classic hots.
In blue will be JPL on the Garrosh, Wubby on Yrel, Poik on Jaina, Snitch on Tracer, and Zelia on Malfurion.
Yeah, we had proper draft. We had proper draft in the game. Honestly, no one knows what Kaimo's even saying half the time. I don't even think he knows.
But the crowd.
Sentinel! Wait, I didn't follow the first Sentinel! First Sentinel did hit, by the way.
Phoenix played by Rich. Reset is going to be on the Hanzo, and last up, Tist on a new Barak. Let's hear it for Genji!
Did the...
Getting things started, it's
nope.
just
Okay.
wave clear and abundance on both sides. And as you mentioned in the draft, it's a matter of maybe that solo lane is a priority. Wubby will eat some damage. Dreadnought, I can't help but wonder when we see this Tracer, where will she be on the map at any given time? Because Genji will need to be anchoring in every single corner of this map.
Wow, this is a really interesting play, but very high impact here so far from Team Dignitas. And JL, we don't normally talk about some of the decision-making this early on and how impactful it can be, but Snitch avoiding that rotation for the Phoenix to top lane, that was already what I was talking about, that concern. Dig displaying that they clearly have a game plan in approaching this, but it's going to take a lot of iterations of that if they're going to push back against Genji.
It's going to be an interesting matchup nonetheless. I mean, everything that you've worked for, everything that you've prepared, there is no hiding it. There is no.
I don't think Malfi had
right
cleave
now. And unfortunately,
on his
Snitch
basic
found
attacks
the
at this
beetle that
point.
spawned right as he used that pulse bomb. He'll have another opportunity shortly, but right now, Genji focusing on the siege camp.
Yeah, Jaina for Team Dignitas looking to pick up that
second Sentinel hit
as well, so it's not like it's going to be neglected. Even amount of pressure towards that southern lane. During this downtime is typically when we do see that transfer for Genji towards the top half of the battleground, not giving so much consideration towards the bottom.
Oh, here, let me...
Groundbreaker not going to connect there as Genji finding a way to gain vision control over the middle lane. That's why we see these teams constantly finding their way back to the middle, because if you can control mid, you usually control one of those crucial off lanes.
Right now, the focus on the clear. An interesting thing for me, Dreadnought, because there's not too much that we don't see anymore, but we're actually getting Stormbolt build. I think it's important to point out, because that is a matter of if Tracer comes in, you want that instant damage, but you are relying on hitting those skill shots. So that is an interesting adaptation. I think it's based on the fact that that Tracer's there, but you are all in on trying to counter that.
Yeah, and if you do find a way to be able to complete that quest, your front-loaded damage. Talking about front-loaded damage a lot, there's the Impale and the Lunar Flare. Wubby finds a way to leap over, but Kyocha tracks him down and finds first blood against Dig.
Dread, shades of mid-season brawl there. That's exactly what they did before. Dignitas, they can't let that happen again. It disrupts so much in the early game of your rotations, of your wave clear, and so an early advantage here for Genji.
Great advantage there, and it's going to use the downtime, knowing that Wubby is not on the battleground, to keep up that top lane pressure. Nightcamp is going to be able to buy that for them, and now Genji has two options. They are either going to find a way to enable this Nightcamp and secure a lot of that front wall on this 4, or find a way to then use that rotation downward and get a pick elsewhere and control over that bottom shrine.
Could see Snitch getting the healing.
God, Dread's
just
analysis
is
just so
good
to listen to.
He is well taken care of. That regrowth will stay on there, provide that passive healing over time. Snitch will look to continue to try and find an opportunity for that pulse bomb. Nightcamp was indeed picked up. But the control right now seems in favor of Gen G, but no focus. This is a very Gen G style of just, hey, we'll lay.
Oh yeah, this is when they had 2 observers
bottom,
as well,
so to speak, and try and get those rotations between mid and top.
Hey, and they're doing a very good job of just showing very few people on the battleground, giving as little information as possible over to
LaFasia, that's sweet of you.
Comfortable with some of the rotations, but they do find a route there onto Rich as Tiss is going to get flipped back. That was Tiss knowing that there was going to be a flip after that groundbreaker, body blocking that flip onto.
Oh my god, look at the old armor for Garrosh. Did you guys see that?
And why Gen G has been able to make it so far in this tournament, but the Night Camp not focused on, but Wubby taking a bit of poke and prod here from Gen G.
Yeah, his jump was down. He's trying to recharge.
Literally, look at JPL's armor.
JPL comes over looking for a fight.
Honestly, I kind of like that more than what we have now, I think. That's so easy to see.
Again here, the stun coming down. Gen G, heavy focus on this top lane. You can see Dignitas trying to come up with a response, but after level 7,
yeah, if you say the Grubby's name, that's what pops up.
But right now, that Tracer's
We've had this in CCL.
The early game in favor of Gen G. See if they can change something right here.
Yeah, Tiss maybe gonna eat a pulse bomb though. Burrow charge coming through. Enough damage on the bottom half though, and Dignitas finding
root and
boot
pressure
in other areas. If Gen G wants to attend towards the top lane, Dig is not having a problem with it.
Malfear not having Emerald Dreams at level 1, wild.
Strike out is gonna make him just fine and dandy. Here, Dignitas sticking around maybe a little bit longer than they would like, knowing that that Night Camp is pressuring, but Wubby in the downtime backdooring that top shrine to get DK pressure in Dig's name.
And see if they can make a play here. Getting control of those lanes can control the rotations. It's actually going to keep Gen G here. There's another flip in. Snitch tracking down Test. He knows that he has that Burrow charge out. And any shields available. Rich also can warp out, but if they can get some
I shouldn't do that.
Or stun there, that is the threat for the kill potential.
Point taking a lot of damage, gonna get the into the phrase save there. Snitch also have to use one of those teleports out in the blink charge, but he's going to be just fine. Gen G,
it's so much easier when you're not casting to be like, oh, it's this one talent, duh.
Pick up the giant camp that will enable the bottom half. And every time we see Gen G look for those mercenaries, expect it's either bottom lane enabling them or off lane kill your opponents and then make this game kind of spiral out of control. But I gotta give credit where it's due. Dignitas has done a very good job of stalling the cadence, which Gen G normally has on Dragonshire.
Yeah, it really feels like it's plain not to make a mistake as being proactive. They were proactive in the top lane, but everywhere else it's a matter of don't give anything up. Dignitas is constantly threatening with this Tracer moving around here. Gen G, they're roaming as a group, so it's a different feel indeed. As Gen G will have camps pushing in the bottom and responded to as Wubby and Snitch looking into this top lane.
Looks like Snitch is not going to be able to commit here up on the top app, so we'll see what he can make happen down below. 6 minutes in and still no Dragonite acquired for either side, but Heroics an attempt to gank.
Good attempt.
Poik not stepping out too far, and this is something that Gen G has been doing pretty much since minute 1, is the amount of information they've been giving, trying to manipulate the fog. Tist able to sniff out some of Team Dignitas, but again, not quite in position to pull the trigger. And Jayhao, I think bringing this back to the draft a little bit, that comes down to that Jaina. She's so worried about getting the wave clear that she is not able to slow Gen G so that pesky Tracer can track them down with the pulse bomb.
Yeah, the Jaina got the 1v1 that kind of snuck in there, but outside of that, I agree with you. It has been difficult. Now that this wall is down, we already saw the threat in that top lane. It only gets worse when you don't have a retreat point. This is a Gen G special. Use that Anub'arak, dive under those forts, use those beetles to tank those up, and try and confirm those kills. But 10 now online for both teams. Wubby, bit tankier now with that Ardent Defender if needed, but also with Tracer trying to do some bonus damage. This is where Tracer really starts
she's
to have
Quantum
a
Spike.
greater impact.
And we already see here that Xaylia actually not going to be locking in his heroic selection. And I'm not going to lie, this is probably one of the better circumstances to go into that Twilight Dream. We were talking about the threat that Tracer can have when it comes to the dive on the backline, but Twilight Dream's one of those best kill potentials as well. And one thing we have to consider whenever you have the Twilight Dream, though it may come at the cost of Xaylia's life, Into the Fray is a great enabler there. Warp already used though by Rich. JPL not able to find the flip.
Nice
the
Indomitable.
Indomitable use.
He's going to be there. There's a Dragonair that's going to eat right into the salvo. See if he can get any kills. None yet.
No, it's salvo.
Survives. Snitch taking the poke there from Reset. He's able to survive for now. Dignitas needs to reset this quickly.
Yeah, they're able to make it out though, and nice Into the Fray as you had pointed out there. But it is going to be the Twilight Dream selection.
8 years ago, it's still bad.
That is because again, those squishy backliners. If one silence hits them and the Tracer is able to move up, it is very unlikely that Tyrande can save that target. Flip or root. A lot of damage they're going on to Tis, but the
Tis getting out of there is insane.
That's all it takes to be able to make it out for now. Gen G gaining control of both shrines. Now with Dragonite threat, Rich starts channel.
Snitch will go in with a little more harassment, trying to get that. The kill targets are so hard when you look at the warp out by Phoenix. Reset nowhere near on that Hanzo, but as he moves his way in to try and get this capture, Gen.G moving forward. Dignitas holding ground for now.
Dignitas 6 seconds out from the water elemental, something they may want to rely on to get a counter initiation. Only 8 seconds there for Gen.G to have reset with that Dragon's Arrow. Nice reveal there with the Sentinels, going to make JPL quite second guess the position
level
for
heroic.
a moment here, but a lot of kind of head-to-head matchups here over this mid lane. Surprising amount of kind of lack of information.
Touch of death
and more so
level, yeah,
focus
that's
towards
level
that
7
top
for
lane
Malthael,
again
that
from
minus
Gen.G,
50
but I feel
healing.
like that is Dig kind of forcing their hand.
Seems like these counters of Phoenix and Hanzo have done so well at every time Snitch moves in, he's being forced off, and Malthael does an incredible job against Yrel, and it's been difficult for Wubby to gain control in that. He needs some assistance, but they can't afford to give any. They have no way to get
Another
control.
Dragon Arrow, Jesus.
Gonna land. Nature's Gear, though, comes out, will buy some time.
Oh, good taunt.
But the taunt on the Ridge, the flip over, the damage coming through, and Dignitas find
Last
themselves the
rights.
first kill. Twilight Dream going through 1-for-1 between the teams. Pulse Bomb out. Kyocha is able to survive for a bit longer, but he is going to drop. Dig find themselves a lot of kills.
The root is on fire.
Tear open Gen.G.
They've been waiting for
Nicely
that moment.
done.
They've been building there. They finally got there, and plays made by just about everybody. And now Dignitas will look to claim
Yo, it's
control
Abzor Rose, how you doing,
of
bud?
those shrines. Wubby moves to the top. You have somebody moving to the bottom, and now it's Dignitas' chance to try and get the first DK of the game.
This is a huge swing for them to be able to gain the control, but you see no patience here from Gen.G as they're just going to find a way to match
Hunter's
Wubby,
Mark?
making
Ah,
that
they're
Dragon
fine.
not an option for now. If Dignitas maybe had put more emphasis onto the mercenaries in this situation, they buy that pressure later on, but not being able to get that, and Gen.G with that counter rotation has essentially kind of stalemated this out back to a near dead even game.
Well, that not quick enough. There we
Whoa.
go. That's DK number 1 picked up here. 13 talent.
Well, a
here.
10-minute
Gen.G
Dragon
did a
Knight's not
very
too
great
bad.
job of stalling, but came up just a few
It's
seconds
not
short.
too bad.
DK will
Damage is pretty
target
good
this
scale.
mid lane for now. See what Dignitas can do with it.
Front wall focus just for now. Now Dignitas, whether or not they're going to put any pressure towards top, no, the answer is still sticking to the Western paradigm here, making the pressure towards bottom afterwards.
Western
enabling that
paradigm.
multiple stack of mercenaries. It is only a 10-minute Dragon Knight though.
What
and
phrasing.
conveniently enough, because it is the first Dragon Knight of the game, a lot of structures have actually not gone down. At this point in time, normally we're going, you know, what are these mercenaries going to be threatening towards the keeps themselves? But Dig, double front wall seems to be the answer for now.
Well is having life.
See if any of those
Gosh,
top
that's
laners decide to make the transition down.
Well, they're trying to track Kyocha down. He's going to mount up. There's the end
Oh.
of the That's going to get the slow, the lockdown. The roots go
Twilight
down. The
Dream.
time comes in. Wubby. They don't
Dragon's
have the
Arrow.
potential here. Dragon Arrow will buy some time for them to get out of here. Kyocha able to survive. Good team play.
Good
And now
burrow
he's got the
charge.
Cocoon. Snitch trying to get out of there.
Nice last rights.
And that is another kill now for Gen.G. Great job there, being able to hold their own and not over kind of react to the fact that we saw the Malthael able to cut out for a moment.
He's gone.
But boy, here on an island, Gen.G say thank you for another one, and now they find themselves dead even when it comes to the kills. 4-4 overall. But definitely a big misstep coming out from Team Dignitas, though Gen.G maybe didn't expect to be able to give up the Dragon Knight at that point in time at that level. Definitely Dignitas not assuming that counterplay here.
I don't know what this word is. I
Gen.G
can't
getting
Google
that
it.
kill. There is experience in that fort, but it's a matter of, is it worth it? I mean, we'll see. The time, the death timers here, we still have 15 seconds before Jaina is back. See what Gen.G can do in the meantime to try and get some of that back, because right now Dignitas still does
Paradigm.
hold the lead.
You
It
said
looks
Western
like it's only
paradigm.
momentary. Dreadnought is Gen.G pushing down the
Never
spot
heard
lane.
that before.
We do see from above, Dignitas looking for a collapse. Yrel was looking to make the transition down, but was scouted out by Kyocha.
There's a G in it?
Sentinel going to get a bit of a reveal, but not
English
allowing
language
anything
dumb.
to kind of move up so far. Focus onto the fort. It should go to Gen.G over here. But look at this. Dignitas able to zone off enough. It is coming at the cost of some of that top lane experience.
Just
Hold on,
Zalia constantly being thrown in.
Zalia's just been making root play after root play. Remember, there's no fort here, so that's actually a very good impale to slow down the assault here, because Snitch maybe have been able to track that down, but Dignitas with another counter kill goes up 16-15. They're actually going to take the Siege Giants of Gen.G, maybe look to make some plays of their own.
Great job by Team Dignitas identifying that the Malthael was not there and that they had enough.
Invade, nice
Look at
call.
this, they know a man down there.
Oh wait, Cocoon though.
Cocoon comes out, the Warlord's challenge, JPL.
Uh-oh, no way!
Now it is a 1-for-1, a 4 versus 4. Snitch trying to get the retreat. The Twilight Dream ends up going down here. Kyocha is surviving somehow. 1 versus 4.
But he's not done yet. He goes in and ends up paying
Sake's
for it.
healing.
Ardent Defender used. Wubby goes back in, and Gen.G, they're going to back off for now. Lunar Flare will land Wubby.
Nice
Scatter
route.
Arrow will miss a 1-for-1. Dignitas was trying
By
to
the way,
make
it's also
big
tree
plays right
ent.
there, Dread, but an excellent play by Tis to land
It's
that
also
cocoon,
tree
try
ent
to make
level
the plays
4
and deny.
for the Malfurion. God, I forgot that was like meta basically.
Gotta have a lot of appreciation for the decision
Nice
making
sentinel
there from
hit.
Dignitas, though, trying to force any small advantage that they would have. That's not often a night camp invade, especially this early on, is not something we see at this level that frequently.
Reach is
but
so alone.
I can't help but feel like displays the desire and the passion kind of from these players and how much they are willing to take any risk necessary to be able to get the upper hand. Try and control on bottom half, going over to Dig. Mercenary's going to be able to back that on the bottom half, eventually demand some sort of response from Gen G. We'll see what they do for now. Again, kind of attending towards that top lane.
Yeah, they're trying to find Wubby. They're not going to find him right now. It's almost like the calm right now. They're going to get this fort, get that pressure, and Gen G, or Dignitas wants none of that just yet. They'll try and get the minions forward, but 17-17, 5 kills to 6. JPL and team moving forward. Reset. We'll get the jump over the wall. See if they get the turn
Nice
here.
indomitable
Use. JPL took a lot of damage on the way out, Dread.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage there, as you said. Look at this, though. They
Oh, Kyoto, you're so dead. How are you alive? No, Loot's chosen. A Loot's chosen. My God.
Warp out from Rich, but Gen G survives. Zalia with another
Scatter Arrow.
Root.
Every time somebody walks near there, near one of those walls, Reset almost had a kill of his own. Wubby gonna hold position.
Is that a
for now.
flawless?
10 seconds before that Ardent defense.
Is that a flawless technique, Hanzo at level 16? Just saying.
Is up. See if they're willing to commit to the fight. Kyoja will go in. Race strikes in.
All these years, I've just known.
No Ardent defender yet.
Oh!
Sniping! Wubby gets sniped at the tail end of that. JBL will get the toss out. Borzalia,
The Sentinel kill!
Boy, can he survive? Snitch, can he survive? Because JPL living all day long. And the Scatter Arrow gets the kill.
That is just Gen G now cleaning up house 3 for nothing. And with this, have the opportunity to deal with that bottom lane pressure. You could see the decision making out from Dig, knowing that they had the Giants down below. Maybe catch somebody out in rotation. But Kyoja, throughout this game, has survived in what feel like impossible circumstances, J-How.
That pulse bomb was so... If that happens, I mean, this is heavily in Dignitas' favor, but Gen G able to hold on. And
Double
now
fort?
DK of their own. 19.
I mean, they got bottom just now from the minions.
When they start getting structures down, the threat of 20 is very real against Dignitas as they're
Good
still
lead.
trying to recover
Good
with
control.
a couple members still down.
Only lost one
We have
fort.
seen in the past that sometimes
Yo,
Gen
what's up,
G
Day?
can
Good to
get
see
a
you.
bit hasty when it comes to their Dragonite usage. If they do not have the 20 advantage and make the transfer towards the bottom half, maybe overextending a little bit too early, we'll find out. Dig just ended up getting JPL to join the rest of their ranks. If they have any interest to be able to force the hand, 320, it's got to be beyond this Dragonite, knowing that Kyoja's in there. But for now, we see the Blizzard dropped from point to make sure to get as much damage out as possible.
There's not a heavy diving threat beyond the Anubrak, but with the DK and 20 tier, a lot can happen.
I don't have that 20 just yet, though.
Positioning has to be very cautious once this tower.
Burrell going in deep.
JPL kicked into the
Little risky there, Wubby.
He's getting low.
Nice Ardent defender, though.
Has been used. Wubby able to track out. They survive for now with no keys
Last
down.
rights on
The
JPL, but they got
toss
what? I was like, JPL's got too much HP.
But Gen G finding themselves a double. And
Wow.
to now focus the keep. Gen G is going to find the first.
God, I forgot how good they just
execute. They are going to be able
execute.
to close out this game, and with only 3 members of Dignitas alive, I am not sure they can stall this out. Keep down, and now Core is their focus.
And here we go. Can Jaina and Tracer
Like
do enough to
the
defend here?
punishment
Trying to get on that backside, knowing that there's
to
so much
any
damage, but the stun comes in. That's one member down, and the shields starting
Wild.
to fall on the side of Dignitas.
Also,
Gen G
Malthael
trying to
taking
close this out. Game number 1 is
last
point.
rights
Has
upgrade,
been forced off. Scatter
level
Arrow
20.
just misses, and it looks like Gen G will take game number 1 here over Dignitas.
Team Dignitas came into Dragonshire with a game plan, but Gen G very effectively showing why they selected the battleground between the fluid laning and the top lane pressure. Find a way to get themselves a win condition, but great job
All right,
here.
chat, I gotta run ads. I will make sure that the next game doesn't fully start until the ads are done, okay? But I do have to run ads as part of the channel thing. But I will do my best to make sure that we control ads outside of games, okay?
Very, very quickly.
You can go back when you watch that snipe of that owl on Wubby, just 1 second away from having his Ardent Defender thinking he's safe. But that snipe was basically the tide turner of that game. And Gen G
Everyone
was
has been
able
playing.
to
Did they
just
get punched
roll
them
from
out?
there.
I felt like twice. Everything.
Baja's in the audience? I am somewhere in the audience, yeah. Yo, what's up, Dennis? How you doing, bud?
When he lived thanks to the Dragon's Arrow from Rich, and then they turned and got a kill, and then past that, how did Kyocha live? And I was like, if you Wraith Strike back in after that Shadow Stalk and everything was used, I will be so angry with you, Kyocha. But thankfully he was like, okay, this time I won't press it.
Yeah, and this actually marks the end of a streak because since Vincent Control, Dignitars have not lost on Dragonshire. But of course, there is no better team to lose that kind of streak too. But
Lard, thank you for the tier 1 gift to sub to Zool.
There was also some insane stuff from Xaylia in particular, which I really want to highlight.
It took me a second to realize if I'm awake or not.
We have a lovely middle lane fight, which was over the Dragon Knight.
You were somewhere in the home audience.
The double capture already, they are prepared. But let's have a quick look at the positioning. Already, we have Malveil hiding way up top there, nowhere near this.
Is this
fight
a playlist?
Already, whereas Wubby,
it is. Okay, cool.
He is coming in, and he is going to be the saving grace for his team as he is coming in from the bottom lane. He's going to be applying armor to everyone. Let's just run it forward here and start to see the turnaround. Xaylia already playing safe and setting up perfectly for Wubby. The route is perfect, picture perfect. They're able to isolate Rich, even though the Groundbreaker doesn't land. They're still able to get the execution play, and then not only that, let's run it back a little bit here. While you may have been focusing on the kill of Rich, Xaylia is preparing for the next kill. Run it forward again. He's moving forward. He's already got the CC. He's positioning himself to remove the turnaround play with a 3-man Twilight Dream. Xaylia's positioning and fight focus throughout this entire game has been absolutely on point.
You know, I said Rich Dragon's Arrow because I'm just so used to him playing Hanzo, but being on Phoenix did make him more vulnerable, and those kinds of routes, being able to catch him, that insane route that caught him out of a warp.
The production value is real. They are watching slow and backwards. Yeah, I know, right?
Probably one of the only.
I mean, this was the best that
look at some of the decision making when rotation
they ever did.
I
guess we have a hype train going on right now.
At the forefront, outside of maybe that first lane and first matchup over the minion wave when Stitch kind of was the mosquito that was able to get the dismount. But beyond that point, Gen G was really, forcing Dignitas to match to them. And anytime you do that on Dragonshire, it's usually a very, very bad time.
How important do you feel this first win
is for
Gen G, J-How?
I think it's important, but I think the draft was just really good. I mean, when I saw the Phoenix and the Hanzo locked in, and the Tracer is a good pick, but against those two heroes, I mean, you're looking for options that are
Twitch
very
sometimes
difficult
tries
find.
to push hype trains.
Did everything he possibly could.
There's a setting where I can turn it off, but I don't
mind.
mind.
Made individually by Poik, but getting in on a team like that and getting those kills. I mean, think about if Kyocha falls on that Malthael at the beginning of that top fight, it could look like a different game, and that's what drafting can do to you.
Chat, could you imagine
close these two teams?
Me
We're
up
gonna
here.
hear from our sponsors, our amazing sponsors. When we come back, Dig, we'll try to bring it back.
Oh.
The 2018 HGC Finals are brought to you in part by...
Oh, hold on. I don't think I'm allowed to, because, Corsair and stuff. I don't think I can listen to all that, but let's at least, this is the next game?
Gen G gets this first all-important
Yeah,
win
okay, cool.
as we head into game
Stranger.
2. If we're thinking Team Toss would
What
be
you need that
first
for?
pick now,
Going hunting
are
an
we looking
elephant?
for Shrines, perhaps, for Gen G?
I think, yeah, just something a little bit more comfortable. I don't think there's any battleground that I'm afraid to be able to take on Team Dignitas on, so I'd just be sticking to what I know unless I have that kind of counterplay, big strategy involved. But if I just won game number 1 on Dragonshire, I go, stick to the plan, save the pocket strategy, or, the kind of...
You have a nice
bamboozle
suit for when you get on
whenever it's
stage.
necessary,
I
not when
hope
you're leading.
I hope they hire me.
Dignitas lost on Infernal earlier. Maybe that's a
Dude,
sign of hope.
sucking at something is the first step towards being sort of good at something.
But if I'm Gen G, I think it's a very comfortable map to go to if you do have.
I do have a suit, by the way. Yes.
Dignitas on whether they do want
I absolutely do have a suit.
Pick. So I am curious.
But why would I need a suit?
I'm ready to get things going.
When I'll definitely be wearing
That it is. So let's do
a Hawaiian shirt.
And then we can
Freaky, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it greatly.
These comfort picks. We are going to Tomb of the Spider Queen, where both teams feel comfortable, both teams pick it. In fact, it's interesting.
Honestly, I would love a new suit if Blizzard were to hire me. I think I'd look great in like a crimson color.
So knowing that now,
Crimson has always looked good on me.
Some must picks or some must
like dark reds or like dark greens look good on me.
Hanzo jumps up. You've got to be careful just due to the amount of walls on the map. You have a great scatter arrow.
Was this at BlizzCon? Yeah, so this is the 2018 BlizzCon Finals.
Another great hard engage map.
Or HGC Finals. knows?
Sucking at something is the first step towards being sort of good at something.
Umber, thank you for the 100 bits as well. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And one thing that I'm looking at when going into this draft, not
but
so
yes,
much that
I do
there's
have a
necessary
suit.
pick or anything of the like, but when it comes to what heroes Wubby is going to be on, I feel like we saw early.
Yeah,
on,
I'm honestly, I don't really know much about suits.
And though that is the strategy of the Eastern scene,
If Blizzard were to hire me, I'd probably leave it to them.
Out of the midseason brawl and how this team
I'm sure they would know better. I'm sure they have people for this. But I do have a suit, so you know, there's that. Blizzard doesn't have to pay for anything.
Down to the bottom lane, kind of poke at the front walls, and then once they get that first web weaver phase, find a way to be able to dive onto that for Gen G.
Well, back to the norm with the first pick, Tyrande. Urel priority not as high, but when I look at Dignitas, I really wonder with the bans on.
That's not hostile there, is it? No, that's not hostile.
Diablo and Garrosh,
like for a
maybe
second, it
Johanna
looks like
comes in
him.
free second ban for Dignitas, and for Gen G, what route do they go down? Because we've seen a lot of Anubarak.
Oh, I ordered a new bathing suit recently. I sent a DM to 4 different people asking if it looked good on me. Because I have no idea.
She is starting to rise up into the even mid-bans, though, especially between certain teams and what we've seen even today, Dra.
Very much.
Y'all can see it when we hit the hot tub
the
stream.
Deckard Cain and the Hanzo coming out from Gen G, as you talked about a little bit earlier, Tetcher, the wave clear that controls. Deckard is very heavy when it comes to zone control itself.
I'm so used to Meta Madness, I'm like, why ban Garrosh? Yeah.
Between mid to top, it's very likely that is going to be able to net those kills. And as we said, great job for them to have the wave clear, at least post 4.
And as we've mentioned earlier, in
Blazin' Rainer, Blazer!
Heroes who can have an okay matchup into Tyrande. Due to Tyrande's Celestial Attunement mostly focusing on stuns and silences, whereas Deckard Cain, he sets up roots, which is something that is not affected, and as such, that level 1 cleanse becomes a little bit less viable.
I think it's where Blaze also rises, because you need that bunker. You get caught in a bad situation late, that bunker's there as a safety option, so I agree with you. I think that's why we're seeing this draft unfold the way it is.
It's Tyrande, sorry, it's behind me. There's not really good spot for me anywhere.
And things like,
but it's Tyrande.
Pulse Bomb can't be negated by it.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And just I wanted to bring back to some of the trends that we've seen over the tournament for Dignitas. This is far more comfort oriented, right? The opening with the Urel pick on Dragonshire, I feel like it did get a little bit of punishment, but seeing the high Tyrande there for them, they've been one of the highest priority Tyrande teams throughout this tournament, but then getting Wubby back onto that Blaze, I think that's a really good
Tempo Storm,
and kind
Rob.
Of at least pushes back a bit more on what I was concerned with there towards
wait.
in that bottom lane.
Or was it Cloud? No, it's Tempo Storm, not Cloud9. It was Tempo Storm.
That does leave the Malthael open.
Because after HCC ended, he then joined Cloud9 because his partner Emily worked for them for analytics.
It's a solid map for Malthael. He has
yeah,
great wave
yeah, you're good.
Pretty decent matchup.
I think he's still part of Cloud9, making music for stuff.
When you already have a setup like Hanzo, but that's not going to be.
But I think he lives in Japan full time now.
It's going to be Leoric.
Well, this also explains the Tracer ban a bit more in detail, because there is no lockdown for Tracer between either of those. And when we look at dive style
Alieska,
heroes,
that's her name.
What else kind of comes to mind?
Yeah, he moved to Japan like 3-4 years ago, I think. Him and his partner Emily, or Alieska.
Genji Tracer are two of the best, so I'm curious how Gen G or Dignitas will approach this now.
I mean, how do you get on the potential hammer that's going to be?
He pops up on Twitter here and there. I don't check Twitter a lot.
Kill hammer. You have a Leo who's constantly up in the front line, trading very, very well. Has the debuff opportunities post 13 into 16. Tyrael with the sanctification, and Hanzo pushing you back there. Yeah, Lunar Flare might be able to connect, but beyond the pre-cleanse, it's suddenly a very big concern, assuming
mage
that every
here?
time we've gotten that Tyrael, that Gen G has been very comfortable to move into that.
Thank you all for the hype train. I know it's kind of forced by Twitch, but
no, far more aggro for Rich's liking.
It did get the Alarak did get banned last game.
Finally, we're seeing Alarak be tournament meta.
Now, Hammer is fantastic, obviously, in that it already has a huge amount of protection if they had gone for it, but the issue is that Gul'dan pickup by Dignitas does threaten it a bit. It also can punish the Sanctification. Alarak is a lot more independent. He has a lot more self-sustain, and of course, Counter-Strike can really punish corruption, so you can get some really nice turnaround plays there.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point that you bring up. I would argue they fully intended to move into the Sergeant Hammer until they see the Gul'dan, and then they go, well, we're very comfortable with the Alarak. It's a direct counter to any mage. We've already talked about that, and Gul'dan likes to toe the line with his health bar, and you know, Alarak very much enjoys any hero that likes to dabble around the 50% HP range. With that short range with the Fel Flame, that's a telekinesis, one shot, one kill.
Well, that does feel pretty late game for Team Dignitas in the Gul'dan, but my question I want to raise, Jayhow, is Team Dignitas fell behind early game already on Tomb of the Spider Queen before, and yes, they brought it back, but can you do it versus this Gen G. They've got Leoric, they've got Alarak. These things are going to start stacking up pretty hard.
Well, the wave clear is in their favor. So when you look at the traditional top mid rotations, and then it's a matter of the bot, the Leo matches the Blaze really well, does well against the Blaze. But so I think it's a matter of who's going to get the rotation up from the bot to the mid lane to get those kills. And when you control the rotations in that mid top, it does make it easier for decision making on when you can afford to get those ganks, because you control how fast they can go and you can position yourself far better in those situations. So if Dignitas doesn't want to get behind, I think it is a matter of they have the better wave clear. It's just a matter of solo lane prioritization.
Well, of course they don't want to get behind, but I want to know, can they get behind? Can they recover if that's the case versus Gen G?
Alarak against Gul'dan. Alarak is licking his chops, so there's a very real threat.
Right, okay, well, we are ready for the game, but right before that, I was going to get predictions, but never mind, we'll just do it. We're going to get into game 2. Dig trying to bring it back.
Dread, Tomb of the Spider Queen, an EU special. We heard about it just our last series with Dignitas here. They did get behind, but this is where we know EU goes to. This is where they played it on mid-season brawl against this very same
team.
Dude,
me too, Rob Dog.
So different.
Very, very different. And the Alarak confidence from Rich in this tournament has been really surprising and also, honestly, just impressive. The caliber that he's been able to execute on that hero.
I was doing media, so I might not have actually been in the crowd right now.
Maybe opponents that he's a little bit more confident against, and then he would make it look really, really good. But now to find it in the grand finals, find it all the way throughout the bracket, we'll see if they have what it takes here with this composition to take on Team Dignitas. But
is everyone going to free Harrison Jones?
It's the blue squad. Over here, we're going to have Murden, played by JPL. Wubby going to be representing on the Blaze. Poik on that Gul'dan, very vulnerable through that, along with Snitch on the Rainer. And last up is Zalia on Tyrande. Let's hear it for
I was thinking about it this morning. I think the only 2 HCC casters I didn't cast with outside of HCC Korea was Skimmy, Dread, and Gilly. I think those are the only 3 casters.
On the Deckard, Kyocha.
First Sentinel hits, GG.
Rich will be on the Alarak. All eyes will be on him. Reset on the Hanzo. And we'll have Tist on the front line on Tyrael. Give it up for Gen G.
So one thing to keep in mind when we do see the adjustment towards that Alarak for Gen G, that often means that they're going to want those kind of
Neural Stimpack for Blaze, huh?
Adjustments through their laning situation, so Alarak can find those very small skirmishes.
Extended Lightning.
Great scroll of ceiling going to land here on the opening clash.
Pretty standard level ones.
On the mid-wave, and they're not
corruption.
done. A telekinesis combo coming out, but Rich finds himself a nice amount of damage there. A Snitch putting out all that pepper.
Snitch is doing his best to try and match
Whoa!
him, but Snitch is actually getting caught out here. That's going to be first blood. You could actually see the thought process because he's giving that penetrating round, trying to keep the Alarak at bay, but the back and forth, there's enough healing to get around for Gen G to get first blood.
And I was just going to compliment that Team Dignitas has a composition.
The only thing that I've ever worked with Gilly with was like in a live event was the award show after CCL Season 1.
More importantly, the fact that
her and I did that together.
Reigning victor, and that has got to be a concern here.
But I've never like casted with Gilly or Dread or Skimmy.
Finals.
Just keeping an eye.
Actually, or Vandy either. I forgot about Vandy.
Rotating around, it's denying the vision of where he's coming
Jesus,
from.
reset.
Stepping too far forward there, Dread. Now that's the name of the game. Getting punished early here.
And that is a bigger concern now already on top of what I was highlighting before. Rich didn't even land his damage output. He just used one telekinesis, and that Gul'dan is in a very bad position. And that's what I was trying to highlight when talking about the short Fel Flame range. Yes, we did see a small kind of flank there from Rich, but it's not like he has a big enough distance to be a threat only until he gets that corruption. And Echo Corruption going to take a long while. Dignitas realize things haven't been looking too good within the 1-4, so maybe having Rainer join the bottom half to get that matchup into Leoric, but Leo Wraith walks away.
I mean, think about how terrifying it is. Not only are you
Kyocha?
facing an Alarak, but you're facing Rich on Alarak, and you give up 2 early kills where he's like, thanks for the sadism, I'm even scarier every time I get a kill until you try and take me down, which is hard to do against this team of Gen G. So that is very empowering for the early game for Gen G.
Only furthers the snowball into their advantage, but the fact that Gen G with this composition is not falling behind in the levels 1 through 4 in the macro front is a very big tell there. Yeah, that did come through a couple of those kills, but now we do have the explosive arrows available for the Hanzo, and that is going to allow Reset to enable the Alarak transitions to a lot greater there. Poik is a large source, if the only source really for the most part on the wave clear for Team Dignitas, so I'd expect to see Rich try and be able to match him whenever possible and look for a kill.
Kyocha starting to make his rotation up. Blaze in kind there as Wubby trying to come up. That will be sniffed out between those two. But the action clearly in these top 2 lanes where Gen.G has got the early game. And now that they do have, as you said, that level 4, that lane control that we were talking about in draft, Dignitas, you don't have as much. I mean, you have the clear with Gul'dan, but you didn't get anything from it in the early game.
And I was wondering if because of the struggles that we saw from Team Dignitas, if we would see more focus towards that bottom lane. But the fact that it has only been one snitch transition, a Raynor is not that threatening in that circumstance. Whereas maybe if a Tron is going to be back in that with Xaylia, things would look a little bit different here. So I can't help but feel like Dignitas is kind of scrapping here mentally to try and find a way to deal with some of this pressure, because we're now about 10 gems away from a potential Web Weaver phase in the name of Gen.G. But that night camp is going to demand a couple of answers and make it more kind of decentivized to pick up a Web Weaver phase.
Right now, it seems everybody's calm, trying to make the play, trying to get the rotation. And with Dignitas, Dread, you don't want to make the same mistakes. You can see Snitch instantly, he's like, look, I'm not even willing to land into a combo. He just stops his channel, doesn't want to deal with any of that poke. And right now, Dignitas, they do have that camp pushing mid. Gen.G's going to respond with their own, and Dignitas, they're not even stepping forward with this Dread.
Yeah, they are moving forward, and Gen.G had a perfectly timed night camp sitting behind their own wall, so it's going to make it for a very easy clear. And look at this with the Web Weaver attempt. There's the interrupt there with the Sentinel, not going to allow that. Would have been 49 gems there for Gen.G. They would have loved to try and align that middle Wizard camp with that Web Weaver phase. As we see the 1v1, Rich now is going to answer back. The Lunar Flare ends up connecting, but no one going to pull the trigger too heavily here.
Sorry, I just picked up another sponsorship for us.
Not too much kill potential, and Alarak has the opportunity to be able to use that telekinesis both offensively and defensively here. So Gen.G missed out maybe on the mid lane pressure.
It's for the Jackass movie.
Kind of be
at
too
$30.
about.
Well, Gen.G, they will get the first Web Weavers of the game, spawning at around 5 minutes here. So they'll try and get some control, see if they can push their way forward with this composition behind the Alarak, but the wave clear potential of Dignitas, see how much they give up here.
No, that was Copper.
For now, the focus up towards top. Rich Navid not able to hit the full combo as he pulls Snitch a little bit closer to the danger zone. Web Weaver's now going to descend. Middle is not going to be attended to from either side for now. JPL in the downtime trying to threaten back. Combo coming out. Sharonda's going to be the focus. Xaylia able to kite away, dropping a couple of his own heals.
Even shielding the minions here is Gen.G using every bit of their composition with this Tyro to try and empower that push. They keep turning their attention. I mean, if you're a Murden, you're extremely tanky, but the minute you get that Dwarf Toss interrupted, you have no escape at that moment. That's something that if a telekinesis is timed right, that Murden might not be able to make it out. So roaming by himself, drawing some attention is good, but it's always, you've got to be careful what you get there.
And look at this collapse from down below in the night camp. You're going to see Kyoto flanking if anybody
Oh my god, that rotation I thought was going to be the kill the Snitch.
Oh,
the scatter!
There from Gen.G, and they find a third kill of this
wow,
game.
dude.
Transfer that focus now onto the middle four.
And that was first Web Weaver, wasn't it?
To 10 in
for a fort?
Favor.
Yeah, that's a massive
XP
gain right there. Getting
that's
that
really
down,
good.
Just going to empower more. You get 10. You're going to be short of those gems. 31 out of 55 there. But they have control of the battleground. They can be aggressive. They can move forward. They can grab camps. And there's really nothing that Dignitas can do. They don't have the firepower to get that blow-up kill. Yes, they have the Murd and Tyrande, but when you have a Gul'dan and a Raynor
MVP Black a long time ago.
Stacked, only 14 stacks so far. You're not getting that kill threat for a while.
Yeah, you're just begging to have a Horrify opportunity, because that is a lot of where that kill potential comes until Gul'dan can scale to those later stages. The silver lining here for Team Dignitas is the fact that Gen.G does not have a Web Weaver phase opportunity with their heroic spike. Dignitas can reliably find their own heroics for themselves and get a counter turn in.
MVP Black slash Gen.G and Tempest. Those two teams were some of the best in Korea. MVP Miracle was okay.
Focus him down once more.
Jordan,
I
don't mean to alarm anybody, but that's not a Dragon Arrow there. That is a Dragon Strike locked in here, so we'll see how that plays out here in a moment.
Interesting selection, and honestly, I struggle to be able to look for a
Oh yeah, Dig was solid. Dig was definitely solid for sure.
Itself, whenever that comes out,
I was a Korea fanboy though.
Wants to try to get the retreat, and that's something we've seen Dig do a lot. They love to use the micro there of that bunker, and maybe that trickle-in damage over the long run of the Dragon Strike. When you're all, hunkered down, it's a pretty easy target.
Well, there's going to be some lockdown. Lornado will buy space. Rich backs away. JPL zoning off Kyoja, who's lurking around, trying to land something on the back line. Dignitas moves forward, trying to make a play of their own. But
HGC
Kyoto
NA
G,
was the
stand their
weakest
ground,
of the
they
4.
hold, and they will force Dignitas back one more time.
And it is a strategy that
Technically
we have
5.
seen out of the Eastern scene in the past with the Dragon Strike, but it has very often been out of the Korean region to pair it with that Entomb. When you lock everybody in, especially post-20, it's a bad time.
The latter half, like
you
2018
so
of HGC
there.
for NA was better, but they were still just the weakest of all regions. I guess, well, they were the second. Because they typically would beat out, like, the SCA region, but they only had representation during, like, major events. There was no, like, SCA, like, HGC section for that.
And look at that, Blaze is killed.
Because you had China, Korea, NA, EU, and during tournaments, SCA. Southeast Asia. Or Oceanic, actually, I think was what they called it.
Dignitas Dreadnought, they are not dealing well with the pressure from Gen G here as it's 4 kills to 0. Webweaver spawning, and now these will push down more.
But NA was always the last to innovate. They would always say that they have the meta down pat. They knew what they were doing, then they go to Western Clash, get bodied, and then all of a sudden what they got bodied with was now what they were playing. But those were also the characters that they said that weren't good. So, wasn't the biggest NA fan, but I was a big Dread and Gilly fan, so I watched it no matter what.
Not having that long-range initiation might be something that Dignitas can try and get.
Crazy to see how much Lornado was prioritized back in the day over Stay a While.
It does feel like this game is quickly getting out of control. 13 talents here. No forts for Dignitas at all. And Gen G now joining this bottom Webweaver. Once this front wall goes down, maybe look for a kill. As Rich making even that gate seem like not a safe place for Dignitas.
I think if we had an HGC 2019, NA would have been a lot better because like Heroes Hearth was innovating, you had Roll20 was innovating with justing and stuff, so it was getting better.
We've seen teams that your window is so small because Gen G, they're playing for that 16 talent tier advantage, and Dignitas, they've struggled to move forward, move aggressively and find it. They have not yet found the kill, and now Dignitas, they snip this out. They see that the boss is being claimed by Gen G, so Gen G will leash it for now.
But now they're going to be able to try and focus on Dignitas here. Wubby's the focus for now. A lot of damage coming through.
Excuse me, sorry.
Jet propulsion point is on an island. There's the Entomb. Ends up getting dropped. He gets into the bunker. The Dragon Strike there. Sanctification is dropped. Waiting for the escape there of Poik.
Huge Horrify.
Will not be an escape. Wubby seems to be the focus. Shadow Big Horrified. Poik is surviving there a lot longer than anyone expected. Sentinel
I thought Rich was dead from the Sentinel.
Too Rich. Wraith walk out from Kyocha, and Gen G find another victim on Tomb.
They seem to have the answers. The Tyrael, even the Dragon Strike, all calculated for the approach of Dignitas, knowing they love that bunker use, love to try and snipe people down. Gen G, they'll retreat back, regroup there. See if Dignitas can maybe
we got
get a turn in.
The email that killed HGC came out 1 month after this game was played.
They have been pushed back every single engagement.
But Dignitas has the opportunity to maybe find a way with those Webweavers in this 13 talent tier window.
Literally 1 month after this event happened, HGC was dead with an email,
because I feel like if it gets to that point, this game may be far too far out of control. Not only in experience, but the structural integrity so far. Gen G still kind of looking for a Webweaver phase.
In 2022, that was when CCL started.
In their hands, so it's going to be a long while until that is a problem for Dig. This is their moment to strike, Jay How. If they have had...
Yeah, end of November, early December, yep.
Yeah, even talent tiers, you have the lane control.
I want to say it was like December proper, but I might be misremembering.
Counter. They'll hold this mid lane with that night camp, gives them vision, gives them the rotation between that top and bottom turn-in, but that's a very good sign there at the top left. Completing that Echoed Corruption will allow you to put out more damage in these team fights and be more of a threat to get these kills because they need every ounce that they can get right now.
They very much do. Tiss actually going to move up. He's going to quickly move out thanks to that level 13 pickup there from him, the Sword of Justice. With this downtime, Gen G has been able to stall out long enough to maybe not threaten too much. Out of position a little bit too far. Tiss constantly going, you know, if you want to sit out too far, if you make one misstep, we're going to be able to drop this.
Yeah, because BlizzCon was, this BlizzCon was early November, if my memory serves correct.
And the fact that you always have that coming your way,
because I want to say,
Dignitas, it's very, very scary because now we're
like Halloween was like a Thursday the year of this.
When our bunker goes down because of the Dragon Strike, we're also worried about whether or not the Sanctification is coming at pretty much any moment in ideal circumstances.
Well, Dread Dignitas, they're looking at 16 coming for Gen G, and they know that there's almost enough gems now for Gen G to get another another turn in to play with that 16 talent tier advantage and now start playing for keeps. And so Gen G will pick up another Web Weaver phase. Dignitas still holding on. They have the wave clear with the Gul'dan, but make no mistake about it, with the composition of Gen G and that Alarak, this game can go from losing one keep to losing the game very rapidly. So Dignitas, a soft approach with that Gul'dan, just try and get as much clear as they can and just try and hold on until they can get 16 of their own.
And Dignitas realizes that the situation is very dire and able to use the information of Gen G on the mid lane to get as much damage on the top half, with the Web Weaver taking so long to find its happy little feet there on to the ground of Tomb of the Spider Queen. They didn't get really that much damage output through. Corruption likely going to be thrown out eventually for Poik. We'll see how much damage he can kind of get back here, but the focus is going to be onto the keep front wall for Gen G. Bottom Web Weaver will become a problem over the next 20 seconds. Rich finds a combo there onto Snitch. Now JPL moves up. No Stormbolt going to connect this time.
Just to try and get the zoning, they get
really
that.
Good
they
clear.
hold on to that keep wall. So Gul'dan really showing his strength here. Now the attention will be turned towards the middle. Part of that keep wall is down. The Corruption goes out, focusing onto that Web Weaver. Dignitas, they're holding, but Gen G moving forward. There's the combo landing, but not before JPL was able to get the Dwarf Toss out.
Tist once again kind of feigning if they want to execute with a... Oh, look at that. Wubby actually, Jet Propulsion not going to land. Kyoja not going to drop that raid block.
Awkward back away there.
Down. We're not going to see the silence land out from Rich onto JPL, but the focus is still there. Stormbolt lands.
Balloon's Chosen doing nothing.
Another kill, 6-0, as Gen G is dismantling not only Dignitas.
Oh no! Oh no! Poik.
Poik getting bodied out of there. Poik goes down. Dragon Strike comes in. That's another member down. Wubby trying to zone off. The keep still holds, so they're actually taking shots. Is Gen G. Gen G moving forward. Another combo is going to land there. Wubby somehow survives. Gets the Jet Propulsion out, but it's not enough.
Sanctification to try and chase
down.
Gen
G moves forward. They move forward, but telekinesis
they can't go core right now.
To knock back Rich. Now the focus seems to be over towards the keep. They know that Xaylia is kind of left alone, but able to mount up. No dismount available, and Xaylia survives. But the second keep here on the bottom half of the battleground for Dignitas will very much not focusing enough onto mid to be able to secure it for you. So actually first keep of the game, but having that macro pressure on bottom, and more importantly, the man advantage, Gen G wastes no time. They go up to clear mid.
Dignitas, there's still one member down, and Ancient Blessings used to try and burst this keep down and try and take a 2-keep advantage, and it looks like mission accomplished. Dignitas still yet to hit 16, and so now they are in a very difficult spot. JPL moves forward. Lornado will say, not this time, as Gen G in complete control of game number 2.
And Dignitas does have enough gems for even a double Web Weaver phase if they can somehow find a way to gain any amount of control back onto this battleground, but with the catapult,
Snitch literally has a whole turn in.
It's unlikely to do that, and that's why we see this moment of desperation, relying on the Horrify to try and find a way to get this. But Jay, I gotta raise the fact that that Dragon Strike is going to be very valuable in 18 seconds. Poik falling low. The combo ends up coming through. Rich is now going to be the focus.
Whoa, that bunker got shredded.
Get the response there. Counter strike not going to land on anybody, but Rich will eat a lot of damage. Poik still low, has to be careful with the positioning. JPL still manning the front line. The stuns come in. There goes one member down. That's actually Poik that fell. And Kyoja somehow has 9 lives, but he does finally fall there. Wubby, though, in a bad spot. Snitch taking all the damage from the Dragon Strike, and right now it is 2 for 1 in favor of Gen G.
Silence goes down, telekinesis through, and now 3 for 1 in their favor. And oh my goodness, reset with that Dragon Strike placement was so good. Snitch had nowhere to run other than dealing with that pesky dragon. 3 members down, and Gen G are going to waste no time going now towards the core of Team Dignitas. They have the sanctification, they have the counter strike. If it's going to be a problem, JPL doing his best here.
No, they're actually LaFosse, it's the speakers.
It's going to be removed here, and it looks like the damage is enough, J-Howe.
Snitch trying to buy time because Poik is here, has the
What's the sadism level?
Goes down. 70%.
I'd venture a guess that it's at 160.
That's going to be a kill under reset, but Poik is now the target. He's going to fall. Snitch comes in. Trying to get there.
Because we've had 10 kills, no Alarak death, and Pure Malice has gotten 2 stacks. So that's 150, 140 because the minus 10 at level 7. That's hasty bargain if I'm not mistaken. Oh, that's last laugh. That's last laugh.
They do get Tyrael with that passive. Now minions are going to be mount 20% and counting. Gen G
in theory, though, he is 10% shy of max sadism.
The damage available, they are going to take game number 2 here against Team Dignitas.
All right, chat. Same thing as I said before. If we're gonna run ads right now because I have to run ads, so you might as well do it when the game's not happening.
But the overwhelming pressure from minute 1.
Actually, we'll do it when the how much more of this video is there? There's 3 minutes. Actually, let's do it now.
Not able to get a single Web Weaver phase in that game,
and they weren't even able
that was
to get
dominant, dude, from Gen G.
like forever when looking at this battleground. Gen G, I mean, adjustments when it came to the heroic selection, the talent selection, but they were just looking good.
I raised some concerns about trying to get to the late game, and it wasn't just draft specific, it's Gen G specific. Gen G can snowball better than anybody in the world in Heroes of the Storm. Tetcher, can you give us some insight? Because you are the Dragon Strike master. You're the analyst here who commentates China. There's a lot more Dragon Strike there. What's up with this heroic?
There's almost no situation where Dragon Strike can really gain value except if you have that kind of setup where I believe the nickname for it is like the Dragon's Den, where you have the Entomb into Dragon Strike.
No, it's
but
the
other
snake
advantage
pit,
you can
silly.
get from the heroic is, as you
It's
guys
the
so
snake
perfectly
pit
pointed out in the game, a zoning tool, massively punished
that I
Nick
came up
throughout
with
multiple times in that game. But of course, when they got that one combo down as well, the damage output.
Yo,
was
what's
just
up,
too much for
Dohop
Ding
Singh?
to
How you
deal
doing today,
with,
bud?
Especially when you're
Good to
having
see you.
to try and
Happy,
play around the zoning potential of
happy
that
Tuesday.
against an
Thought it'd be
Alarak,
fun
who
just
is
to
perfect for
watch some old
punishing
HCC
heroes to
games
get
and
out
chill.
of position.
We got a sponsor
I
stream
was gonna
later,
say,
but
I really think
I thought this would be fun.
Sword of Justice pickup at 13 had a lot higher impact than I feel like at first glance you would see. When you're in that type of game, you're always going, where's the sanctification going to be a problem? And the fact that Tiss is like, he's on your backline, he's not on your backline, and you'll never know when he's going to pull the trigger. It's intimidating.
Did I just hear you be okay?
I just complimented something other than Holy Ground at 13 against Syria. I know, it's the first time in about 4 years.
Look, I know we haven't commentated together for a while, Dreadnought, but like things have changed. I'm confused by what's happening right here. As I'm confused by what's happening out there. Did you see that segue? Yeah, nailed it. Jay-How, we saw Dig come in and they said they learned so much in their semifinal, and so did Gen G. What is happening right now? How is it that Gen G is one game away already from winning another BlizzCon?
It really feels like it is a matter of skill, but they're evenly skilled. But the drafts, I don't think anybody expected the Alarak. I think every single person on this panel expected the Sergeant Hammer, and it's like, all right, Gul'dan seems like a safe pick to deal with something. But then Alarak comes in, it's like, oh wait, we still have a pretty good flex player on the other team. So Rich was able to do that. The drafting in the first game, trying to get the pulse bombs onto targets that are almost unkillable. It was very difficult, I think, in these first 2 games for the draft and the game plan for Dignitas to really come out, because Gen G has done such
Has
an
anyone
incredible
found themselves
job
in the
countering.
crowd yet?
And shoutouts to Noblesse.
Oh, that was Dunkstick, I think. No, not Dunkstick. Oh god, what was his name? It's not Ektar. I'm blanking. I know that face. I can't.
And shoutouts to Noblesse.
Yeah.
I have to keep giving shoutouts to Noblesse because he has been a big reason why Gen G's drafts have gotten to this point, to a point of one game away.
He comes
from
by stream every
another
so often,
global
and I think he lives in
championship.
Japan now.
Dignitas have to
Not
dig
Kala.
deep. They have to find anything they possibly can, because if they don't figure it out, they're going home. We'll be back with more.
What? Is this restarting the whole thing? This is literally, this is not game 3.
Garrosh should be threatening enough that that's
okay,
not a problem.
that's
Hondo,
weird.
goes
Okay,
down,
game
Malcolm,
3 is
he goes
apparently
down, Tawanda definitely is going to be one who goes down. So overall,
So that's
I actually really like this draft, because normally
Dragonshire.
when we see Tracer in these circumstances, it comes at a lack of wave.
That's
Jaina is
Tomb.
going to be primarily blizzarding the minion wave, and yes, that does detract from that kill potential, but I think it's
Because if they don't figure it out,
There
they're
we go.
going home.
Okay, apparently there's just no edit for that. Ads. We're draft.
I think it was much closer. Game number 2, though, was just a shellacking. I mean, they just dominated that entire game.
Pretty sure you can get the replay from these games from Heroes
It felt
Profile.
like Dignitas was like, wait a
Yeah,
minute, we can't step forward at all. And that
the
passive
issue is
approach
actually
put
trying to
them
boot it
behind
in the
so
Heroes of the
far
Storm
that
client.
Every time they got a chance to come back, it just there was
Because one
major
time I
play,
tried to
one-
boot
one
a 2-year-old
named Dragon Strike apparently
replay,
that was able to
and it
stop a
took,
lot of
I'm
that.
not exaggerating,
very much agree with you
20
that, you know,
minutes to
game number
load.
one and game number two looked far worse
So,
when looking at Team Dignitas. But I
yeah.
think when we kind of scaled that with some of the struggles that we've seen of Gen G in the past, and when they look the best, I brought it up the very beginning. How comfortable
Yep.
is Rich? We get him on a Phoenix. You know, it looks a little sketchy, not as clean cut. You put him
Well,
on
it basically installs that version of the game temporarily on your
Dignitas, if they're gonna find
machine,
any way,
is the way
it's
that I
gonna be
understand it.
Limiting Rich in the hero pool here, and that seems maybe asking too much considering they
And I got
that
good
last
internet
tick
speeds
adjustment
and
to go
PC,
into the
but
Alarak
yeah.
once more, and then they might overcommit into the draft to limit him. But at this point, that's the only consistent pattern we've gotten from this roster.
Well, twice we've seen them ban Genji, a lot of Genji focus, and then somewhat on the Warriors. Let's see what adjustments they make going forward into our next battleground. Game 3 will take place on Infernal Shrines, still chosen by Genji. Team Dignitas sticking to their guns, sticking to a first pick, and they had to know that this map was coming.
Yeah, it's very likely that they expected this to be the battleground selection here, and coming into this, I think that, you know, it's very clear that we have to be concerned with the Kerrigan. She is very new and improved, and she is a threat for any roster. I would expect that to be more for Dignitas because of their Tyrande value, and hopefully they can find a way to be able to get some sort of mix-up here. Otherwise, I fear we are going to be looking at the same circumstances that we experienced over game number 2.
We may be seeing that, but the fact is this is a map where we can see a lot of Rich favorite heroes coming in. This is a very solid Sergeant Hammer map. We can see him going on to the Hanzo again. It gets a little bit less value, but can still be very effective with that Dragon Arrow as a follow-up. But overall, Dignitas have been known to bring out some very interesting things on this map in the past. But for now, Genji will be removed.
You know, I think it's time that we...
Where's the
pick up
gambles?
deal that is
Okay.
the ultimate game changer. And that is Medivh. This is a very good Medivh map.
I thought that was me for just 2 seconds there.
And if you're going to give up a Sergeant Hammer, then a Medivh is one way to
I think
instantly
Kage
close
was in the
that
last...
gap.
Hold on. That's Kage. Cage Corgi is right there.
This is a very good Medivh map.
Cage
If you're going
Corgi.
to give up a Sergeant Hammer, then a Medivh is one way to instantly close that gap. And the last time these two teams faced
First
at
pick
mid-season
Tyrande
ball was a
for Dig.
Stitches Medivh comp. See if we get that here.
You mentioned the Stitches. The fact is, JPL has brought it
These
out
are
at
live,
so
right? Yeah,
many
absolutely.
events, and sometimes it has been a series changer. And of course, it synergizes so well with this Tyrande that Dignitas have started their draft out with.
That's a high priority for Tyrael, though it has been climbing. Is this maybe an anticipation for that potential Kerrigan?
I think not only is it a little bit of the anticipation of the Kerrigan, but it also puts them in prime position that if it doesn't get ended up selecting, they have a very good synergy into it. And then let's be real here. We talked about the last draft, how when we see the Tyrael, we expect the Sergeant Hammer. This now should force one of those two bans on the Alarak or the Sergeant Hammer to Team Dignitas. And either way, you can't get rid of both of them. And so I think it would be in their best interest to focus on whatever one they think they can kill the easiest. And honestly, I'm not so sure. I think that the Sergeant Hammer may be the biggest concern, or excuse me, not the Sergeant Hammer, but the Alarak, because it counters the melee, whereas you have the Counter-Strike opportunities, whereas the Hammer, a little bit easier to get onto if you flank.
If you can bait out the siege tactics, then of course Kerrigan is a fantastic hero against Sergeant Hammer. But in this case, it seems they are more scared of the range and the knockback of Hammer, the inability to try and dive, especially with Tyrael protection, than they are of that potential Alarak.
So DeMarcon, how you doing today, bud?
I don't want to deal with that Sergeant Hammer, but Yrel does so much to control that front line every time Kerrigan comes in. She's going to be met with a giant hammer, and that will be swung by Kyocha, who seemingly has been unkillable, it seems like, and even when he dies on Leoric, it's definitely for trait value, so we'll see where Dignitas comes in. With Kerrigan picked up, it means that there will be very unlikely no Medivh, because that is his hero, so tank and off lane is what we need. Do we get a...
Oh!
Yeah!
When in doubt!
Yes!
Hook him out! Oh, wait 1 minute!
We got baited really hard, but in this case, look at this setup, the isolation potential of Hook, Tyrande stuns, Kerrigan stuns, add in a little bit of Medivh ley lines here to isolate that hero. They might be able to pick off basically anyone here, including Tyrael, if they can keep the stun lock going.
Though it is a very appealing and kind of long-standing strategy, and Dignitas is probably the best in the world to watch it unfold. This is still a very bold move on their behalf.
Force wall to block
retreat.
retreat.
The last selection from Gen G to be able to provide not only the shielding capabilities to help enable
Oh
that
god,
rare,
it's
but more importantly,
oh my god,
removing another hook target.
it's
Between
old
Material and the
Tassadar.
There's very few.
Right, it's old Tassadar.
Accessible targets there for that Medivh.
God, Dread
I
saying
got so baited, I got so
shields.
excited because I've just been waiting for this combo for so long. Mainly just the JPL Stitches. But last time I got really excited about the kidnapping combo. That didn't even come into play, and I think that was at the mid-season brawl. We had the Medivh, we had Stitches, but it was Putrid Bile instead, so I'm not gonna ask us if that is the strategy that gets them a win in the grand finals, but I do want to know what your thoughts on it, and if you think it's gonna get Dig a win.
Even if it is the Putrid Bile, JPL Stitches is reliable. As I mentioned, it is a series changer. If Dignitas can execute the CC after the hook, then I don't think there's anyone on the side of Gen G who can survive, especially if they isolate the rest of the team away from the hook target. Dignitas, the burden of execution is very much on them, but this is a comp that can work if they are feeling confident and if they play to perfection.
Well, that's the thing is I don't even think you have to. I think it's possible if you need it, but I don't think you have to. I think Putrid Bile does do well here. Tassadar, great for the map as he
Where's Tatsuki? I don't know.
Gets damage on there, can keep people alive, but it's not like Kerrigan's under some immediate threat by anybody on this composition. A little CC from Deckard, some from Yrel, and maybe a knockback. I don't think Kerrigan is necessarily like, boy, we better get one shot, one kill here with all these portals. They could just very much just bully their way in and walk forward and just use that portal to just hit that backline and go in with Putrid Bile right out of the gate.
And the one concern that I have when looking at this draft on the side of Gen G is the fact that last time we saw them on Infernal Shrines and their opponents be able to pick up the character.
Oh, my pleasure, Shy.
Thanks
for hanging out with us.
To really take a trade there against Team Liquid.
Thought it'd be nice and chill and fun.
And I would argue that's part of the reason that game was as competitive as it was. If they don't end up doing that,
we'll probably watch another series from another time.
Interest around the Kerrigan,
from like a Western Clash or something.
To be able to force your hand there.
Still got a bit of time before the sponsor
has to
stream.
Clean things up a little bit, I think, when looking towards Infernal Shrines with Dignitas composition. Otherwise, they'll get a one shot and a big kill there.
Well, I want to ask
Halloran. There's your Halloran right there.
all of you out there watching right now, do you believe in Team Dignitas? Good. They need it. They need your energy. They need your support. Because for Team Dignitas, the reverse sweep starts right now.
Speaking of reverse sweep,
Gilly, no!
In the last 5 minutes
Caster Curse.
You can't reverse sweep unless you go down 0-2.
So all calculated and planned here is what you're saying here from Team Dignitas.
That's what it feels like. I mean, the crowd knows. I mean, if the crowd knows, we know. And right now they're rallying their support behind this Dignitas team that, you know, it was Game 3 at Midseason Brawl. They're doing it Game 3 here on Infernal Shrines, trying to make the Medivh Stitches composition work. And this time they've got the Kerrigan in the mix. This is the reworked, reformed Kerrigan. It's time to go.
It is time to go. As you said, here we are in game number 3, Infernal Shrines, and starting on the blue side. The man himself on the Stitches. It is going to be JPL, Wubby on that Kerrigan. We have Poik playing the Hanzo, Snitch on the Medivh, and last we have Xaylia on the Tyrande. Give Team Dignitas your energy!
One game away from a three-peat here at Global Championships. Here for Heroes will be Sake.
Oh, Sentinel missed!
On the Deckard, Kyocha. On the front line will be on Yrel. Rich will be on that Raynor, which means Reset will be on the Tassadar. And Tist on the front line on Tyrael. Give it up for Gen G.
Hook already lands. Combo goes down.
Oh!
And look at that! Dignitas find first blood in a matter of seconds.
I'd say that energy was transferred pretty quickly from the crowd there as they come out hot and firing right now. And then quick portal over, looking for another one. They get onto Kyocha. Kyocha
nice
gets
hook.
Right back, and right now that is a
the energy in the room at the start of this game, I remember, was insane.
Coming out swinging here with the clutch combos between
it's
the
like
Medivh,
2 early game kills, not a lot of experience, but
it was so difficult for
it's just that getting those 2 early kills like just set the crowd into a frenzy.
He's got you. Team Dignitas displaying the synergy here. But it's important to note that this is just the first couple of kills. Gen G not expecting that early hook onto Rich.
Yep.
But it definitely comes with a big experience advantage for now.
Dread, the crowd electric after those first 2 kills. We'll see if they can
keep it up. It was huge
think about
in the
crowd.
crowd.
First 2 kills they got on Tomb. It was very far into the game. This time, Dignitas saying, hey, it's our turn to come out firing. Right now, with that experience lead, Dignitas in control. clearing these lanes, a threat at every step of the way. There's going to be a
nice
dimensional shift. Will get out.
God, I forgot that he had that baseline on Tassadar.
But even if you do get hooked, you just mash that E button, get out of it.
Shadow Walk as we have now. It's 13.
Now, seeing that first kind of happen there with the dimensional shift use after the hook. If that happens around a Shrine, J-How, there's a Kerrigan combo behind it. There are so many crowd control tools.
Yo, Joy, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. How was your hero stream, bud? I hope the games were good. We had a little sub goal a little bit ago to have like some chill time and watch some old HGC stuff, so that's what we're doing.
It's going to be important. I mean, you would think that maybe
we're just, you know,
might come in at some point, but you need that.
We're trying to we're putting it out there in the universe for Blizzard to hire us for BlizzCon. So if I watch the HGC games, that'll obviously make it so Blizzard hires me for BlizzCon, right? But it's good. I had a pretty good day off yesterday. Today's nice and cozy. It's been great. Thank you again for the raid. If you got a post stream, by all means, take care of yourself.
A bit before the game had kicked off is whether or not, you know, this is a good decision to be able to match into the Shrine for Gen G. I don't think it's impossible, but the way that they approach the Shrine needs to be very succinct. It needs to be very coordinated.
So we're in Game 3 of the Grand Finals from 2018.
They have to respond better than they did over those last two, because as we saw, that led to very quickly.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Joy. Things are going all right. Things are going all right. Hopefully the best for you too as well.
Engagements from basically every team, but when there's a portal dropping in on your backline, that makes it much more difficult.
God, I hope I am shy.
It's really a matter of survival.
You just keep putting it out there, and we keep hounding Blizzard however we can.
And well, with Snitch making his way up, survival will be the focus. The hook not going to land there yet for JPL.
Nice shift again.
Now there onto the Medivh. Will be able to pick 32 skeleton defenders up.
Frozen for first.
But Kyocha knocks him back there with a nice thwack of the hammer. Getting the clear now onto the Shaman. That race will be slightly won. Portal goes down. Wabi looks for a combo. It's going to land there. Luna Flare comes out and no dimensional shift available. Again, Tassadar.
Nice righteous hammer.
The shield, the force of will.
Zalia being able to just run away.
Dignitas is clutching out this fight.
Yeah, they identified that.
How those impaling blades don't hit. Kyocha's wild.
That goes back in. Doesn't have the level 7 cooldown, but with that kill, Dignitas will have the numbers advantage, move directly up. It's Tassadar now respawning, making his way back up. Seeing if Wabi and team can take this. Kyocha goes in, the hammer, the knockback.
Snitch low.
Snitch. Snitch just gets out of the portal and survives for now. Wabi does not.
Wabi not making it out, and that is a lot of their Shrine control J-How, and they need still 13 more Rich. Falling very low, gets the Tassadar shield, gets the heals there from Sake and friends. JPL now mounted up, looking for maybe a hook opportunity. Only 11 skeletal defenders necessary. They're for Team Dignitas. They do not want to give up this Punisher, but they are down a Kerrigan for another 10 seconds. We'll see if Gen G can push them back. 34, only 6 remain, and there we see the initiation from Tis.
Dread's so good at doing math.
Is always going to be threatened. Here comes the portal back out. Still has that lead. The double stun is going to land. Dignitas moving back forward. Kerrigan almost here. Can they get this? 33 for Gen G. Dignitas trying to take it all in. Early game. Here they go.
38, 37, 39, 37.
Falling very low. Point able to take the 1v1.
Hook is huge. Huge.
Right back in there, and Dignitas get a Punisher and a double kill. Got him. Great hook combo there from
Wait,
Dignitas.
Punishers jump over walls?
Over the wall and dimensional shift force. And J-How, I feel like when talking
Portal.
They're not done. Rich
nice sidestep. Oh no.
Got him. For Dignitas, they are on a tirade here in the top lane.
You break the game when you bring Medivh in, and they snuck it in. They said, look,
Medivh is a fair and well-balanced hero.
The Kerrigan player, but it is Wabi coming in. Portals for days is Dignitas. It's kills for days. That's going to be 8 kills. You know what? Let's make it now.
Back here is what Dignitas keeps saying as Gen G is trying to claw themselves back to their own base, showing no mercy. Now 9-1.
Tist, how are you going to get out of this, bud?
But I'm not sure he's going to be able to make it out. Shows up on one side, and he's going to meet himself a Wabi. Dignitas, they took the response of game 2 and said
10-1
J-How.
At 6 minutes.
This game, almost a 2-level lead in absolute dominance here in the first 6 minutes. As Dignitas is swarming Gen G.
They are very much swarming.
Trying to save this for it. It's not going to work out. Actually, well.
Advantage really is so far out of the realm of
They can't
possibility
step
for
up.
Gen G to hit heroics within a reasonable time frame that this game I don't want to say that it's over, but it very much is difficult for them to find ways to claw back. The macro game is not great from Team Dignitas, and that is probably the biggest crux of this style of composition. So that is, if you are a Gen G, you're looking to find ways to take advantage of that, and things like the Tassadar and his wave clear are what you can try to rely on. But Raynor doesn't have that much wave clear of his own. Yrel, not that great on itself, so it's not like Dignitas is going, don't get out macro, don't get out macro. They're just going to keep bringing those portals, and more importantly, the rest
Dragon's
of the
Arrow from top lane. Dragon's Arrow from top lane.
Here comes some portals. The Dragon Arrow comes in, and that's enough for Gen G to see
If it was like maybe 3 seconds faster, they would have easily hit.
Like, oh, we missed, but then you realize it's a 70-second cooldown. Look, Gen G's, they're not making it up to 10, so that is a cooldown. Look, you went for it. That
Maelstrom,
explodes this game even further.
Biles, Shadowstalk
for the next fight. Rest assured about that.
Dragon's Arrow and Leyline.
Leyline Seal as the selection there for the Medivh, and that will help enable when one hook comes in to find multiple kills.
Mid Punisher is going to get announced very soon too.
Four Stitches.
I think we're within the minute.
The man repping those hooks. You're all in the downtime.
They got minions. Here they go.
The portal.
Get in.
No hook going to be out yet. Tis.
Nice.
Combo 2. A lot of crowd control.
Nice out Druins though.
Saving the day there. Post 13 going to be a bit easier on that one. But Dignitas, when they can't find kills on people, they find them on structures.
Wubby still trying to make those plays, using those Ravages, getting the resets, moving in aggressively, always looking to combo off of that. This is a different Kerrigan now than we had before, and just continue to make the plays, using the portal in again. 10, however, Dreadnought cannot come quick enough for Gen G, and that will
There's
be
the Punisher,
soon,
as I said,
and
we're within the minute.
Right around the same time, the Shrine kicks off.
But if Gen G decides to attend,
oh, thank you, Lard. I appreciate that.
With Team Dignitas and how big of an advantage that they
hopefully,
have.
the Bears don't eat it.
All of these skirmishes have so far. Dignitas is going to be so far ahead, near 3, almost 4 level leading, and so far ahead in structures.
I will give you
Gen G
feedback
is just
immediately.
Going to be pleading, it feels like, for anything here at this point in time. So we'll see if they decide to match them, and if so, if they have that success.
Well, here it goes. Heroics here.
Oh, I thought Kyocha was hooked.
Dignitas no longer that talent tier advantage. Look for them to try and make the play. We saw that hook about 5 seconds ago. Give it another 7 or 8 seconds. See if he makes another attempt. JPL and team, they move forward. They are swarming. The combo just misses onto Kyocha. In comes Tisk, looking to try and initiate, as does Kyocha.
18 skeleton defenders at 10. Wubby now in a bad spot. Receives the force of will. Point falling pretty low. Wubby's going to be the focus, though, and he's actually going to go down. Leyline Seal only stalling on one as the Dragon's Arrow connects. Tisk is the focus, but he's got the signification. He
Archon! Archon!
Xaylia and Gen G now fighting back here over mid-shrine.
Got in control with that double kill, and now they'll turn their
on-stream
attention
review
towards the shrine. Probably not enough time for Dignitas to get back.
I mean, it won't come. That mail doesn't come until the afternoon for me.
Just trying to see if he can get enough time
I should be very much done with casting by that time.
Gen G in control, looking to pick up their first Punisher of the game.
But I will be casting Sunday morning, so probably I'll save one for that day.
Now we got to be looking at
so long as it arrives on time, because
with this Punisher
the post up here is very inconsistent.
Stitches, not too bad himself when it comes to dealing with the objective. Hanzo, pretty good in the clear, but Kerrigan, Medivh, Tyrande, oh, you know, not the greatest. Maybe in the world of supports, Tyrande's an outlier, but still not the easiest defense here. So likely Gen G to be a bit more aggressive, especially if they can find those late game Punishers. But Leap 1 is out. We'll see if
can't interrupt the Murky Cup for baked goods.
Gen G and friends.
The sentries come down, as does the Lornado. JPL will use the Putrid Bile. Starting to fall. That portal already used. Wubby and team seeing if they can make up ground. JPL trying to see if he can find a hook target. The Dragon Arrow into the star.
I was like, when is our defender going to get pressed?
For now, but he's going to get reeled back in.
Doesn't work
and
out.
that's going to be a kill. Here comes a portal Dragon.
Nice portal forward.
But Gen G
do a
trying to get
Shadowstalk.
away. Hook is up in a few seconds. Dodges onto the Lunar
Nice.
Flare. Kerrigan combo comes through. And Tisk goes down. Dignitas finding 12-3 in terms of kill. A full level advantage with this 13 talents here. Though they lose the Punisher, very much not losing the game here on Infernal Shrines.
It's up to Dignitas now to try and push towards that 16. They can
9
keep up
kill
the pressure,
difference,
try and get
dude.
those picks, but they want to play towards that 16
And next Punisher's like 12 minute 45 for announcement.
Like Gen G starts
maybe a little bit early by like a couple seconds.
Dignitas has an answer. Rich pushing forward. There are still towers, no minions to move forward, but the threat of a Medivh and a portal, you can see even using the Psystorm Dreadnought just to get vision and dismounts to try and disrupt this freight train of Dignitas.
What if the shipping is there you go, that's true.
That Raven hovering above though, and that is a big problem for Gen G, giving a lot of vision and information control over to Dignitas
by the way.
to help enable those Stitch's hooks. And normally when you say that, you're like, you know, he's pretty good at making that happen. But then when you start considering the fact that there's a Sentinel as well, you got double the angles. I mean, it feels like JPL has got, you know, it feels like a cheat, if you will, when it comes to the mini-map. Currently, Dignitas is able to see far more than that of Gen G. And Gen G, with this 13 being acquired, they need to find a way. They have to find a way to force before the 16 threshold is achieved by Dignitas.
Well, there's Tist making use of that level 13 again, Dread. The dive in, dive out. It's not nearly as threatening as we saw last game. A lot of counter options for Dignitas as Dignitas moves forward, but Poik, the target.
Nice natural
use the
agility.
Natural agility and get over there as Dignitas starting to near that 16 talent here. And Gen G would love a fight in the next few moments if they can find the right opportunity. But as you said, the Raven lurking above their heads will keep a keen eye on them from their aggression.
About 20 seconds till objective.
Sentinel goes out. It's only going to get the reveal onto one there. Yrel, Kyocha off in the off lane, dealing with
Two level difference, dude.
16, as we talked about, is being picked up. And it seems like Gen G realized with that Raven above that they are not able to force that fight too very easily. Now we do see Yrel actually making the transition out, but that Sentinel does scout out Kyocha. So Dignitas understand the circumstances, back out, and now look to get that macro pressure
like I
on
study
the
this game
opposite
for a
side
living.
of the battleground here as the objective itself. Now Gen G has a lot of very, very tough questions to answer.
Yeah, a lot of it is, do we give up the Shrine? Can we afford to give up the Shrine? We have
They're going to go for this
If
down
things go
2
bad
levels in
for
a
them on
talent
the
tier.
Shrines right now, if they give up 1 to 2 heroes, all of a sudden you have pressure in 2 lanes, and that could be way too much to overcome. Dignitas will look to try and open this game, just missing on
I
the
thought that
hook
was a
there.
hero.
Unable to make the play happen. Stitch comes down, trying to get those resets, getting those Qs off. 1, 2, 3, and now they go forward. In comes the portal. Just a threat for now as 16 picked up for Dignitas in the Shrine.
They're going in, down 16.
Right up, but he's got to beat the combo as the Ardent Defender already popped there. Focus now on to JPL from Gen G. 10 skeletal defenders. The hook comes through onto Rich. Again, he threads the needle, but the
Dragon's
portal is
Arrow.
going to be there. Will Dignitas execute as Leyline goes down?
Tornado comes through, will zone up a few members. Ancient Blessings is used, trying to keep the members alive and also trying to get some damage. There comes another hook. Rich is going to be in trouble.
Rich was saved by the
getting up potion after potion.
Primal
Asante
Grasp.
keeps
Impaling
his team
Blades would
alive,
have
but now
stunned.
Dignitas will move forward and try
Fallen
and take
Shaman in
this
top lane is pushing
Shrine
too.
and get another Punisher for themselves. And there's that macro pressure you mentioned, Dread, because that Shaman camp is sieging down that top lane.
And Gen G attending towards the Shrine itself and not dealing with that macro pressure on the top half of the battleground. It feels terrible to attend there, lose that fight, and then now know you're going back to clear, because once you're rid of the Shaman, you still have to deal with this Punisher. And I hate to add this on top, but you've got to deal with Team Dignitas. That Medivh is going to provide a lot of vision for a bad leap situation, and nothing is better than a whole team following up that Punisher.
Sidewall, look at it.
You know Snitch
Yep,
enables.
early
Wherever
sidewall.
that Punisher goes, so will
They can
Team
play off the
Dignitas
Punisher
with
jump.
those portals. They already get the sidewall down, just making sure that they have an avenue to get in there. Gen G, no 16 yet. Dignitas might
Tassadar
look
trying to get
and end
some
this game.
self-mid.
Trying out 1 kill, maybe 2, can try and get this. Dignitas is pushing forward here in the bottom lane.
Wait for the Punisher to leap here. We'll see who gets the bait. Tis gonna be the focus.
Nice.
Just getting the juke not onto that one, but also the jive there.
Portal.
Onto the hook. Portal goes down, but nobody gonna go through. Focus out onto the keep here for Team Dignitas. 16 still not acquired by
There's the hook.
G. They get the hook, but the dimensional shift comes through. They're fine for now.
Here we go. The Punisher goes. They're trying to get the lockdown. JPL goes forward. The knockback is there. Kyocha and team, they retreat for now. There we go. There's going to be the hook. Rich comes in.
Beautiful
Blessings has been used
sanctification.
as a sanctification, but the ley line will buy some time. Try and get this fight outside of it. Kyocha comes in, trying to fight. The Punisher goes in. Kyocha gets interrupted. Kyocha goes down.
Team Dignitas finding themselves a kill, but they will not be able to get much past that unless they find themselves a hook.
They're on the core, Dread.
Onto the core. Shielding is going to be removed, but they need to find a way to get one of these kills. Who will be the victim? Tis comes in, and he finds a way back out. Hook is available.
They're going to get a little bit more
Jay
damage, but I
find
don't
a
think they can
victim?
stick around.
There it is.
Oh, they are?
Dimensional shift used, 70% and counting now onto the core. Dignitas, they're going to try and close out this
Yeah, the
game.
portals are going. They're dancing around this. 50% falling. There goes 1 member from Dignitas, but the core 30%. 2 members down. Dignitas.
Tyrande stitches on core. This damage is so low.
The shields onto this somehow. Dignitas reviving. Away. 9%.
Wait, Tassadar shield the core.
JPL.
Hey, hold on.
3%.
Gen G. Stun Team Dignitas and their
Did you guys see that?
towards the
Tassadar shielded the core, and that
with
actually
this, they
gave
are
the
going to be able to
3%
take
that they just needed.
Team
Did you guys see? Look at this.
The
So
reset,
watch it.
trying to
It's
get
gonna
the
jump
shields
up at a
onto this
point.
somehow. Dignitas reviving.
So it's at 9. Oh god, what did I just do? All right, there we go.
9%.
So did you see the shielding pop up right there?
Get the shields onto this somehow. 15, 5 and 10 away. No.
Right there. That shielding, I think, saved the 3%.
7, 5, JPL. Hey, hold on. 3%. G. Stall out Team Dignitas.
He did like 3 shit. That's wild, dude.
And with this, they are going to be able to take the
and meanwhile, in top lane, Fallen Shaman was pushing.
Keep and be able to break the
How's your day, Funs?
here of Team Dignitas. All thanks to those Tassadar shields on the core. The only reason they have 3% to remain. The Shaman camp has built up. They've already got some damage in. Gen G, will they try and close it out? Right now, they get this win, and they are the champions. Dignitas, 20
Ancient
seconds
Blessings.
away. The Ancient Blessings has been used. They are bursting.
I mean,
through
Hanzo
this team.
Kerrigan are up.
Dignitas,
Is it immediate arrow rip?
Picked up in 8 seconds. J-How, look at this. They smell blood in the water. They want to be your first 2-time champion. Leyline Seal up in 4. We'll see if Dig can hold.
Nice natural agility.
Dignitas holding right now, but the shields have fallen on their core. The combo comes in right now.
Up.
70% falling.
Decker just ate an entire arrow. Sanctification. No level 20. Leyline delay. Rich is dead.
One member goes down. 2 members
Ardent
go
Defender
down.
Uriel though. Tassadar.
GG.
GG.
But NG has done it. They are your 2018 Global Champions.
Such an insane game 3, dude. Such an insane game 3. I should be like right near the stage with my camera.
And ending. J-How after
the bitrate killer. There it is. There's the bitrate killer.
Tuss being able to do anything. And then Gen G hold their own at a miracle defense. And now
I'm like right over there, I think, waiting for the green light to run up to the stage for photos.
A dynasty has been accomplished here by this team. 3 global championships in a row. Back-to-back BlizzCon champions. Gen G truly is a dynasty.
And with that, we are going to waste no time. We are going to send it over to Kevin Cloaken Johnson there with our winners and their interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our global champions of 2018, Gen G!
Dude, they played so well, though.
All right, and here to congratulate our team. Oh, wait, come back, guys, come back. Mayhem. Come back, come back. We're not done. Here to congratulate our team, production director from Heroes of the Storm, Kaeo Milker. Please welcome him to the stage, as well as product manager from esports, John Timorian. Please, guys, come on up. Let's congratulate this team.
I miss Cloaken.
Well played. What an amazing end to an incredible tournament. Kaeo.
Thanks, Kevin. Thank you. Man, can you believe these games? Thank you so much, everybody. On behalf of the Heroes of the Storm team, I want to congratulate all the players on some amazing games. This has been such a great season of HGC. Couldn't do it without you and all of you. Thank you so much.
Told you. I was running up at the end. There's your boy. There's your boy running up to the stage.
Team Gen G.
With like 40 pounds of camera gear on me.
You guys were standing right here waiting to receive your title of HGC Finals Champions. So since then, it has been absolutely inspiring to watch you define what it means to be a world-class competitor. And so it couldn't be with more pride that I congratulate you here today as being the now 2-time 2018 HGC Finals Champions!
GG's. All right, we're gonna watch another series.
One more huge.
We're gonna watch another series. I will find us something with our lovely NA friends. Let's see here. Maybe let's see this. Playoffs? Not playoffs, apparently. Oh, I see. It was like the group stage stuff. Okay. Let's see. Maybe. Some Western Clash, maybe? In 2018? Let's see. Heroes Hearth versus Team Liquid. That sounds like a good time. Now, don't say I don't ever do anything
My name
for
is
chat.
Jay Howard.
Don't say I don't ever do anything for you, chat. All right, I'm gonna let this start out. I gotta run some ads anyways, but yeah. Don't say I don't ever do anything for you.
Joining me are Tetcher and Colin. Gentlemen, how you feeling about this final matchup?
For starters, I like the little equalization we've got going on here in terms of heights, but overall, I am really excited about this matchup.
Right,
no one
I'm gonna go grab
expected
some
Heroes
water and
Hearth
run to
to
the
be here.
bathroom while this,
Very
all
few
gets
people
going.
might have expected Team Liquid to be here. This is an unexpected matchup, and it's one that has never happened before. This could be really exciting.
I just really think that Heroes Hearth needs to step it up when it comes to their confidence. I think that they have what it takes to take down Liquid. I have a lot of faith in Heroes Hearth personally, just because I've seen so much of their gameplay. I really just think that they have what it takes. That's really all there is to it. Liquid, though, just a formidable foe in themselves. I don't think that they've really performed up to where I thought that they would have so far, but I think that this series is going to spell something completely different for both of these teams.
Well, speaking of what it takes, we have the bracket to see what it's taken to get here as we see how things have unfolded. Obviously, Dignitas made their way through the top, and Method leftovers, obviously the ones that defeated Heroes Hearth, and then Team Freedom. Octalis has just qualified, gentlemen. And now we have that matchup of Heroes Hearth and Team Liquid. One of these teams will be going home, and I don't think either of these teams coming in with the records that they had expected to be in this position. And we'll take a look more at the schedule on how this unfolded as we look here at Heroes Hearth and Liquid. Obviously looking forward to tomorrow as well as Dignitas and Method. But gentlemen, when we look at that bracket and how things have unfolded, what stood out to you the most, Tetcher?
I mean, obviously the fact that this looked like it was going to be an EU sweep, but suddenly pulling a Braveheart, Freedom, come in and bring the life of LA coming into that upper bracket. I am excited to see how that goes.
He's been working on that all afternoon since he casted Freedom. That's a true story.
Yeah. For myself, obviously most people know about me. Like I've been part of Tempo Storm, so seeing them fall in the previous
God, Kala's ties were always great.
Probably the most surprising for me.
Well, obviously with Team Liquid, they are another team that probably didn't expect to be here as we take our look at them. And for them to stand out here, the standout players, we know the names. We know Hasuabs. We know the likes of Nurok. Eternal's been killing it all day. But what is it going to take for this team to start bringing it together? What's been the missing element that you guys have seen throughout the day today?
Not entirely sure. Overall, I quite liked their drops versus Team Freedom, but overall they were just outplayed in a couple of those crucial boss fights especially.
Yeah, that's actually exactly what it is. In a couple of small
Hazu's so young and fresh. Honestly, he looks exact. I feel like he hasn't looked any different now.
Has all of the tools they need. I don't think they're missing anything when it comes to the draft. I think that, you know, them coming here to North America, scrimming quite a lot against other NA teams, and also Liquid has said themselves that they scrimmed a lot against Dignitas. They had the partners, they had the preparation. All they need now.
He's honestly, Hazu looks like to me
just was so close.
Looks like he hasn't aged at all.
That was closeout potential for them, but obviously the Samuro play, I think that just kind of threw a wrench into everything. But gentlemen, Arcaner has been kind of the name of the game. He's been that carry style hero for this team. I think a lot does rely on his shoulders, but Eternal as well has made some incredible plays throughout the day.
He really has. Some of his engages have been superb. Another player I'd really like to point out is Nurok. The amount of plays he was able to make on Deckard Cain earlier on in the day were insane. I would have no issues with him staying on that hero forever, but of course, bans are a wonderful thing.
Well, there's Hanzo, excuse me, Crow in there as we could see him drawing up the arrow. Arthalon, my favorite, of course, being the next tallest here. Heroes Hearth, their drafts look somewhat different than what we expected. Medivh and Maiev were something of the past that we've seen Heroes Hearth run before, but is this a change in mentality? Did they pick up something in scrims? How did they start coming back to their old ways?
I really think, and this is a little bit of a It's a little bit of like a cult thought, but I think that Dignitas has incepted all of NA. I think they came to North America and they played
literally
this
Mac talks the same way still.
Style that we're not used to in all of these
like when we
other
used to have
teams are
meetings during
picking up,
CCL
but
because
it's
he
actually
works,
just
you know,
a
blah blah
ruse.
blah.
Dignitas
He
are
literally
like,
talks
"Yeah,
the same
you
way.
actually
He's
think
very
this is better,
animated.
it's not. We're used to playing against this. We know how to counter this. Go ahead and pick it because we will body you.
So here's where I'm actually torn for the first time at this event, in the fact that the Open Division Alliance is a thing, but Team Liquid are from Europe, and I think what's going to swing it for me is Jayhao. As much as you do cast the Pro Division, you used to be one of us. You used to be an Open Division caster.
I was there for the birth of Heroes Hearth. I watched them lose that first series, so it's been a fun ride up until this point.
So the question is, are you going to join the Open Division Alliance?
Yeah, I'm sticking with my guns. But we're going to take a look and see where those guns will be firing as we take a look at the Battleground pool to see what's not going to be played, but more importantly, what will be played is it will be Volskaya.
Volskaya map 1, wow.
Braxis being banned out, of course, by Team Liquid. EU does not like that Battleground, but Infernal Shrines being banned out by Heroes Hearth against Team Liquid.
That makes
Gentlemen,
sense.
Thoughts on this first Battleground with
Team
Volskaya?
Liquid was so good on Infernal.
Volskaya, I think this is a great one to go to as the first map here for these teams, Heroes Hearth versus Liquid. I want to get into the team fights. You know, this is a map where most of the time you cannot give up that first protector. So I want to see both these teams draft team fight compositions and just really head at each other over that first objective. I want an explosive series.
Tetcher, we've seen Ishbu be the initiator for a lot of this, whether it's the Diablo, the Muradin, or the Johanna, allowing players like Crowan to come in. We saw,
I think we still had animated portraits at this time, didn't we? No, this is 2018. They got rid of it, I think.
What do you anticipate seeing when we do get to this
I think
draft,
animated
which
portraits
is
got rid of
the
in
name of
2017.
Sustain, but with Heroes Hearth, they also have the blow-up potential as well.
I think Heroes Hearth, we're going to see, like I said already, a heavy potential on a heavy focus onto tanks. Team Liquid already removing Diablo, and one of the main reasons for this is when they were last on this map, they were running the Garrosh, and a lot of the teams that have been winning today have been running the Garrosh. So removing that straight away.
Keep in mind, we just watched HCC Finals. The HCC Finals were on patch 39. This is 35.2. Just heads up on that one.
Could be a really interesting way to start off this draft, but you'd leave open potentially heroes like Genji.
Yeah, the marquee matchup for me is the solo laners. I want to see what McIntyre ends up with. That's honestly, we saw a little bit of shaky play across the board from offlaners today, I would have to say. And I want to see that stepped up here. We've got Hammer and Medivh ban. On the other side for Team Liquid, it is Diablo and the Genji. Yrel, high emphasis here. Blaze, also high emphasis. Deckard Cain, all of these heroes that just promote that early game fighting on the control point. I think those are the ones we're obviously going to be seeing coming through. What is first pick for Team Liquid is a question entirely. It's going to be that Yrel, pretty standard.
I can't imagine Heroes Hearth not picking up a tank in the early part of this. Muradin has such high priority. But with the Medivh ban there, a hero that obviously has received multiple nerfs over the last few months is that Tracer. And if there is ever a time for a task Tracer composition, it feels like this is the roaming potential to get that sustained style. I'm not saying that's guaranteed because we haven't called Tracer's number yet. But that has to be considered. Instead, we're getting the Phoenix to start the day, and Garrosh again.
Garrosh once again taken away. Like we already said, Team Liquid ran it last time, but they still have Muradin, they still have Johanna, the tanks that would usually be brought out against a Garrosh. So it's really the question of where Team Liquid want to try and lead their draft. Also, Garrosh unfortunately does not have as many slows, so he is not as effective as empowering a Phoenix as some of the other heroes are.
Like Liquid right now, they have the opportunity at running something like either a Muradin and a Deckard, or a Deckard and a Raynor, as we're seeing here from Team Liquid. And look at this opener. You have Yrel, Raynor, and Deckard Cain.
Obviously, it's a choke all composition, chat.
For that early objective, Raynor has the self-sustain in his own kit. Yrel also just nigh unkillable most of the time.
I honestly, Freaky, I think it's just these are the games that I happen to grab that happen. Yeah, I think it's just.
I believe it was the earlier draft where we did see the Garrosh.
I think you're very right, but I just think it's just the games I've grabbed so far today.
We saw from Heroes Hearth, if memory serves correct there. Muradin obviously adds another slow towards Garrosh, has the capabilities of dwarf tossing away. But Raynor, post level 7, adding his own slow with his pepper. Deckard getting the slow, and Yrel, what we thought was unkillable at times today has not been unkillable, anything but that. But it does take another form of control that keeps Garrosh in check away.
This was a key feature in that draft that you were just mentioning, the Stukov. It was the Raynor, it was the Garrosh, it was it was that so being able to steal.
I mean,
away the
Falstad
Stuttgart
has a slow
can
on
give you
Gust
a
if you want to go
big
that
removal
department,
on
but I
the
don't think
zoning
there's a lot of good
potential and can lower the value
corners
at least
to really
a
gust
little bit
people
of
into.
Maiev, if that's what they were planning on, because of course pull Umbral Bind into the silence is such an impactful
I mean,
play.
Rhaegar Totem has a
Heroes
slow
not
on
gonna
it.
be
You can go
able to
that
do the exact
direction.
same strategy here, and they still pick her up anyway because Root is a pretty good replacement, and if not, they could even Twilight Dream it.
Take me down this path, because at this point on Volskaya, we've known that North American teams, and Heroes Hearth in particular, when you don't have the Diablo to pair with the Salvo from Phoenix, it's been that triple melee with Thrall.
Yep.
Maiev here has been primarily Arthlon's hero. We'll see how that unfolds, but for Team Liquid, we got to get something on that front line.
Absolutely. What the tank is going to be is a question entirely. There's the Johanna and the Abathur for Team Liquid.
Abathur for Volskaya, wow.
Abathur, not a hero we see too frequently.
No, not on this
Volskaya
map,
Foundry,
yeah.
But it can certainly work. We've seen it to great success before in the past. It's just the frequency's not there. On the other
Hey,
side now,
buddy.
Heroes Hearth, you see that
You getting
Abathur.
cozy,
What
Bandit?
is your last pick? You were mentioning perhaps it could be something like a Thrall coming in here. It's some with the Phoenix there. What do you guys think?
Blaze still available.
Yep.
That's a McIntyre special, but there is always the potential for them to run a Zeratul that we've seen on this battleground, something that they've done in the past.
There it is.
They pick it up. This is not foreign to them. And Kala, you and I were discussing earlier during one of the games that Maiev, I was saying,
I actually don't know if Garrosh, with his initial release, was ever played in HGC.
So for this
because I think a lot of heroes in HGC when they released were they had like a duration ban before they were played in HGC, I think.
Guess what, Maiev is really,
And I don't
really
know if
good
that
at
iteration
pulling
ever actually
people
made
together.
it
She's
into
like she's
play.
Like a matchmaker. She brings people together.
I'm not
She's
honestly
a
sure.
Really, really unpleasant matchmaker.
Because I know the
Sometimes
change
there's
came
less
pretty
bodies on
quickly.
the side of Team Liquid.
It's
You
like
have that
3 to
Abathur
4 weeks after
composition,
his
but,
release, I
you know,
think.
the clone comes out. Maybe it's the Yrel clone. We saw something
Maybe
like
even
that
sooner.
a
What's
little
up,
bit earlier,
Turbo?
but at the same time, you know, you've got the Raynor as well as your hyper carry. Honestly, I love both of these drafts for these teams. I cannot wait to see how this one plays out.
The immobile backline does scare me somewhat because of the Deckard Raynor back there, so we'll see how well that Maiev plays out. But we are on the way to find out exactly how that does work, as we will send it over to two of the slickest tongue guys that I know in Trixler and Haloran.
Somebody needs to pinch me, because we're in a world right now where Team Liquid or HHE will not make it to day number 2 here at the Western Clash. That's bonkers to me.
You know, it's funny. When I found out that I was going to get to cast Heroes Hearth Esports earlier, I was like, cool, I've always wanted to cast a team. I hope I get to cast them again.
Yeah.
I didn't think it would be in this
I
situation
love Haloran
where if
so
they
much.
lose this series, they're out at day 1 of Western Clash. It's been absolutely insane.
Both these teams are typically
I wish I got to
attention-oriented.
cast with
Their
them
matches
more.
are focused, they're on point, but both their matches today were a little amusement park-like. We'll see if they can switch that up a little bit here and be a little bit more focused.
He's
in their
one of the
matches. They'll need to do it.
3
The
people
the
that
loser of this match will be
got
going
me into
home.
casting.
Here on the left side in the blue, the honors are yours, Lauren.
On the left, we have Heroes Hearth Esports. It's going to be BBJ on Malfurion. McIntyre is playing Zeratul. Crowan is on Phoenix. Ishbu is going to throw people around on Garrosh. And Arthlon will round it out with Maiev.
On the right side, in the red, Possible Obs on Abathur.
Laws of Hope, Johanna.
Deckard Cain, Arcaner to play Raynor, and Eternal on Yrel. It's going to be Team Liquid.
Trick, I think the message that gets sent early in this game could dictate the entire best of 3. Team Liquid losing that last series in the way they did against Freedom. When we heard them go into that in their interview, they were really worried about how they would do against that team. So do we see a shattered confidence here? Are we going to be able to see them resurface?
Freaky, if you remind me after we watch this series, I can find the release video for Garrosh.
Boundary, a map that Team Liquid is known for over in
But you'll
Europe.
probably have to remind me
We
because
saw
I
them
will forget.
Earlier,
I know
even
myself.
Against Team Freedom, shut them down on this battleground. So Heroes Hearth coming here, I know it's a strength for them, but it's also a statement that they can make. Okay, we'll take you on your best battleground. If they can get a win here, I can see Team Liquid and their spirit being crushed.
They love to go for these high-risk situations, so I think they're going to feel pretty comfortable. Ironskin gets used to enable the condemn. No follow-up there. Both of these teams is kind of trading barbs. With that Abathur hat, Sport Billy could be a lot more dangerous.
This is something you're going to see pretty often, especially as we move into level 4. A lot of trades happening. Team Liquid going to take a little bit of poke here and there, but they'll be able to heal it up thanks to that Carapace build coming online for Abathur. Now on Heroes Hearth side, they would love to find a pick or two in the early game, especially with that Maiev being mixed in with the Garrosh, and that can happen around the control point. Also, don't forget about the items at support camp. We keep seeing the fight around there, but Heroes Hearth is mixing it up. They're coming in for an evade.
It's going to be important that they do exactly this on the way to level 10. Before
Oh,
that
this was
body
the
comes
group day
online
with
for
no
Team Liquid,
audience,
they
right?
need to throw their weight around. And in Ishbu's case, he needs to literally throw some weight
I don't
around
think there
by
was
finding
audience.
people
I was
out
like,
of
why is it
position,
so
setting up
quiet?
takedowns. for their team. I like this idea, and so far it's kind of spooked Team Liquid.
Yeah, they'll be looking for the lowest amount of weight there. Decker Kane.
Oh, really?
Bones have lost out on some calcium as of
I
late.
saw
So
like
if you
tournament
can pick on
admins
Neurock,
and
that
coaches, but
would be
I didn't.
But
I must
they're
have
not
missed the
stepping up too much.
audience.
The thing is, while they do posture for this aggressive play on the turret, they're still not doing theirs. So they want to take this team fight, it looks like. And Team Liquid has set themselves
Also,
up
Laser
well
Cutter
to
on
be in a
Phoenix
spot where it's
being
like, okay, if they
2
do take this
million
team fight,
miles
we can
wide.
then make the play for the turret.
Eternal rotated down just in case there was the engagement, but Heroes Hearth Esports decides to let that go, which is really interesting to me because in the last best of 3, they looked to want a team fight from beginning, middle, and end, but now we actually see Team Liquid looking to the other side of the battleground. They're on the offensive. They're mad that they're in this situation.
Nice invade.
Is it going to be fast enough, though? That's my question.
Yeah, it should be
Warplay
fast
comes
enough.
over, drops down the anchor, has a
Easy
condemned
enough.
zone
You got
down.
your L,
Eternal's trying
dude.
to get out, but he does get hit by the Groundbreaker. He is tossed to top left.
Oh no, that Umbral Bind was great.
As well, Eternal is the focus
Yeah, they
here
have to
for
pop
Heroes
it.
Hearth. They might be able to get the
But they
kill
get the
with potions that are
experience.
Coming out, Crowan trying to get the auto attack, but a nice shield comes out.
No way, dude.
The auto attack,
Neuroc's
the
healing.
flash just enough. I can't believe Team Liquid got away.
This is an instance of reality where somehow
Yeah, Western Clash was
Eternal
pretty
is gonna
early in
be
the
able to
year.
go into the deep end of the pool and casually stroll out after all kinds of aggression
should've
and
drowned.
chase from Heroes Hearth Esports. They needed that takedown, if anything, for their own confidence.
The teamwork from Team Liquid. First off, the hats coming in, the heals popping in, the flashlight coming out from Johanna at the right time so Crone can get that big amount of damage coming in. Beautiful play from Team Liquid. They'll have 2 turrets. Now there is a 1 support camp here for Heroes Hearth Esports. Actually, do they even have that here? Who has it? Maiev possibly in the top left as they step forward and try to push away Team Liquid.
Heroes Hearth Esports asserts their dominance over the control point for the moment, but Team Liquid has all the time in the world to get their health pools back up to 100% and then try to make a play. Arthlon knocks on the door of sorts in the mid lanes. His
Wasn't
team
it
Liquid there to come out to play.
Western
Sport
Clashes
Billy
were
Crew, they
like
say yes.
ways to lock in a slot for BlizzCon, right?
Hold that front side, but contesting the
Like if
point
you
is
like
Heroes Hearth
got
Esports.
first or
They're
second
building
in
up
Western
numbers.
Clash, I think you locked a spot for BlizzCon or
Finally,
something.
Team Liquid is able to grab footing here, and don't forget, meanwhile, during all of this, Maiev was working on level 7, but so was Abathur as he soaks on the side.
Heroes Hearth is doing a really good job of soaking experience, actually managing to
I didn't look. Is it
stay
Hazu on Abathur? Did anyone see? I'm trying to find him. He's either. Yeah, he's on Abathur, right? Because it's Eternal on URL, yeah.
On a side of Team Liquid.
Makes sense,
Anytime
Hazu on
this team tries to
Abathur.
Step in, Sport Billy Eternal, they're definitely going to allow Arcaner to chunk that health bar down. Ishbu's been having a hard time finding the path.
Yeah, that front line is a problem, but don't forget about the back line too. Arcaner is great against the Garrosh, being able to use that
Bind.
penetrating round when he does step up. But Eternal, maybe not so lucky, getting pulled on in, trying to heal all up. The potions
Nice
are being flung out by Neurock, and he is keeping Eternal alive with the help of a hat.
Round 2 of Calculated. Somehow Eternal again manages to survive without any lethality so far from Heroes Hearth Esports. Team Liquid have to feel really good about their chances. So far, they're hanging on without the ultimate evolution, without things like Ard Defender. If you can't take down your rail now, when can you?
God, Halorn's got such
Eternal
addiction.
just towing that line.
His
That's for
pacing
sure.
and
Also
like
does
another like
multiple times so far.
oh,
Heroes Hearth
so
have not
good.
been able to confirm the kill. Fort Billy jumps up with a condemn, trying to lock down Crowin, but Ishbu with a save into the fray, tosses aside, but he may cost him his life. Ishbu will fall as Team Liquid finds a final attack.
Crone will have to tell Ishbu's story. The end of the fray saves him, but Ishbu's not going to be able to get out there. First Blood is going to go over to Team Liquid, and they're going to start to charge up this point. The road to level 10 was so important for Heroes Hearth Esports to try to make something happen before the clone comes around. To lose a team fight, to potentially lose the first objective.
Avenging Wrath at
critical.
4 and 7. Interesting.
Is he gonna get this? Oh my gosh.
Nice
Team
invade.
Liquid steps in, grabs the turret, does drop their own, but they deny it from Heroes Hearth Esports, and they go
Still
back
his
to
experience, though,
point.
too.
Team Liquid just took a massive lead there with that play.
Team Liquid just
Camp
kicked their
and
feet up on
heroic
Heroes Hearth's
kill.
coffee table and just
They're the
like,
lazy
I'm going to
boy.
make myself at home if you don't mind. They come away with the first protect or Triglaw protector.
Yeah.
They're going to go ahead and move their way towards the middle fort. Normally, you're looking for a fort wall, maybe 2. The top well, if you can set things up for the next go-round. Team Liquid, they seem to have eyes for more.
I mean, you mentioned that Team Liquid kicks up their feet and sit on the coffee table. Right now, they're just reading the newspaper. They're going through the motions. They go through Team Liquid. They open up the middle of the map. And this has become a common play for them. If they find an early kill, they'll go straight for a fort, and they are just shredding through it. They are looking for that experience
Good
jump.
damage.
But Zeratul has found Abathur and gets a pick. Team Liquid will lose their Abathur while they take a fort.
That's huge for Heroes Hearth Esports, but it's definitely going to come at a cost. They need to do things like that to make the Abathur player feel really concerned about how much they want to step forward to go for the body soak. But time and time again so far, Trick, we've seen Crone on Phoenix not pose enough of a threat to stop Team Liquid from going in and taking everything that they want.
Yeah, Phoenix will be able to put some decent damage on the Protector, but no.
Oh yeah, the death timers are itty bitty, yeah.
Oh!
Righteous Hammer saves Arthalon.
Kane and Reina are currently in there, meaning there's no target for Heroes Hearth Esports. Now the well looks like it might just survive.
Next Trick Love is 9 minute 40 something.
You want to see that taken care of by the
so like 9 minute 10 something for the announcement.
So small little victory, consolation prize.
That's really good for them, and they were all also able to get to level 10 before things got too out of hand. We do see Taunt, obviously, Void Prison, Twilight Dream. I like this. We need to see Heroes Hearth try to make plays. I did not think Tranquility was going to help them out at all.
Twilight Dream won't be helpful if you can find that on
Tranquility's armor.
Or even Johanna and
healing.
Under the Iron Skin. It's something that you can really try to pull off, but it does require coordination. Therno continues to hop around the bottom left, and Crowan steps up. There's a bit of a chase here from McIntyre as he's wanting to put some damage on him, but Eternal, once again, escapes away from the fight.
Eternal was not at all concerned about the return response from Heroes Hearth Esports so far, and for good reason. He hasn't had to worry about it. Time and time again, he's got 5% off. Just
Sabather stab at 7, okay.
If you don't mind, and Heroes Hearth don't really have anything to say about it. But level 13 will be here sooner or later for both of these teams. We're going to see some more aggression potentially. Heroes Hearth, if they're looking to invade, they need to try to take the fight.
Yeah, that's smart invade.
Gets tossed.
They needed this.
Grab the turret, so nice little
Put some pressure onto the enemy.
A bit of tussle.
Oh, Crowan's dead.
Comes out and Phoenix gets destroyed on the bottom left. It's poor Billy. Just steps up. A VP has to be used. So
and it captures though the Malfuri, and I think Malfuri's dead.
Phoenix caught way too far forward, and now
Mac accidentally getting the Malf there. Just didn't have the setup to the side.
Two heroes get taken down in a team fight that Heroes Hearth Esports went looking for. They picked the fight, and Team Liquid was more than happy to end.
I gotta point out Nurok here. Typically against a Phoenix player, he always goes for the tornado. The idea is let's catch Phoenix, pull him to the fight, and then blow him up. But he has realized that Heroes Hearth wants to bring the fight to Team Liquid. They want to go for that VP. They want to have that Salvo setup, or even that Twilight.
Also, Stay a While is like the better talent of the two. Let's be honest.
May be able to grab in a team fight by using Stay a While and Listen.
Also, at this point in Heroes of the Storm, Lornado did 0 damage to people. I believe Lornado got damage added to it like 7 or 9 months ago.
This game is slowly starting to get away from Heroes Hearth Esports.
It was just a displacement tool with a relatively low cooldown.
Normally, this is a team that even when they lose early on, they have ice in their veins, and they're somehow able to come back.
And it's not a lot of damage, but it damages damage, man. You know, I've gotten kills with, Shade of Mephisto, which is level 20. I think you're looking at like 110 damage or something.
Being in the match, he becomes a self-contained wombo combo. Being able to finish off that cleave build is something that allows for him to almost solo carry the game, especially against a Rainer. If you can jump on the back line, find 2 targets to hit, get that reset available, you can blow them up quickly. So Heroes Hearth still has that in their back pocket, and they're not too behind when it comes to infrastructure. Remember that well they see in the top left corner, they are in a position
as I said, about 9 minute 45 for the contest. There you go.
They're in a situation right now where they can very well turn this game around. So that level 13 gets picked up.
It's like I know this game.
Elements of this
It'd be great for BlizzCon 2026,
you know? There are some items in the hands of Team Liquid. The turret, the support camp, 2 turrets actually. Team Liquid, they're going to be coming out guns blazing, figuratively and literally over this team.
That's what you do on this battleground. Textbook play here from Team Liquid, doing what they can to slow down the point that's being controlled by Heroes Hearth Esports. They need to deal with this minion wave though on the top lane. They want to get that pushing forward and at least have a little bit of vision thanks to their own Merc Cam. And that's where Scorpio can then step up and try to control the point. But Team Liquid, they seem feisty. They want to go in for an engage and step up, but there's a blessed shield.
They saw that someone was charging up the control point, so at least one person, the reasonable deduction is going to be Ishbu, so why not try to go out there and see if you can get to someone on the back line. Crowan's been caught forward more than once so far, so why not? Eternal steps forward again. McIntyre tries to raise the brow of Eternal, but again, he's just going to be able to walk away whenever he feels like it. And Arthalon, he goes for the pole, looking for Sport Billy. Can they make something
nice
happen?
wall hug.
Not so much.
One lands on Johanna, but the clone has been popped. Hasselhoff goes in, drives by a little time, knocks back Crowan, gets him low on shields. This allows Sport Billy to grab the control point. So Team Liquid has established dominance on the control point. And if they can wait out a good 20 seconds, they'll have Blessed Shield back up.
Bye,
They'll
clone.
still have the ability to stop momentum from Arthalon, who's looking for that big tether.
The clone is down. Plenty of time for Heroes Hearth to try to make something happen.
Oh, Zavalosh, I believe.
In the hands of Team Liquid. And here they go. Ishbuk drops down the turret. They're looking to play. Sport Billy gets thrown into the stun. The root comes out from Decker Kane. And suddenly Decker Kane wants to read a book out of Newsweek. gets to sleep on 2 people. Void Prison on the back line, though. Deckard Cain, he finally goes down.
That VP was huge, and Chrome able to sneak out will allow
And
him
Arthalon
to
and
get
Chrono
healed
are
on
so
up,
low.
a couple of potions, but if he can buy enough time, Heroes Hearth can turn around and have a nice 5v4. Eternal is
No
hunting. He
way.
wants to
No
kill.
way
He
you
wants
get
to
out
get
of this
Arthalon.
alive.
The ball allows him to escape.
What?
Actually able to get out. Rowan turns around. He drops a salvo, and he puts out some damage.
Arthalon with the slick getaway, able to round the corner off the conveyor belt. I was like, excuse me, Eternal. Thanks, Sport Billy. I was just trying to leave, if you don't mind. They're actually going to be able to hang on. Taking down Deckard Cain, critical to the success of Heroes Hearth Esports. Without that support, the Abathur hat is not going to be enough, so Team Liquid finds themselves having to back away. They do have time to potentially try to make a run at it. Sport Billy walks in.
They're waiting for Deckard Cain. Deckard Cain's on the way. Meanwhile, Abathur has been soaking, so a slight experience for Team Liquid, but they don't want to throw that opportunity away. They realize, okay, Heroes Hearth has set up a nice concave. They're going to get the control point. So Team Liquid will walk away with an experienced lead, but Heroes Hearth now has a chance to close that gap with the Protector.
And you can hear the audience cheering them on. They need that rallying cry and that motivation to keep the momentum going in their favor. They could very well find themselves getting to level 16 at the same time or ahead thanks to this Triglav Protector. They go through the well. And then they turn their attention over towards the fort. Johanna just kind of waves hi to Garas.
Why aren't they dancing in the Triglav?
They have to play a little bit slow here because they're actually trying to go for a pincer maneuver. So we have Yrel coming in from the back left by Eternal, actually taking a lot of damage from the Protector. Needs to be careful. But on the bottom lane, oh my gosh, Eternal gonna die.
The rare
Oh my
Protector
golly.
kill.
A big mistake by him, and Heroes Hearth finds a kill. And here's the thing, in the bottom lane, they have Zeratul and Maiev. They're damaged, trying to siege down a fort. They're going for multiple ways of experience. They get Arcane or 2.
I've been wondering where the exclamation point of their team damage was going to come from. And
Apparently
the
it's a robot.
answer is a Rock'em Sock'em robot. That's going to be 2 heroes getting taken down on the side of Team Liquid, and they're really starting to establish themselves all
Proxying
across
the
this
wave
map.
with
They
Maiev,
go
that's
to the top
nice.
fort. Enough time on this Protector to do some serious
Rocket Glove
damage to
shuts
this
down
middle
structure.
fort. So right now, Heroes Hearth, for the first
this
time in
framing?
this game, find themselves well in the driver's seat.
And that definitely hurts. With Maiev taking out that bottom lane in the well, putting it down to half health, they set themselves up for the next control point. They
So
get
next
a couple of
Triglav
kills, tie it up
is,
into
what, 1637?
Massively in
So
experience.
1607
Team Liquid, who was in
is about the
control this
announcement
entire game, it
in
felt
game
like,
time?
has now found themselves on the back foot. They are a level behind, and Heroes Hearth continues to keep the pressure up on the turrets.
Norak is eating a whole bunch of damage. McIntyre is only going to become more and more of a problem now that level 16 was picked up. The Unstoppable Cleanse is going to allow Ishbu to get out of there. Ishbu, Sport Billy throws out the Frisbee, lands the Captain America impersonation, and a 2-person taunt locks in
Salvo.
Team Liquid in a huge salvo.
And
That's
Zeratul,
one,
dude.
Maybe
Oh,
even
Zeratul,
two. They end up
no!
losing Zeratul up top.
McIntyre is having a wonderful game. Jumping on the back
He is?
line in the top right corner, made it hard for that front line to be paired up with Team Liquid. Team Liquid's trying to answer back, put some
Nice
damage on
Umbral Bind onto
Arthalon.
Arcaner.
Arthalon pulling Arcaner in, gets hit by the Warden
That was
Cage,
a
and
really
that's
good
gonna be
Umbral Bind.
Another pickup. Heroes Hearth is running over Team Liquid.
Arthalon throws down the bouncy castle and goes, before you leave, there's a
You
little
don't
bit
even
more
know
we
that?
want to say.
Know
You're gonna
what?
Come away with another takedown.
Objective
3-1
cooldowns on
is
this map?
always going to be a favorable trade in this situation. The more damage
It's almost
they
like
can
this
put
is
on
my
this
job,
bottom
and
wall,
Blizzard
they
should
can
hire
come
me
away
for
with a
BlizzCon
tower.
2026.
The entire
Heroes of the
wall,
Storm Classic
if they
Cup
come away with the
casting.
next Protector, that could be game.
It's almost like I'm like the best
Heroes
option
Hearth
as an
has
active
brought Team Liquid
caster
to
for
a
the
battleground
game.
They enjoy playing on. We see him come here very often.
I also
on
live in the
online
state.
play. And in the early game, Team Liquid, normal play from them. Okay, we're controlling the
They should-
items,
I
we
agree,
get
they
control
should.
Points,
Yeah.
We got a Protector, but Heroes Hearth in this late game has taken over. And
Any
now
day
with
now.
them being
Tick,
one
tick,
level away from
tock.
20, and that's before the Protector setup, they are setting
I
themselves
feel
up
like
to
I'm
get a
living the
win,
Judge
especially
Judy
with some
meme.
damage on that keep wall on the bottom right.
I like that they are able to get that. They back away. They're like, all right, we want to further establish our control.
I should
over
just
the battle.
recreate that
So they go
GIF
for the
and post
support
it on
camp. They should
Twitter
be able
and
to get
tag
their own
Blizzard.
turret. But Eternal and the crew might have a thing or two to say about that. They're going to go ahead and contest the support camp. The Ardent Defender gets used pretty early, and somehow Team Liquid comes away with it.
Zeratul
It's gonna
backline
cost
dive
them.
was
It
nice.
will cost him Deckard Cain. The support camp comes
But Mac
out,
is
Eternal
dead.
comes out, but McIntyre might fall too, and McIntyre does. A 1-for-1 trade. Team Liquid continuing to chase. Hasu up
That's
on
a
the
Hazu clone
trying
of
to find a
Yrel.
target he can knock into his team, but Heroes Hearth gives them nothing. They pull away. They have to play safe. With 20 right around the corner and them already having a 1-for-1 trade, they can't afford to give much more up.
Trick, we are in for a very exciting series. For Team Liquid to rally back that fast and play that position.
They had to.
Oh, dude, that's awesome,
They
Funs.
had to,
I know
but they had the ability
Heroes
to
Lounge
do
is
that.
already
They're
scrimming
confident
too.
in
Heroes
themselves.
Lounge starts
If they wanna
on
make
Monday
day
of
number
next
2,
week.
They're going to need to keep doing things like that.
And I've already been seeing a ton of people in my friends list scrimming. Because every time I see someone in a lobby, are you like, are you guys scrimming for Murky
Don't
Cup?
forget about that. With you moving to level
They're like, no,
20
Heroes Lounge. They're like, never mind. I don't want to bother you.
Level 20, which is a great power spike. Having the clone has been a great tool for them already. Just a matter of getting there. With a control point up in 20 seconds, Heroes Hearth will be in a position to get a substantial lead on that point. In fact, I don't know if Team Liquid can even soak all the
Like,
way to level 4,
competitively
maybe
or
full
why?
level and a quarter. and they have to do it safely.
There's a pretty thin margin for them to be able to take any sort of team fight on even talents here, so they might find themselves in a position where they have to go down their Storm tier talent.
Oh, you're good. No, you're good.
Really
I was just, I was curious.
This heads-up decision to go for this top 4, get the experience.
Oh, hopefully it's a more
Heroes Hearth
competitive and intense season.
They're trying to make themselves at home.
But Heroes Hearth realizes, okay, they're going for experience.
Wow, they're
They
literally
have to
just
back
like running it
themselves.
down
They also
bottom.
waiting for a keep on the bottom right corner.
Unconquered
This will give Catapult
Spirit,
pressure, but also
Shadow
a
Orb
window for them
Vengeance,
to get the protector
Titanic
and push it
Might,
to the core.
Astral
They're trying to
Communion,
make sure that Team Liquid
Shadow
does
Mending.
not take this timer they have available and they get that level 20. They're putting as much as they can to go for the throat.
This is the Heroes Hearth that I know and see week in and week out during league play of the HGC. Their macro decisions, seeing that Team Liquid went up top to go for the support camp, well, we'll just take your bottom keep if you don't come back here. And all the while, they're charging up the next objective phase, already 60% and rising. Level 20 is going to be here, so Team Liquid, they're going to have one good solid shot at it.
Ishmael?
You mentioned this is the Heroes Hearth, you know, this is the Team Liquid I know, trying to force a fight. Oh my gosh, a little bit too early though, as they go in for the level 20. Sounds comes out. 20 is being soaked by Avatar. He's trying to grab it. Sport Billy sitting on this top left corner, getting focused down. Does he get the indestructible in time? No, he wasn't able to click it,
So
and
close,
Johanna
not getting
will
that
fall.
kill. There's double camp pushing
The
top lane right now.
Not being there in that critical moment could very well decide.
But it looks like it's on keep.
Game. Level 20 was
Or keep
picked up,
gate,
and he was
sorry.
like, all right, control 3 maybe. Not so much. That is a huge
Nice,
takedown,
Warden's Cage,
but
jump or
they're
bind
not
into
done
the
yet.
wall.
Arcane is gonna
Matt
be
gets
ganked
in.
Along with Norak. Somehow, Decker Kane finds himself in the front line. That's not where he wants to be.
Oh
and
my.
suddenly the Librarian
Mac
again
is
gonna
just
get
having a
taken
good time
down,
right now.
But Hazuwas, Eternal, is looking like a full team wipe.
This is disgusting. The Warden's Cage being set down, constantly pulling members into McIntyre. He just drops his Q over and over
Yeah,
and
as I
over
said,
and
there was
over
the top
again.
lane
He
wave.
finally finds the 4 multiple kills, and Heroes Hearth can turn their sights towards a core. With no Johanna up for about 20 seconds, Heroes Hearth Esports
Will
has come
Hazu
across Sky Foundry, a
throw
map
his
that Team
KDA
Liquid
away?
is typically strong on, and they have shut them down in the late game.
Oh yeah,
That's a
this
huge
was back
statement
when there
to
was a
make for the rest
visual
of this
bug
best of
on
three.
the
Void Prison
red
goes down
side.
for the memes apparently, but I don't
The
see
red
an
side
instance
shielding.
where
I was
Team
like, wait,
Liquid
where's that
is gonna be able to
shielding?
hold
Right,
on to
it
this
was
game.
busted.
Heroes Hearth Esports, they struggled early on. That's something of a staple of them.
GG.
But once they got into that mid to late game, once level 16 got picked up for Zeratul, it looked like a whole different matchup. We're seeing signs of life out of Heroes Hearth Esports.
Heroes Hearth is able
All right,
to
chat.
get
You know,
the
I
victory
gotta.
throughout the
It's a
game
best
on
of
number
3, but I
one.
gotta run
Of course,
ads
game number two in
because
this
Twitch
best
makes
of
me
three
run
series.
ads.
They
So
just
I'll
need
run them
one
now,
more to
and
make it to
I'll make sure
Saturday.
that they
Whereas
are
Team
not
Liquid on this
running
side, you have to
during
worry about them a little
the
bit
next
here.
game.
It's one of
Okay.
their favorite battlegrounds to go to, and them falling behind a little bit in the late game has got to be hurting their morale.
That was home court for Team Liquid, so to lose that game in that fashion is definitely going to bring some cause for concern going into game number 2. They also went with something of a gadget composition with the Abathur. It's not the most standard composition that you would see. Does Team Liquid feel rattled? Are they going to try to go for something more easy to pull off, something easier to execute, or will they stick to their guns with some of these picks like Abathur, like Medivh? I guess we're about to find out.
I can't wait to find out, but let's go over to our analyst desk and prepare for game number 2.
Well, 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 we finally see Heroes Hearth.
Oh, yeah, there is an audience here. 100% correct, chat.
Making several plays to
I just, I would have thought we
that
would have
looks
heard
like the Heroes
some of
Hearth
them.
we normally see in their play.
That it did, and they came out swinging in that game. There was a couple moments where Team Liquid did look like they might be able to sneak it back, but overall, that was Heroes Hearth's game.
I absolutely agree. To me, you mentioned it yourself. Arthalon on that Maiev looked absolutely fantastic. In fact, we have a replay to go over that kind of showcases the way that he was setting up the map and, setting up the team fights, in fact. And I just absolutely loved watching him play this hero.
Kala just needs to move that tie up like quarter inch.
But what happened off of this play is the fact that Heroes Hearth were able
Just
to
a little
get
more
level
snug
20
up in there.
off of everything that happened here, pick up 2 fortification camps, and get the bottom keep down to about 20% HP, which really helped them set up the rest of the game. If we scrub through here, we've got just normal setup here. We got to keep our eyes onto Arthalon. He's represented on the bottom side, which allows Maiev to find those flanks. You know, in a position like this, Maiev can realistically come in through here. We do see Arthalon right here for now, but as Heroes Hearth kind of they play the pacing of this fight a little bit. They let Team Liquid step in a bit. Ishbu, takes a bit of damage. There is the Blessed Shield from Johanna, but continuing to move in is Team Liquid. Nurok also just gets caught out, and look at the members of Heroes Hearth here. The positioning from Team Liquid is just absolutely atrocious at this point. The double taunt on the
Can you
bottom
guys
side,
believe
big
that
setup here
Crowan
for
hit
Heroes
4 people with this salvo? Look at this. Look at the sweep on this. I did not think Crowan got 4.
The Blessed Shield from Johanna, but continuing
Look at
to
this
move
swipe.
in is Team Liquid.
Look at this swipe. He's going to get Raynor, Deckard, and these 2 down here, and I did not think he had the range for the bottom half.
Nurok also
Look at that sweep. That actually targeted on. That's wild.
Just gets caught out, and look at the members of Heroes Hearth here. The positioning from Team Liquid is just absolutely atrocious at this point. The double taunt on the bottom side, big setup here for Heroes Hearth, and then they continue to start moving in. Nurok, he gets a massive sleep, but look at his HP off of it. Yes, McIntyre also very, very low, but getting the Void is really important. He ends up going down, but this is the big point that I want to discuss. Like, watch what Arthalon does here. They get the 1-for-1, ends up being a 1-for-2 because Arthalon pushes in, but the big part is he's not done. He's looking to flex those mechanics, drops the cage, gets the tether onto Arcaner. Arcaner gets pulled in again, and that is resulting in another kill. Yes, we're seeing the 18 to 16 here, but what happens, as I said, 20 gets picked up for Heroes Hearth off this play, and it really sets them up to win the game.
I can tell you that when we're sitting over here and we watch that play, we're like, all right, fight's over. Arthon's like, hold on, not yet. And it was just like full poggers at that point. Yeah. Everybody's like, oh, wow, okay, that happened. And that did open up quite a bit for Heroes Hearth. Team Liquid, we know they are a resilient team. They are finding themselves down one game. Tetcher, what do you think they need to do to kind of bring this back? Was the Abathur maybe not typical for them? What do we need from them?
We know the Abathur is typical for them. They like those little heroes sneaking them in every now and again, but I don't know if I want them to go more wild or less wild. Like, I don't know if I don't know whether I'm just really wanting to see Vikings this tournament, or whether I'm feeling that maybe Team Liquid should just settle it down a bit, go for something like maybe Battlefield if it's still available, and trying to focus that down and just maybe some good team fighting and race comp style.
Let's see where we are going to go and whether it does warrant a potential Vikings composition, and our battleground will be that of Powers of Doom.
Oh, here we go, ladies.
It's a good Vikings map.
Best battleground for a large portion of time for the Lost Vikings, and this
still is to this day.
Why must they bait me like this?
I mean, it is something that we could see here. Like, it's not even like meme worthy. This could actually show up, and if it does, it would be fantastic.
We're going to go on whether it does warrant a potential Vikings composition, and our battleground will be that of Powers of Doom.
Going to the next.
I mean, it is with that volatility at this point when you are on match and you could be going home. If I were them, not a chance.
Yeah. If Abathur is not banned out in this match, I will be shook. Yeah. Just out of how powerful it is on the map in general. Once again, you already mentioned the Maiev as well. That could.
Why would you ban Abathur? He was played in map 1.
Why not predict the bans before they happen at this point? I definitely think Abathur and Maiev will be one of them because Arthalon wrecked last game.
I do want to say that if they do want to go into that Vikings territory, that you do run the risk of that Zeratul coming out again in the later part of the draft, and we've seen what McIntyre can do once. I don't think you want to see what he can do again against that style of composition.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how these teams decide to draft on this game because it is a very, very important game. If Liquid go down, they're going home.
Yeah,
that's massive.
This would be, Tetcher, your dream of having both Open Division representatives from both Europe and North America making it through to day 2, showing that dreams do come true for those types of teams.
Our dream.
All three of our dreams.
There we go.
Is that official? Because you said at the end of last time you're sticking with your guns. You never actually told us what those guns were.
It was hard.
There we go.
Look, I don't want to have bias. I've just been there since the beginning, and I have faith in a team like this because they've shown up. I actually, had a talk with them before this event started, and I was like, I guarantee if you guys could run back mid-season brawl, you probably felt that you could perform better. And BBJ was like, yeah, he's like, we definitely are better than what we've shown. And I think for them, BlizzCon is still the territory they want to enter in, but they also need to show up in later parts of just the Western Clash if you want to make those progressive steps.
They said in the interview they're not here considering themselves the best in A team. They're here still chasing. They're chasing Europe. They're chasing Korea. And unfortunately, in this case, they have been chasing Europe, going down to leftovers. However, they finally started to overtake here with Team Liquid down 0-1.
Well, they overtook Tempo Storm in this first part of Phase 2, and they've also overtaken Tempo Storm by way of Tempo Storm being the first.
Way to sit down during this clash, or maybe BlizzCon opening week,
they had
to get feedback. A lot was about Abathur and Tyrande at the time.
And coming in as the number 2 seed, so it's weird to see in the lower part of this bracket that we have our number 1 and number 2 representatives from North America and EU respectively facing off in this. I don't think anybody, if you were to be building brackets, this is not how they would break down. I mean, obviously,
yeah, BlizzCon 2018 was Orphea, right? Yeah, BlizzCon 2018 was Orphea because 19 was Deathwing.
It was decisive.
Because I remember I got to go to the dev panel for that, and I started talking about
it was so
nothing that correlated to Deathwing, and one of the handlers literally was like, we
Power
need
took
to like
a nice picture of Mopsio the
reel
other
it
day,
back
big bright
into
smile.
talking about
Mopsio's having a
Deathwing.
good time. We saw him during that game, still smiling. You know, he's enjoying. He's like,
I started
"Look,
talking
I'm
about like
done for the
draft
day. I
lobbies
got
and
day
stuff,
two to
and
worry
like all
about."
these like
He's been
can we
having a fun
have the
time
ability to
seeing
set
that,
like
and,
the
you know,
the
where
server
his
in the
rooting
lobby,
lies,
and the
we'll
devs were
find
like,
out
yeah,
as
we
this
should
game
do
goes
that.
on, as he's sitting here in the crowd joining us. As are
By the
several
way,
folks
I
as
also
the
think
day
that
has
is
gone.
Justing's hair back there.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of other teams.
If I'm not
who,
mistaken,
either don't
hold
have a
on,
match yet
hold
or
on.
He's, sitting
That's
here in the crowd
Justing's
joining
hair,
us,
if I'm not
As
mistaken.
are several folks as the day has
I'm
gone
like
on.
pretty sure.
Yeah,
All right, let's get into the draft here.
This isn't a Zealots
This is
run.
a lot
this
of.
is our new thing. Like this
Oh,
is
it looks
all
like there
us.
was a
Like, you don't have to
pause.
try to replicate that.
There we go. Let's get into the draft.
Genji's managing to sneak all the way through to this point, usually in those banned spots. So now Team Liquid have to work out their priorities. Which one of those, I would say probably one of those two incredibly deadly assassins today.
Dude, I would love for Blizzard to have like player summits again and stuff like that.
They would rather ban it than see Team Heroes Hearth take it. It's going to be Diablo though.
Does that warrant a first pick Yrel or a first pick Muradin? Because that is something with Heroes Hearth having 3 picks before that second ban phase. They can always go back to the Johanna strategy. When we talked to them, we saw them run Johanna Blaze, Johanna Blaze, Johanna Blaze over and over and over again. And they're like, look, everybody just kept letting us run it. So they ran it for about 2 weeks straight, and they realized, look, we got to diversify, we got to mix it up. And the team started to let them have it less and less. But that they can always go back to that. Instead, the Muradin has the high priority.
Yrel is so good, but with 2 tanks banned out, if you weren't to pick a tank now, you could put yourself in so much danger potentially. So picking up the Muradin right now, he's the safest possible tank to pick, fits with almost every comp. It is a solid pickup here by Heroes Hearth, but now Team Liquid, they have the opportunity for the Yrel if they want. They can pick the Deckard Cain if that's the support they want to stick with as well. They've got a pretty reasonable opening. It's going to be Genji that we already mentioned, he slipped through, and the Yrel as well.
Okay, I love this opener from Team Liquid, though. On the Heroes Hearth side, having that Muradin, Ishbu playing this hero, they're going to have that early game aggression that we really do
What's up,
like
Cove?
to
Here's
see
how you doing,
from
bud?
Heroes Hearth. Perhaps maybe they even dictate the pace
Where's
of
your
the map.
bandit buck
I
betting?
think that's exactly what Heroes Hearth
We're
need to
just
do
chilling,
if they
we're
want to try
just
to pick up
chilling.
this next game against Team Liquid. There's the follow-up to Haka and Phoenix. What a brilliant 1-3.
We need
from
to
Heroes
gamble on
Hearth.
8-year-old games.
Haka, honestly, again, one of his better maps. You were talking about how valuable globals are on this map. I absolutely love this style, and Phoenix as well. Just, you can't really go wrong with him.
You've got Muradin with Thunderburn. He's already going to get those that extra slows, which is going to set up for Phoenix even more. Then they can build in.
Muradin's in a fine place in the current meta.
Which is unlikely.
No,
but
he's
they would be
played
able
played
to,
pretty
that would be an
consistently.
advantage as well, if not, then even you can stick in a Rhaegar
Muradin's in a pretty good
for
spot.
those extra slows as well. They have options for days. We're going to see Maiev finally
Smart.
gets removed.
Yep.
It's, you already mentioned it. Being able to pull them in sets up for the Phoenix. It would be too scary.
Excellent choice by Team Liquid. I love that Maya Ben. What is this next ban going to be, Jay-How? What do you think here, based on what we're seeing?
Well, we clearly need damage from the side of Team Liquid outside of the Genji. The Johanna, the setup, we already mentioned the priority.
I think
on
just
the
Crone
tanks.
likes
This
being
is
a
your
crab.
top elite style tanks, which leaves you with what else? Stitches and a Genji.
All right.
Sometimes can
They
be
have Yrel, so
counter-synergistically.
I
Have
doubt
seen
it's gonna be
teams get the
Vikings,
hook
right?
Into a Swift Strike. But then ETC starts to come to mind. ETC in our current meta has had a very difficult time.
Yeah.
We saw a noob earlier today.
Could be a noob or like a... we haven't seen Tyrael in so long.
Who?
Exactly, right?
I mean, it's been also been a very long time since we've seen like Sanctification Dragonblade.
I know, like I see it, and I'm
So
like,
you're
I
last
can
pick
make
a
some
tank.
arguments
Interesting.
for it, but I don't know if you're willing to play a hero like that at this point. At the same time, Heroes Hearth, you know, you see this Raynor, you see this Stukov. Yeah, exactly. He's completely open at this point. And the fact that Team Liquid elected to go with the Stukov over the Deckard, that's a curious one. But Stukov into Phoenix is a fantastic matchup, that's for certain. I think this is a Deckard for sure.
The Deckard feels so strong. He's hard to dive, especially when he's paired back there with the Phoenix. Obviously, you get that bonus armor. And then Phoenix, yes, we have seen Genji at times, but who you killing? And we see the follow-up. We'll see how easy it is to engage as the Thrall, the pickup that we know that Heroes Hearth, they do like to play that triple melee at times, and it generally revolves around that Thrall, something very prominent in North America.
So now finally we get to see what the tank is for Team Liquid. Let's count Mosh Pit interrupts. This could be a good way to try and identify it. We see the tongue, we see Muradin, we see isolation. Otherwise, it's a sleep.
Oh.
It's a Varian.
Okay.
Shield shatter.
Yep. Somewhere out there's a very happy Kendrick Swish.
I have not heard that name in so long.
Everybody knows that is the hashtag that you should
Wow.
be spamming right now
Kendrick
on your social
Swish.
media. That is
Jesus.
the only one. We're going to ignore it.
Hashtag burn the tree!
Yeah, I mean, nobody wants to support that style of play. Apparently,
you guys do.
Dude, I don't know about this. I think I better get out of here. But But either way, Varian, we know has that
dude.
one pick kill potential.
I miss.
You
Yeah,
can get the
Kendrick was a
top,
good
you have
guy.
that swift strike, but
He
is
stopped
Jimmy Rayner enough to
streaming and
supplement
stuff
that
right
extra damage to
around
follow up
CCL.
the style that we get from Varian.
And I think he got like a job in like
backside though. We got to consider the fact
streamer
that you've got
brand
a Stu Cobb as
management or
well
something
to
like
follow up
that.
with those taunts. That's it. That's huge playmaking potential, right? From Liquid, it's not just.
Yeah,
the
he's
taunt.
a
You have to be
really
careful.
solid, nice
That taunt
dude.
lands on a Phoenix. He's gonna get silenced up, and he's gonna be dead.
Well, speaking of dead, Varian somehow met his fate a long time ago, but he was revived here in the Nexus, and we're going to send it over for game number 2 over to Trixler and Lauren to see how this Varian works
It was
out.
2017 was Varian and Ragnaros at BlizzCon,
Varian
right?
coming out. Shocking.
During the draft, you and I are like, that's easily going to be a new bracket.
Everything on a new
You have
bracket,
the double stuns, you have the Stukov silence.
You stay in
afterwards.
nice,
I almost
nice,
forgot
yeah.
Varian was a hero.
Yeah.
When he got picked up, I was like, oh, okay, I guess we're going to be in for a pretty wild ride. Both of these teams.
Yeah, I
have
think it's like
definitely
similar to
deviated
what
from
like
what they
Gilly
normally do
transitioned
in
into,
terms
which
of
was
their
like the
warrior
loaded.gg
preferences.
thing.
Yeah, very one of these heroes that you have to have.
I applied to
strong
work for them,
momentum
but
whenever you
I
get
did not get
taunt,
that
you're
job,
trying to force
obviously.
fights, get a couple of kills. I am a little bit curious how it's going to do with the Yorel. Of course, you can go to late game, give your teammates some armor. So I want to see how that interaction is going to occur. But apparently, Team Liquid believes in this as they are putting on potentially their last game of the evening.
Over on the left side, looking to make it to day 2. It's going to be Arthlon on Thrall. Ishbu's playing Murden. BBJ's on Decker Kane. Crone's playing
I love
Phoenix, and
Haloran so
McIntyre's
much.
on Rubber Ducky Dahaka. Give it up for Heroes Hearth
Haloran is one of the
Esports.
3 casters that really got me into Heroes of Storm casting.
On the right side in the red. Hasselob's on Raynor, Sport Philly on Varian, Arcaner on
Ha-
Genji.
he's-
Neurox
he's
on
ju- he's such a
Assault.
solid
You're on
dude.
potentially
He's
the
nice.
last game of the evening. Give
He's
it up
great.
for Team Liquid.
Someone I wish I got to cast more with. I think there's a lot I could have absorbed
I
from him.
really want to see how Varian interacts with the Decker Kane. If the right taunt happens at the beginning of a team fight and there's the silence afterwards, the fight is effectively over. BBJ's positioning is going to be very critical.
Yeah, but Sport Billy's not a real boy
As
yet.
Murden has a Stormbolt, we can see some very
Maybe I
aggressive
get to level
play.
4.
I love this comp for HH.
Oh, dude, Skimmy. I wish I got to cast with Skimmy. I
might be in trouble. He gets locked down with a scroll. He gets hit with a tongue.
Wow.
Comes out fighting with a kill before 30 seconds.
They are ready. Heroes Hearth comes out. They find Raynor and stomp him flatter than an even in death spray. That's exactly how you want to start this off. Chrome, BBJ, Ishbu rotate down. Ishbu wrote articles on the idea of anchoring, watching the rotations. He's a master at this. He's right in his element.
Now, what I'll say about Team Liquid's composition is having Genji in the mix here introduces a little bit more chaos. It's not very front forward, if you would think. Typically, you're playing against a Varian. Okay, you're keeping an eye on Varian, you're watching out for the engage, making sure that when he goes in for his charge, you're able to back up, or of course, assess how you want to go into the fight. But with the Genji poking around and potentially jumping on the back line, that
Nice
adds an
Stormbolt.
extra element of
Nice
chaos. And
anchor,
speaking about
Ishbu.
chaos, Heroes Heart is bringing aggression here on the bottom right as Varian gets picked off. That's going to be 2 kills for
Yeah,
Heroes Heart.
that was
Sport
such a
Billy
good.
finds himself surrounded
That
by
was
blue
such good
health
aggressive
bars, and
positioning
Heroes
by
Hearth
Ishbu.
Esports are happy to give him a little bit of that cultural exchange. He said, out here, we spell color without the U.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a slow Varian setup. He was looking to grab on that bush to make sure they didn't get invaded, but Heroes Heart just beat him to the punch. And you're going to see that with the Murden. Murden is looking for these engages. He loves having those around the Sapper camps, especially on this battleground. So Team Liquid will have to play careful around that.
That's going to be something that we might see time and time again. If Murden gets
Lurking
called out
arm
like
stopping
that,
the
he
Sappers
can
from
toss.
charging,
If
by the
Varian
way.
gets spotted, he's like, well, I guess I'm just dead. And that's
Yeah.
exactly what happened.
Well, things will get better in one more level for Team
Drag
Liquid.
doing
Will
the
have that
same.
Varian taunt come
Still got the
online.
charge.
They start to force the fights as they would like. They did elect to put some pressure on the top line by grabbing the Sappers once they saw Varian getting picked off, so Genji helped out Yrel there. So breaking in that front wall will be helpful, especially later on if Yrel wants to move into Divine Steed, which we've seen on this battleground in the past. Team Liquid will have to decide if they want to go that route. Here's that 4, and we'll find out what exactly is picked up. It is going to be the
This
taunt.
is going to be
If
Taunt
anything, that
Trixler.
decision to go for the camp up top says to me that Team Liquid
You think
is
TL is
continuing
going to take
communicate.
Colossal
If the
Smash or
team starts
Twin
to lose
Blades?
heroes early on, they're
Nah.
likely to be tilted, and sometimes they start to fall silent. But keeping on top of the macro plays, like, all right, we lost Varian here, but quick, go up and get the Sapper camp up top. Team Liquid is still very much in this game.
Team Liquid definitely
Swift
should be.
Strike
All right,
1 and
Alta's
4. Are
activating.
we going to get a
Toro
Dragon
three
Blade?
of them set up here. Sport
I
Billy
feel like
already
this
in
was
the
when
middle
Dragon
lane,
Blade was pretty much the
sharking
only
around.
level
Just
10
typically
pickup.
on a target that you want to
I feel like we
taunt.
weren't
I
seeing
thought
X-Strike
T1
at this
here,
point.
But Sport Billy getting locked down. Just
Nice
full
drag.
CC. He cannot move.
Mac with
Heroes
an
Heart finds
absolutely
a
amazing
third
brush stock
kill.
right there.
Heavy rotations from Heroes Hearth Esports paves the way for a quick 3 takedowns right as the first hit of altars shows up. You saw Varian go for the taunt on Murden. He's like, all right, I can take this one-on-one fight. And then the root from Thrall to follow up, and you see Crone coming off the bottom screen. It's absolutely going to be curtains.
Heroes Heart to set up to grab 2.
Oh, what's
of
this,
these
Funds?
altars. BBJ already on the bottom. No one going to contest that. Top right, Stukov grabs 1. But this
Oh
is
my
a
God, 8
situation
shots.
that European teams have been in before. They
40
did
Dream
not
is dead.
find giving up stuff in the early game as long as they stay even on the macro or even get get a lead there. Typically, you have a Dehaka floating in there instead of the composition, but here we have a Yorel. They're only slightly behind experience, Team Liquid that is. So they're still definitely in this game, and it's a situation they've been in before.
We're in a pretty unique spot here where Heroes Hearth Esports find themselves in a commanding situation. They're ahead on experience, and normally we see this team playing down a hero tier in terms of takedowns, even down a talent tier for a moment.
Oh, it's just what he said.
Is success
Gotcha.
going to be a trouble for them? They're like, I'm not used to playing like this.
Well, Echo the Element's already done it, 3-minute 42.
They lead a lot in North America, right? So I don't think
But it
we
didn't
can
have
go
it didn't have a lot of
that
stacks at this
far.
point,
Heroes
right?
Hearth is actually set up for a bit of an engage already.
like
with the
under
Sapper
30 or
spawning
something? It was
already.
like
Team
20-ish?
Liquid controls the bush, but with
Maybe it was
7
30?
quite around the corner, they're going to play as safe as they can. Sport Billy, he's learned his lesson getting picked off.
Obviously not 125 right now. Yeah, 20, yeah, sounds right.
Able to serve the role of the frontliner and set up engagements for heroes like Raynor and Genji. Without that, he's just kind of waiting in the wings. The path to level 10 is going to be pretty long. Ishbu continuing to anchor, could potentially spot Sport Billy. And the way these team fights have been going, I'm sure they're going to look to engage if they find a chance.
Team Liquid looking to maybe make a power play. They have Yorel floating around here in the middle. She is actually thinking about maybe rotating down. They could attempt to go in for a Sapper Cap at 10 seconds, which will be spawning. However, they do have to worry about Dehaka, who can always brush talk in, and is working on pushing that top lane.
Ishbu rotating around on that angry cloud, looking to throw a Stormbolt on whoever he finds. Hazawab is going to try to escort these Sapper camps in. A single Altar Affair down bottom is going to give us some insight to a full 5v5 team fight. This could be huge.
This is the one altar that Team Liquid needs to make a play around if they're wanting to force something. Not being spread out between two is a saving grace for them. They don't have to worry
Single?
about Dehaka with that global ability floating around for them. If they can position aggressively,
Laugh in the background,
on this
boss is
altar,
up.
They should be able to start to get a
Also
channel.
5 minutes.
Heroes so far looks to be responding in kind.
Hazu
They just give
channel?
this away. You already have Thrall on the top right with Dehaka.
No delay. I
Looking for
don't
a
think
pick on
they're.
you.
Yeah, I think he's got it.
Looks like they're investing more towards the later game. Infernal's going to jump over the wall, and that was a daring escape. Has the well available to sustain themselves. Yorel lives to fight another day. McIntyre and Arthlon lay waste to one tower and try to keep their
Good drag,
experience
Reed.
lead intact. The nice drag from McIntyre is going to force out a response from Infernal. He is going to be able to get out of there. They got that altar down bottom without any sort of concept.
And they do have a half a level lead on top of Team Liquid, so they'll be moving towards level 10 on a faster side here. And of course, they'll be moving into spots where they get really strong. Thrall in particular at level 10, that's when he feels like he really comes online, when he gets that. Ancestral Wrath finished up with a few stacks, and then of course when he moves into that Earthquake Force
collapse?
Sundering. Well, expecting an Earthquake here, especially with the variant composition coming online,
Essence,
but here's
but he
that
has no
combo
burrow.
we're looking for.
Nice
Sport Billy
silence from
comes in
Nurok.
for a taunt, brings out a silence, and they get a kill.
A taunt, silence later, and that's going to be the first takedown for Team Liquid, showing signs of life before level 10 comes around for Heroes Hearth Esports. They need to keep their eye on the minimap and do plays exactly like that to minimize the value out of the Dehaka. But Genji?
Arcaner picked off in the middle lane there between Thrall and Murd, and I can only assume that Stormbolt actually connected. And typically as a Genji player, you're hoping that you're able to escape that thanks to your small hitbox. Arcaner getting picked off, and Heroes Hearth will have their own pick. A total of 4 kills to 1 while they open up the wall on the bottom.
Heroes Hearth is a team that loves to scrap and rotate. They're able to prove that time and time again. Heroes level 10 is picked up. Heroics are available for Team Liquid. Another single altar affair now with things like Shield Breaker or like the Protected. We got the Stiff Arm from Stukov. Arn Defender. This is going to be a different team fight for sure.
Lornado also coming online for Deckard Cain, and I'm a little bit worried for Varian. I call it Arcana Syndrome. When you go into a fight and you're stuck in a fight and you can't get out, this is something that Varian suffered from as well. He goes in for the taunt, and if you can get a Lornado and keep him stuck in that area, you can try and focus him down and take him out. And Nurok will have a hard time saving him, because Stukov isn't a hero that just straight up saves somebody from death.
As another Artanis main, I really felt that.
Yeah, you feel that, right?
That one hit home. But the altar is going to be here. Ishbu looking to lead the charge. He's looking to connect the Stormbolt if he can find one. Infernal waiting in the wings, looking for the right opportunity to play House of Pain, jump around. McIntyre hanging out in the bush, seeing if he can drag someone out of position. Not able to do so just yet, but the root goes down. This could be
drag. Team Liquid's trying to get this Earthquake to be popping, maybe trying to go for a disengage
Earthquake
or pull up a target.
with the
But Heroes
salvo.
Hearth gets the engage they want.
Classic
Salvo
combo.
comes out. Arcaner goes in with Special Strike, gets damage on Arthalon, but Sport Billy once again the victim for Team
I started
Liquid.
Defender trigger, but will they be
Variant
able to back
again
away
is
still?
going to get taken down, and Yorel's going to be the next target with so much attention. There's no way we're going to see her get out of there. So far, anytime the front line of Team Liquid has dared to go for a team fight, they fold like a launch.
That they have. The good news for Team Liquid, still in the game here, it's only 32 to 28 in terms of core shots. But something they have to worry about is that bottom bell tower. It's starting to get to a point where it can be sieged down, especially with Sappers pushing in from the bottom lane as Heroes Hearth is looking to take that. The moment that's taken away, Raider actually has a pretty difficult time taking that back when you don't have a strong front line, even with them being able to work in those auto attacks.
Nice.
Heroes Hearth wants to take
Lord
it
Nader to push back the Decker's lurking arm channel.
There's the root. The Stormbolt's going to connect. Ishbu exits stage left. Crone's going to teleport out of there. Arthon eating a good amount of damage.
Okay.
Sport Billy's like, I'm here ready to rock and roll. That's going to be a takedown. Eternal on a chase, looking to take the shield down on Crone. A nice Stormbolt. Ishbu perfectly timed. Helps the disengage.
Team Liquid were hoping to find another pick-off, especially with that taunt coming back online again from that cooldown. This should give them a little bit more room to open up the map themselves, though, and they elect to move in for the Sappers to open up the bottom left. After they grab those, they can peel back and finally take back their bell tower. Again, something they cannot allow for Heroes Hearth to control for a long duration of time.
That was big for Team Liquid. Getting that takedown now allows them to get that altar a lot more easily than they would otherwise. Control over the bot lane on Towers of Doom is so critically important. Heroes Hearth put the screws to Team Liquid and never let go of control of this game. But taking down for all there helps them do exactly this and take this altar back.
There's a bell tower, but they have to skedaddle soon. They have to go to the top lane. Dehaka always being a thorn in the side, pushing out that lane if you give them the opportunity. But Team Liquid is moving towards level 13, and with the experience in the middle wave and potentially the bottom wave, they should be able to get that 13 themselves. They actually go for a pick here in the middle left as they go in, but here's that Lord Nader pulling Varian in. He can't do anything. He drops down a shield, but the protection's not enough. Oh, dead, by the way, as he finally gets picked off.
BBJ literally throws the book at Varian, and that's going to be another time Sport Billy can only offer witty commentary as a spectator for the rest of the team fight. Crone leads the charge with Ishbu, looking to get this altar with 2 in the top and the top left and right. This lead is only going to further extend for Heroes Hearth Esports.
So they jump up a few more shots. Should be able to get 4 more. Stukov being a little bit cheeky here in the top right corner. Sounds looking for what's the
Oh, man.
Needs someone to come over and disrupt
Oh,
him.
man.
Protect him as long as he can. But they have bought time. Sport Billy is back. And remember that 13 is looming around the corner.
If they get another interrupt or two, this could very well be an even-tier fight, and Eternal and crew could look to turn things around. Crone's already low on the shield. There's the Arn defender. The root is going to connect on the Sport Billy. Another Lord Nader, isolating Hasuops and Sport Billy for the moment to allow Eternal to be the target of conversation. But without the follow-up, they're not going to be able to get the takedown. And it looks like Team Liquid will be able to come away with this altar.
Earthquake has been used, and Heroes Hearth is aware of that. Okay, we used our big heroic, the one that can lock down Team Liquid and all these melees that don't have major escape between Stukov and Varian. Let's just back away. We don't have to risk a team fight. Team Liquid bought some time, and wow, did they pull it off well. You got to call out Nurok and Eternal working together in that top right corner. But Heroes Hearth wisely pulling away, and Team Liquid are looking for a fight. They want to get into an engage before Earthquake is up and available again.
They got to use this momentum after getting that altar, and they're looking to do exactly that. He goes in, there's the taunt, and if you've seen Phoenix, I would like to know, he absolutely disappeared off the battleground. The root from Thrall, the stiff arm from Stukov. McIntyre is going to be the next target. Eternal looking to rock and roll. The root goes down for the disengage. Ishbu is going to be able to jump away. That was a huge team fight. That's what Team Liquid were looking for.
A pivotal pick. They needed to get it right before this next Altar phase, because the next Altar phase is going to be 3. Now, if they could get more out of this, they want to squeeze a little bit more out of this lemon. Can they open up the bottom lane, get the turrets moving forward? Can they get a bell tower? So far, it looks like this is going to be a hard task, but they're definitely going to try. Get the Sappers at least taken away from their opponents, get that pushing in, and maybe find another pick, because they're still a level behind in experience, 15 to 14.
Team Liquid looking to throw their weight around, taking control of the Sapper camp in the bottom left corner, giving Heroes Hearth something to do. Sport Billy, he's been losing his life time and time again in the earlier portions of this game, but when he connects those taunts, and Nurok, incredible support play all day, getting no silence afterwards, this could be the beginning of game number 3.
Okay, so I'm looking over to Team Liquid here. Half a level behind, altars up in 30 seconds. Heroes Hearth should get level 16, but can Team Liquid make a play here for double altars? It feels like it's an impossible task, to be honest. Heroes Hearth has already put
structures
on
are keep
bottom
values
right
now.
Tower. That means Team Liquid has to respond, but Heroes Hearth will just pull away and set up on the bottom altar. There should be only one altar grab for Team Liquid, which only gets them 4 shots. Now again, the bank is getting closer to being drawn here. That'll be them down to 16 shots from their core if they give away 2.
Heroes Hearth is also right around a corner for level 16. It's going to be that much more difficult for Team Liquid to say anything about any of these altars. Yrel looks like they're going to be able to come away with the one in the top right before anyone rotates up there.
I don't think Dehaka will be rotated into in time.
Handily go over to Heroes Hearth.
Yeah, he should get top left.
No,
No, he didn't.
Moment, but the rotation is in.
Oh.
Could Team Liquid look to try to make something happen?
They still don't rotate into this. Especially with 16 talent here.
Pull everyone up from Heroes Hearth. That means they can peel off Yrel to another lane, get level 16. They're just trying to soak
Do they
up
rip
now.
boss?
They do need to be wary of a potential boss play, and Heroes Hearth is thinking
Are they
about
feigning it?
Setting up in this top right corner.
Genji
For
checks.
Team Liquid, they don't have any tools to
But
really
bro,
invade
you
that.
can't
They
get
should
boss.
play
It's
safe.
not
Even if
game
their opponent is
winning.
there, just let them have the 4 shots, get 16 instead.
Yeah, Heroes Hearth have an exact understanding of their situation.
The
They
amount
said
of people
Team
that
Liquid,
had said that
come
to
up
me
here
when
and
we played
cheat
Storm
clap
League.
if you want, but otherwise, we're coming away with 4 points and knocking your core down to 12. Amazing play from Heroes Hearth Esports, keeping control over the overall macro. Team Liquid, once they get to level 16, though, they could look the rock.
I hate getting my cheeks clapped. Thanks for bringing that up, man. All right, Sappers available here in the bottom right corner. Arcana work on the Sapper to the top. So Team Liquid has sustained through, but it's getting to a point where it's do or die, right? They're about to hit level 16. They have to force some fights here, especially with the ultra starting to spawn. And if they get into double ultra spawns, that's where it gets a little hairy. You have Dahaka sharking around. You have Thrall coming in for flanks. So Team Liquid on this next ultra phase needs to be careful.
Nice level 16, Heroes Hearth doesn't mind all that. They jump in, the early aggression
Big
on
silence.
Fort Billy. A nice silence from Stukov. The Earthquake is going to go down to heavy commitment.
Salvo kills
Fort
Billy.
Is going to get absolutely roasted by Crowan. He's hanging out in the back line, posting a Crowan W in the chat. Able to teleport away Eternal to the next target. Rooted, deleted, 2 heroes taken down on the side of Team.
Team Liquid was not ready for that fight. They did not think that Heroes Hearth would try to force a fight on level 16 talent.
Could be a
tier.
2-point
so
core.
Arcana was in the top lane soaking, buying time. He thought he had more time until the next altar, and the fight just completely broke out. Team Liquid tried to hold on as long as they could, but Genji, being across the world, could not make it. And Heroes Hearth takes away the Sappers, takes away the Bell Tower, and are set up to grab potentially 10 more shots on the core.
Omen Murden jumped out of that bush. You know Variant's eyes jumped out of his skull. And this is at such a beautiful moment right now for Heroes Hearth Esports. You take the bottom altar. You got 2 altars available yourself. Your round still isn't back to business yet. So that's at least 1 tower or 1 altar. They could be left with 2 points in their core inside of Team Liquid.
Team Liquid has to defend these Sappers that are pushing in. Heroes Hearth will be doing everything they can to get that pushing forward. Sappers in the top left do a little bit of damage, but don't quite get that forward. Team Liquid fighting in the bottom right corner, attempting to do their best here to stop the Sappers from moving in and delivering the final blow.
Sport Billy eating some damage, again getting harassed as that Variant, the root goes down. This could be it. It all very
Just need
well
2
could
Sappers
come
over
down
the wall.
to this. Sappers get knocked back by Infernal.
Salvo.
Do or die right now for Team Liquid. A lot of damage. Thrall is going to get deleted. Needs to reinstall the game. Urelga's taken down to 1-for-1. Heroes Hearth, they're not done yet. Nurak is going to send someone way back to the cheap seats. They're not ready to go home just yet.
There's a taunt about to come up, but Sport Billy gets hit. He can't use a taunt.
drag, Mac.
McIntyre turns around the drag and pulls him underneath the bell tower. 2 fall for Team
Oh,
Liquid. But Team Liquid,
that's
they answer
such a
back. They get
good
silence
route.
as Crowan will fall.
Knockdown, drag
Sorry, such a
out
good
fight.
lurking
Everything
arm.
on the line for Team Liquid. You see one hero get taken down, you think the team fight's over. Actually, there's another plot twist. Another hero gets taken down.
As I said, Freaky,
Genji
like,
Stukov
Halloran had
jumping
some of
in,
the best,
all that
like,
burst damage is going to be enough to wake
diction. He had
up.
some of the
They'll
best,
be back in about
like
30
one-liners.
seconds.
Oh, he's so
But
good.
with that kind of team fighting, Team Liquid, they only have one more
Can we
real
see boss
shot. As long as
timer?
they can
2
keep
minutes.
playing like that, though, I might be able to believe.
Heroes Hearth versus Team Liquid, directed by M. Night Shyamalan. That is for sure here. Back and forth fight between the two, but Heroes Hearth is moving on towards level 20. 1 level away, and they got a cushion for a lead here. 24-2. 1 altar will activate in the bottom corner, but it's in the worst spot for Team Liquid. But they have to all in. They have to contest this. It's game over. They had to sneak in this top left corner, but Murden loves to fight around that area. He can slow down the rotation, then give a chance for BBJ to go for the channel.
I like that you call this an M. Night Shyamalan movie because it feels like Variant's been dead pretty much the entire game. This team fight is going to decide it. Level 20 not
Silence.
yet. This is the last
I thought Murden was so dead there.
Isolate 2 members of Team Liquid, but it's not going to be enough to set up a takedown. This is everything on the line.
But Team Liquid got in. That's all they had to do. At least
Nice.
they're here. And Heroes Hearth, they don't want to risk throwing the game here. They're right close to level 20. That gives them, of course, their Storm talents. They can control the field. They can wait for a boss. Their opponents are still 2 levels behind. So Heroes Hearth says, okay, go ahead, take a few more shots. We don't mind. We're pushing in your top lane and working on that bell tower. Team Liquid pulls away, grabs their own bell tower, and at least get back on the map. But they are fighting with barely any life left.
I love the maturity of that decision. You know, a lesser macro-inclined team would just went in, looked for that team fight, looked in the game right there, and given Team Liquid exactly what they were looking for. But their patience is going to pay off in the form of the Storm tier talent advantage, and then they can go for a team fight and try to make something happen. I love that choice by Heroes Hearth.
Now, the other side of the coin is that you've given Team Liquid a time to get back in the game here, and it is Towers of Doom. This is where we see the most comebacks on this battleground. I mean, we always talk about it.
Skullfeed,
Dignitas
thanks for
versus
hanging
Gen G,
out.
and now we're
Appreciate
in
it,
another
bud.
scenario where Team Liquid has
We'll
to
see you
make this
next
comeback.
time.
And if they
Have a great
control the
night,
map, they
and
can
thanks
get
for being
20
awesome,
themselves. They
hanging
should
out
be
with
fine.
us.
And they bought enough time by getting that altar. It'll be up soon.
Tomorrow's
but
more
they
Kingdom
should
Heart
be able to soak on it up. All they have to do is make sure they don't get picked off or lose too much map control. Remember, in the top left corner, they've got that bell tower low. If they find a kill on Heroes Hearth, they take the map themselves.
Very well could, but the long-range drag. McIntyre from downtown is going to be able to isolate your realm, forces out the Ardent Defender. Ishbu with the body blocks, the knockback from Eternal says not so much, but another long-range Dragon Arrow, and then the follow-up. That's a salvo. That's a dead goat.
That drag. Sport Billy has a taunt up in a second, though. He can turn around and pull somebody into this tower. Can he do it? He goes for Dahaka. McIntyre gets pulled in, but able to pull away.
Infinite pots level 20, huh?
And guess what? 15 seconds. One Lone Altar will spawn. Team Liquid will have to fight in a 4v5.
Team Liquid on their last legs. They know that they have to go for this team fight without level 20, and it's
all that Lornado up against the wall.
Lornado.
But I think it's just space created. BBJ's got potions out.
Road for BBJ to come away with this altar and keep North America's team hopes alive.
Sport Billy's trying to get
Genji,
in. Arcane
backline.
forward. He's able to get there. 25 seconds for Yrel to be up. A Stormbolt connects on top of Sport Billy. He goes right for the time, and then goes straight for Crowan. Varian will fall, and Crowan survives with no
drag around the corner onto Raynor.
Raynor also gets hit with a drag. McIntyre able to get Arcane trying to buy time, but for what?
BBJ B-stepping.
Heroes Hearth can turn around and look at the altar. They'll start the channel, and with only 2 shots left in the core, Team Liquid will fall victim to the North American team.
A bit of accidental hearth in there we saw from Heroes Hearth Esports, but I love
the accidental hearth
from this team. They always play Heroes of the Storm their own way, and they're going to be able to do that in day number 2 of the Western Clash. They needed to have this convincing performance to feel good about this one.
I think that's a good word for it. It was convincing against Team Liquid. They had a solid Volskaya Foundry map setup. They wait till level 16 where Zeratul was able to spike up. Here on Towers of Doom, they seem to have the full map control. A couple of moments for Team Liquid where they started to mount a comeback, but Heroes Hearth just came back with a full fist and delivered a punch back themselves. Looking very strong here in these 2 maps. And Team Liquid will be going home because of it. And tomorrow, I hope we see more convincing Heroes Hearth play.
Every decision that gets made in one of these do-or-die situations is always going to be a point of looking back and potential regret, especially on the side of Team Liquid, especially how they've done in past offline events. The Varian pick. You and I, again, we were talking about it the entire time.
All right, we're going to get into a sponsor stream. We're going to get into a sponsor stream right now, so please stick around for that, as we are going to be trying to obviously make the max payout happen. So we got to change up a couple things, and we're going to go ahead and get into this. So yeah,